tonight's digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? As heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Sa dudes, welcome back to another episode of the Jim Russell Show, I guess, what we're calling this. This evening, everyone, Skinny Bob debunked. Oh my heavens, my worst nightmare. Simulation theory deep dive later. There's an interesting interview with, I thought he was a physicist, but I guess he's also a game dev, was on Danny Jones' podcast. I was listening through a bit of that. So interesting conversation, relevant to what I talk about here usually. In disclosure, breakthrough incoming. I was going to talk about that a little bit again. It's with Beatrice Villareau in the Baltic Sea Anomaly crew. There's been some announcements, some rumblings going on behind the scenes that something may be brewing here, actual real disclosure that we have ETs on the planet, in and around the planet possibly. So gonna dig into that as well. Hendrix, welcome. Pambo, welcome. Anybody else that might still catch these VODs, potentially on Twitch, maybe like half a dozen people that still catch the VODs, yes. A little bit of red wine, just a tiny bit tonight, so cheers everybody. Trying to keep up the health and fitness, try to keep, if I have a drink through the week, to just one. My body seems to be able to tolerate that, so I didn't really drink a lot over the weekend, actually. Kind of, took it easy. So easy on my liver, easy on my body, my mind, my soul. Yeah. Hopefully Beatrice is enjoying the slop crew and comes through, Hendrix. Yeah, I very much hope so. Yes, I very much hope so, man. Yeah. She seems like a very nice lady, so hopefully people kind of lay off her. That was the only thing I'd noticed that on Twitter. We can maybe go over that in a second. There were a lot of people that were kind of coming down on her pretty harshly. Like anyway, even people like Follow were like kind of spamming everything she posted about in the last couple days, being like, "What is it? What is it? What is it?" I'm like, "Oh Jesus Christ!" Like, she didn't make any public announcement. It was her buddy who runs the Baltic Sea Anomaly crew. I forget what their company's called. But Blip, what's up, man? Yeah, I got some. I thought I'd mix it up. I don't know, man. Just randomly, I get these bouts of inspiration, and I told ChatGPT, I'm like, hey, give me like a blockbuster kind of meme with a UFO on Mars or something, and that's what it did. Well, here, this is kind of it's kind of it. Starting soon. Anyway, I got it's so much fun now to do that because it can throw the lettering in, so you can like it's really good at doing signage. Before it was a nightmare. You had to like do this stuff yourself, but it just instantly inserts in all the letters. It's pretty cool. Yeah. People are getting sick of this big news coming, and it isn't, or it isn't. Yeah. But or we know stuff we can't say for XYZ reasons. Yeah, I know. We just keep getting baited. I now have a lot of people that have had to take a step away from it all. Just had to kind of recenter themselves. I mean, you know, thankfully it's not the only thing I talk about here, but I do cover it. I do cover developments around it, but you know, I totally understand the frustration. Absolutely get it. Can I turn it down slightly? Is that possible? Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit better. Just legit background music. First thing I was going to pull up, I just literally saw this, completely unrelated to this, but I do stream on Twitch TV mainly. I've been streaming to YouTube and Kick, but obviously I don't really promote myself there. Again, talk with anybody in those communities. Maybe I should probably try to more. I tried doing Twitch, but God, there's not a lot of people kicking around. So Twitch is mainly where I like to hang out if I do hang out in the streaming platform. And the CEO, Dan Clancy, recently has had his balls go through the glass, I guess. I can't believe this. He has his own Twitch channel, right? And he was going around, and he even said, I'm shamelessly going into chat of streamers I know to ask for raids when they are done. I'm doing my first charity stream. And then it got timed out for 600 seconds. Promoting his own charity stream in chats of popular streamers he's faced criticism. God damn, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of strange too. He's a very eccentric dude. I don't know with the direction of Twitch. I feel like there needs to probably be a shakeup. But anyway, I mean, he seems like a nice guy. I don't know. Dan, brother, I don't fucking know. I think there definitely is a problem with some rhetoric on the site still from some content creators that may be affecting ad revenue. But obviously, I don't do this for a living per se. I don't make money off it to that degree. If I was making enough money off this to do it for a living, then I would probably be pretty upset. So I can understand why some people are upset that they're allowing certain rhetoricians to kind of say and do whatever they want and then potentially threaten the ad base. But anyway, Death, what's up, man? I saw this too. Fuck. My big wine glass. I usually drink Cabernet Sauvignon. It's good though. It's a little bit too sweet for my palate now. I think I legitimately may have like some kind of diabetes. I notice when I have a lot of sugar or too many carbs, like I just don't feel great. And I've always been like that, and I just was so addicted. It isn't until you kind of cut down on the carbohydrates you feel so much better. I don't know how that happened, but probably from my childhood, just drinking pop all the fucking time. Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb? And then he's clearly manipulated his license plate. That wasn't his actual license plate, but I thought that was fun. Isn't it? Oh, it's an Explorer. It's a Ford Explorer. Okay. What a fucking meme. People that don't know what this is Aleister Crowley, but it became famous in like modern day ufology because he looks a lot like kind of a gray alien, minus his eyes maybe aren't quite big enough. Maybe he just doesn't have the goggles on, but he kind of looks like a gray alien. And this is somebody who supposedly Aleister was in communication with telepathically, psychically, through sex rituals. So, yeah. Yeah. We call it pop too. You know, like legit pop back in the day. Like legit, what was that flavor? You know, the funny thing is, man, I can't even drink pop now. It disgusts me. Even Coca-Cola. But I remember back in the day, they released these vanilla Coca-Colas around Christmas. I used to drink those all the time. Oh my God. It was bad. It was so bad. When I was a kid too. And I was an adult, I could care less about it. I'd much rather prefer beer, honestly, than any kind of pop. So can't believe Skinny Bob is debunked, Lock. Yeah, I'm going to get to that here in a second, man. I don't know. We'll have to go through the evidences. Yeah. The cans are just too big for me. I like a small can now and then, though. Yeah, my partner, she likes like the diet stuff. You know, like to mix with two mixers, like a rum and coke or something. I know some people do enjoy it, but yeah, I don't really, honestly, man, like and this is, I'm not just trying to shill like a health drink, but kombucha, although you can't drink it all the time because it's not really good to have all the time. Man, I swear to God, there's two flavors. If you guys never tried these before, if you'd like pop, these are the two crisp. I could not fucking believe the flavor of this. It's like it's up there with like one of the better drinks like I feel like I've ever had. It was so good. You can probably get them anywhere in North America. This GT Dave's Honey Crisp Apple. It was like the best carbonated apple juice, and it has this slight kind of like fermented beery taste to it I've ever had. It was unreal. Honey Crisp Apple, GT Dave's. I mean, like, health stuff aside, it was just unbelievably good. I'm gonna have to buy another one. I couldn't believe how good it was. Same with the grape. This one here, Divine Grape. Oh my God, man. Like, God bless Dave. I mean, he's a multi-billionaire now. Believe it or not. It's just off of this kombucha, but it is so good, man. It's like the pop. It's not quite as sweet, but it's unreal. It's unreal. So good. If you're ever kicking around anywhere and you see this stuff, specifically this Divine Grape, man, it's on another level. Same with that crisp honey apple. Fuck, it's so good. Yeah, your audio's fucked, I think, Bones. I don't think I'm muted yet. You like Arnold Palmer's Crossbreed Lemonade Iced Tea? Aldi has them. Okay, I've never heard of that before. Yeah. Oh shit. Thank you, Hendrix. Yeah. Cranberry juice is fire too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. No. All those fruit juices are awesome. Like, just get into like real things. It's something I've gotten into. Right? There's like good stuff, like good beer, good wine, good juice. It smells like it's on fire. Hopefully it's not. Breaking: Trump administration releases files in the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Interesting. Wonder if anything interesting was released out of it. Wag the dog. Holy fuck. Yeah. Mango juice. Yeah. Trust a Canadian to be a kombucha drinker. Are you knocking on kombucha now, brother? Listen, if you've never tried GT Dave's kombucha, specifically those two flavors, don't knock it till you try it. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. I was extremely surprised, actually. I was a kombucha connoisseur for a little while, but I've since kind of dialed back on it. But it's pretty good, and that's just available everywhere. Interesting. I guess we'll have to wait for people to sift through them, maybe, huh? Yeah. Oh, buying a cock chair. Oh my fucking God. God damn. Oh. Listen, you can enjoy it from the chair. There wouldn't be a better drink to enjoy from the chair, I guess. But listen, maybe try to go for the Divine Grape if that's what you're going for. You know, that might be a little bit easier on the palate. Just so everyone knows, I'm not a senator, so he's not talking about me. If there are any senators he needs to let me know so we can follow up. Don't forget, we had a skiff to bring in people to talk with us, and they all got sick or had things come up and could not make it. Oh, right, yeah, I'm going to start calling them out shortly, the senators that are holding back VP transparency. I think Gillibrand and then Marco Rubio were the two, Kirsten Gillibrand and Marco Rubio were the two senators, I think, that potentially he'd be referring to, because they were the only two that have been involved in this effort. I would personally bet probably Marco Rubio. I don't know. I never trust that guy. He just kind of gives me like slimy vibes. I can't quite put my finger on it. Kirsten seemed pretty down to earth when I've listened to her talk, but you never know. You might get surprised. Out of left field, they may come in and surprise you. So I don't know. Interesting though. Interesting. Edge, what's up, dude? James Webb confirms there's something seriously wrong with understanding of the universe and reveals unknown physics exist. I always love space talk. Space talk is always so calm and relaxing. And Gillibrand is sauce. You think so? The way she polished the weasel's knob at the first hearing made me doubt her intentions. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, man. We'll have to wait and see. Time may tell here if Ross decides to actually do something. So, yeah. We're inside a black hole. Breakthrough data from James Webb confirms there's a major gap in our understanding of the cosmos and reveals unknown physics exists. A major mystery at the heart of cosmology just deepened. In a joint effort, NASA's James Webb and Hubble Space Telescopes have confirmed a puzzling discrepancy in the universe's rate of expansion known as the Hubble tension. Well, one method, based on the cosmic microwave background from the early universe, predicts a slower expansion. Another method, based on direct observations of stars and galaxies today, reveals a much faster rate. Crucially, the new observations of over 1,000 Cepheid stars across galaxies up to 130 million light years away confirm the discrepancy isn't due to flawed measurements, but a real inconsistency in our models of the universe. This cosmic conundrum challenges the foundational aspect of physics. The rules governing the cosmos should remain constant over time. If the Hubble tension can't be explained by observational error, it could signal the need for entirely new physics, such as changes in dark energy, new forms of matter, or even modifications to Einstein's theory of gravity. For now, scientists are grappling with the profound implications. The universe may not be playing by the rules we thought we understood. Does this open the door for some spicy woo? Maybe. I know Eric Weinstein had commented on it. I think that's how I found this. What the fuck did he say? Yeah. Unfortunately, the field of theoretical physics is once again being threatened almost daily by new ideas. Keeping those new ideas out of theoretical physics when we have the 50-year-old standard model of particle physics, the 25-year-old standard model of cosmology, and our over 110-year-old general relativity has fallen into a tiny handful of aging gatekeepers and increasingly aggressive enforcer psychopaths who know that true progress requires that patience be measured in millennia when we already have the one true theory in every case. Oh. What calamity would befall physics if those science enforcers faltered? One shudders even to contemplate. The grift, the arrogance, the charlatanism, the bunk, the change, the repudiation of dogma. My God, the progress could be unbearable. Imagine if we were wrong and the critics of the last 40 plus years weren't crazy after all. We might even have to apologize. Unthinkable. Seriously, who are these morons? It's like zombie Fauciism on steroids. Where do they come from? This is kind of just unbelievable. Maybe time to just roll over the science NPCs. Eric, oh my heavens. He's going deep. Hitting below the belt, too. Oh, I love it. I love it when he gets dirty with it. He's getting into the mud. Good Lord. Anyway, I mean, fair enough. Clearly, there's an inconsistency with our model pertaining to, well, not just cosmology, but yeah, just generally, general relativity. Undoubtedly, there's all kinds of things we've gotten wrong. Obviously, there's things we've gotten right, but very interesting. Yeah. Senator Warmer and Schumer are also probably gatekeepers. Oh, those are two more, right, Hendricks? Yeah. Although I know Schumer had put forward the UAP Disclosure Act meme there, but I don't really trust him either. Was it him? Yeah, he had the hamburger video, our picture, right? Where the motherfucker, it's Chuck. I'm thinking of the same guy, right? Chuck Schumer is the dude with the glasses, right? Oh my God, he creeps me the fuck out. I lost all faith in this guy, and it was as simple as this. When I saw that photo of him, this photo here, if you guys haven't seen this, oh my fucking God. Look, man. This motherfucker, just pretending to barbecue. He put the cheese on the fucking uncooked side before he flipped them. I was like, I'm sorry, but that unfortunately might be a reflection of just like his competency, like basic competency. If you don't know enough to like put the cheese on after you flip it, should we really be trusting you with matters of extreme importance? Like how the government runs and funding, and holy Christ. This is why we're in a pickle. Because he put on the cheese first. Right? No life behind his eyes. A demon. I don't know. Shapeshifter? No, I think he's human. I bet he's human. But you know what? I don't know. Not that I want to accuse him of that, because it probably misconstrued as something else. poor David came out thinking, oh yes, people are going to listen to my theory. And then people started saying, oh, that's anti-Semitic. He's like, what? He's like, what? No, it's like, I literally think they might be shapeshifters. Like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. He's like, no. Like, they might literally be aliens. And people can understand that's he was literally saying they're aliens. Anyway. Oh, my heavens. Goddamn. Might be bullshit. Archaeological recovery of alien craft and bodies shared by Cynthia Dreyer. Holy fuck. I'll pull it up here for a little bit, man. Thank you, though. Well, actually, I'll try to get to this legit, because there's some other alien stuff I wanted to go over pertaining to something kind of like this. We know of two singularities, one when the universe formed in the Big Bang and one when black holes form, yeah. Yeah, so, you know, Eric's got his own big toe. He's tried to put it in other people's mouths to no avail. It didn't really work. You know, I actually had never really read his dissertation because obviously it's not something I'm super familiar with, the field of theoretical physics. His geometric unity, GU. I've heard him speak about it a little bit, but honestly, most of it's over my head. I have no idea what he's talking about. So I didn't know in his kind of dissertation on it, he had all this verbiage like, oh, well, this shouldn't be taken seriously. And this is just for fun. I was like, Eric, like, why wouldn't he put forward a serious version of it? Anyway, you can't expect people to take you seriously, though, and this is fair, if how you present it is like kind of like, oh, well, it's just kind of a joke. It's like, well, but why would I? No. Like, maybe there's something to that. Well, I don't know why he's so hesitant. Anyway, Justice for Ike. Dave, man, I have to say, though, when David started saying that COVID was just 5G, I was like, I think I had just recovered from it, and it hit me like a truck, and I was like, no. David. He locked himself inside for too long, but yeah. Sabine Hassenfelder just did a podcast with Alex O'Connor, and people are fuming over it. Oh, really? What did she say? Here's some other space star stuff here. I know she's... This is a thing, right? And I don't know her background. Maybe she's a creative person. Maybe she has put forward new theories, and maybe she's been involved in... pushing the discipline forward. I don't know enough about her. But there are communicators out there who haven't necessarily pushed anything forward and end up just kind of being gatekeepers. Like, I think of Neil deGrasse Tyson more than anybody else, who Neil is primarily just a science communicator now. He understands physics and, you know, astrophysics, but he hasn't really pushed the discipline forward in any discernible direction. So, and he sometimes is very harsh on new people or things that are kind of outside his purview, or usually pertaining to ufology is when I'll get frustrated with some of the things that he says, where I'm like, you don't know that. You don't know anything about the history of this. And there are all kinds of assumptions here yourself and some of the things that he said. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, man. Anyway. I don't like Sabine. She just seems like a cynic and likes to crap on everything in a kind of holier than thou attitude. Oh, so she is one of those kinds of people. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. The gatekeeper's brother. Is that how she is? Yeah, okay, well, yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson loves to hear himself talk. Yeah. I still kind of like Neil. There's something about Neil that I do like. He's like a character. I do like that. It's fucking his profile picture on Twitter for the longest time. That fucking guy back in the day who took that picture of himself in the mirror with the sunglasses and the PSP. He kind of did like a version of that with his phone. I was like, oh, fuck. It's like, that's kind of a proper meme. I was like, that's kind of fucking funny. Anyway, he just can be like a dink, but everyone can be. And, you know, there's no need for that hubris, though. That's the only thing. And I think they just need somebody to talk him down a little bit. And same with maybe her. She needs the same thing. Like, people kind of get entrenched. They get entrenched in dogma. And especially in academia, when you're around people, sometimes, like, they're in those kind of circles, they don't like to be perceived as people that are out there. And if you're on the cutting edge of anything, you are inevitably going to be out there, way out there. And so a lot of them never are, and they're scared to go out there because of what their peers may think and their reputation. And many of them just kind of are just holding on to a tenured position because finally they have a stable job and they're finally making decent money. They're not traveling all over the world, the country, to like teach. And the last thing they want to do is like rock the boat. And it's like, you know, that always just kind of rubbed me the wrong way personally. I dealt with that at least like in philosophy, which is where my background was. And it just, anyway, I get it. But At the same time, I don't. I don't respect it. I get it, but I don't respect that. Yeah. Remember that lady that tried to get Neil canceled after he signed her tattoo up on stage after she asked him to, then tried to say he was touching her or something? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's not fair. God. Neil's a pretty, like... God, he could say he's borderline woke, actually, in some ways. And I can't imagine he would do that, but... Media, what's up, dude? Well, here, I'll check that video here in a minute. A small star on the far side of the universe has been observed sending radio signals towards Earth. Speaking of teams of people that are actually doing work, a small star on the far side of the universe, where is it from? These signals detected by advanced radio observatories were not anticipated from a star of this size. Further research is underway to determine the cause of these unusual radio bursts. Interesting. It's from a binary system containing a white dwarf. Remnant of a sun-like star. It's pretty crazy to be in a system like that. Like you get your regular star, then you got this other white dwarf, and like, what would your sky look like if you were in a binary system from a... Here, what do we do? This is kind of fun thing I always like to see what ChatGPT can do. Although Gaslit is pretty bad last night. But simulate for us the view on a planet in a similar position as Earth in a binary system with a regular Sol-like star and a white dwarf. Interesting. See if we can digest this. No. Make a picture, you dingus. Well, I'll get it to do that in a second. Who did this? Why is it so zoomed in? Hold on. Holy Christ. Sporadic radio pulses from a white dwarf binary at the orbital period. Published 12th of March. That was actually a little while ago. Motherfucker's cycling around old content. There may be an update with it, maybe, which is why he's done it. So, oh my God, it's a binary system containing a white dwarf and a red dwarf. Oh wow, okay. Oh my God, what a trippy view that would have been. Okay, it's actually a red dwarf and a white dwarf system. Do a picture of what would look like from the planet's perspective. There. Anyway, we'll get it to do that. That'd be cool as fuck. I mean, there wouldn't be a lot of... Well, I guess there'd be enough that they're kind of still entwined with one another. Probably some planets. We have no idea. We have no idea how crazy some views... Maybe our view is crazy to some different alien species. We got a huge moon, an unnaturally large moon that orbits around our planet somehow. Who knows? Maybe they'll look at our system and be like, wow, that's crazy. But I do think maybe there's probably some pretty insane scenes out there. Like a binary, or even, I think there's 3-star systems too, that may be out there. I don't know if there's any confirmed, but like the view of that from the planet's surface would be just insane, especially at night. And I don't know how much night you would have too. I mean, there'd be a lot of light. It definitely wouldn't be like our nights. It'd be very different. Anyway, fuck, what is this? We could probably just kind of glaze over this. I just was also looking at this, and I don't think I can handle this right now. Maybe we'll pull this up later with some of the other talk about simulation theory and stuff. James O'Keefe talks about being under a spiritual attack for the first time during a powerful interview with Alex Jones. Hold on.
From Project Veritas. The thing I was thinking about is when I was fired from Project Veritas, the thing I created, I felt the demons coming at me. I almost felt like they were penetrating me at some point. And that was a tough spiritual moment.
But I bet you've never shared this.
Great. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, to get to that later. You got Jones pilled. Yes. How deeply did they penetrate you, sir? That's what we want to know. Oh man. Well, that's a 3-star. Oh no, that's a moon. Okay. Oh wow, that's kind of fucking sick. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. That is crazy, man. So it inserted the moon into the mix. So that would be like Earth. But then there's, oh my God, look at that. Wow. It's so cool it can do that. Oh wow. It's a cool thing about ChatGPT, this image generation, that it can kind of get a rough estimate of these things. That looks so sick. Oh. Can you imagine? Some other world. Must be a trinary. I think maybe this is supposed to be the red dwarf. Maybe this is supposed to be a moon. Hard to say. Yeah. Otherwise, what's illuminating the moon from behind our viewpoint? I don't know. Yeah, why is it? Maybe it's red because of the light from the red star. Hard to say. Penetrated by spirits on Alex Jones. You know this won't come out as these demons or spirits turn out to be DARPA experimental technology. Oh, fuck, brother. Yeah. It's not woo, but factual that certain frequencies can put thoughts, voices into people's heads, and that's from declassified technology from 50 years ago. What can satellites do these days? Brother, I fucking hope not. Can you actually, though? Interesting. The Havana syndrome, although that's more like pointing a microwave at somebody's head, I guess, but just like microwaving someone's brain. A little bit different, slightly different. And it's still doing the same thing again. Just giving us another view. Interesting. Man. There'd be so many. And then there's like brown dwarfs, which still have some light that sometimes orbit around these binary systems. So you technically have like a failed star and 2 stars. So that thing would have some light as it comes around. God, I'm just so curious. Okay, it's like the exact same fucking thing again. Anyway. Interdasting, very interdasting, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I brought this up or not. Tim Phillips, who was, he was bouncing around on a bunch of these different podcasts the last month, 2 months. I thought he had already retired from it, though. I didn't think he was still involved with them. But anyway, I guess people are saying that he has been officially fired from the position. Tim Phillips has been fired effective today. Phillips, a former deputy director of Arrow, the Pentagon's UFO office, recently did a handful of public interviews regarding his discoveries while at Arrow. He was contacted by ODNI counterintelligence, ordering him to stop doing interviews without DoD approval until his official retirement in October 2025. Okay, so he was on the way out. But today, Phillips received a termination letter from ODNI HR. The DNI terminated his federal government employment effective today. No details provided and no appeal was allowed. Phillips states, I was surprised by this action, but senior executives serve at the pleasure of the president. After 45 years of honorable military and government service, often in dangerous places, I thought I would have an opportunity to discuss why it was terminated. He did mention a couple times on a couple different podcasts things maybe that some people thought he shouldn't have mentioned or that he might get in trouble for. Sorry, we're glad that he mentioned them. He mentioned with Steven, although Steven conveniently cut this out of his recent hit piece that he did on UFO kind of content creators and whistleblowers, that Tim had mentioned that there's a phenomena of black triangles they can't explain at Arrow. They have videos, they have evidence supposedly of these encounters, and they can't debunk them. So that was interesting. Might be some of the shit that they're worried about, and that's why they removed him from his position. So yeah, but that's one of them. Yeah, Glock. Yeah. So essentially disclosing that there's ongoing investigation pertaining to these black triangles. That they have video evidence. They have testimony from individuals that have encountered them, and they can't explain them. So. Hasn't been disclosed to the public, though. But he did disclose that to Steven. So, yeah. Crimsix, what's up, man? Absolutely. Hope you did as well, yeah. Confirming black triangles, he was pretty huge. Yeah, not surprised he got canned for it. It was pretty big disclosure, yeah. I guess many people, we had no idea that was even something they were looking into. We know that there were still dozens of incidents that have not been explained. Like, there was over 100 at one point. But there's still at least dozens that they have no explanation for, and I guess he had alluded to the fact that there's a good chunk of those that are pertaining to the black triangles. So, which is massive for people that have followed ufology for over the years. I mean, that is one of the, you got like saucers, balls of light, and you got black triangles. And then there's a couple other shapes that get thrown in there, but they're up there with incidents. A Finster who comes in here occasionally, a friend of mine, he had a sighting of his own encounter with, I believe he saw 2 of them himself. And then there's a very good animation he did on his YouTube channel where he recreates people's encounters with them, where these 2 guys in Germany went for like a night journey one night, and this giant black triangle just like hovered like right over them, like probably like 100 feet above them, not even that high above them, like just silently right over their head. That was it. Guys didn't want to be publicly disclosed. Said, hey, just would you mind doing this up? Like, just it's always blown our minds. And he spoke with them, and very common shape. So anyway, unsurprisingly, I guess maybe they'd have a couple of those incidents, but yeah, they didn't like that. They didn't like that he went and spilled the beans. But I'm glad he did, Tim. I'm glad he not like this prick here who just is too busy bent over with the government's hand still up his ass, just doing and saying whatever they want him to. So anyway, thankfully he's gone, but now Tim's gone too. So rip, rest in pepperoni. Yeah. Well, it wasn't huge then. We already roughly knew this, right? No, we didn't know that it was. We did an official confirmation that Arrow had data corroborating it. Video, photo. This is what he had said, at least. Video, photo, testimony. So like some evidence pertaining to it, which is a huge deal. So I don't know if those were off of. I'm assuming they were off of some kind of system, whether they're off of some kind of platform, or there was like some kind of plane, whatever, helicopter, but some kind of some reputable data, I'm assuming. Yeah. Tinfoil there. Either aliens from previous human tech that was frozen in the ice as an automatic probe, maybe with the Antarctic melting and activated them, brother. Well, who knows? In Germany, we have now something similar to what Ryan Graves did in the U.S. Pilots can now report their sightings to German University. Dr. Hakan Kyle is reviewing them. Oh, that's good. Holy shit. Very good. I'm assuming, is he involved in physics or something, Crimsix, or just even a folklorist, honestly. Somebody that's good at documenting events and stories, and probably wants someone who's good with data, but logically it doesn't make sense how much of a no-go zone Antarctica is around the world. Why are they hiding at the poles? What are they hiding? It is a bit weird, yeah. I mean, well, there have been tons of stories, as you probably know, from people like, Linda Moulton Howe is kind of the famous, well, she is a journalist. She's an investigative journalist, but she kind of went off the deep end a little bit, in my opinion, towards the end of the meme. But anyway, she's dealt with a couple whistleblowers who proved their credentials to her and to some degree to the audience, that they were involved in recovery missions out there. There was one guy who was involved in recovering a team that went on an expedition to some kind of structure buried underneath the ice out there. And then this guy ended up going inside of the structure with his team. There was another guy as well who was a pilot, if I can recall correctly, that flew over a structure, or he was over a cordoned off area. And I can't remember if he saw a triangle or a pyramid, or if he just saw a giant hole in the ice, and then just blackness. And that was a no-go zone. Those are two interesting tests. They're honestly, they are kind of interesting testimonies. I don't know what to make of them. I have no idea. There was no other evidence given aside from their testimony, corroborating it. No images, nothing like that. So, would it surprise me if there were megalithic remnants there? Depends. Depends what we find out about Giza here soon. If it turns out that the Egyptians didn't make Giza and there's these massive structures underneath it, then it wouldn't know, because this would mean there was somebody else on the planet a long time ago that had to do some pretty fantastical things. And Antarctica was ice for the periods of low ice, I guess, going back 20, 30, 40,000 years. So he's a professor for space technology. Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. They're probably messing around with a magnetic field, probably for military stuff. That's my theory. There was that guy, I think he was a firefighter technically, but that he had supposedly had access to some documents, or he was in the facility and he heard stuff. He testified at Greer's press conference. Remember, we watched it like last year and a half ago. Oh my God, 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago. It's right after Grush. Would have been almost exactly 2 years ago, actually. And he was convinced that they're doing, some kind of experiments there with, I don't know. Let's say we know world ends in 5 years, atmosphere goes away temporarily. What would we do? Put knowledge at places we know last, the poles for next to find life? Yeah, there's a theory in the past, Earth lost its atmosphere at some point, causing the flash freezing of mammoths. Yes, we do, yeah. Well, that's the whole Velikovsky and mammoth theory we were talking about last night, too. Yeah, that there was possibly, it wouldn't have lost it everywhere, all over the place, but areas of it may have been blown apart. Yeah. It would make, look where we're keeping our seed bank right now is somewhere in Scandinavia, I think it's somewhere in Sweden. or Finland. It's somewhere. I forget what it's a seed vault, but we've got that locked up in there, like underground, and it's in a very secure place. So it's kind of opposite, and it's another hemisphere, but maybe there is some repository. Egypt was supposed to be repository too in some woo circles. So maybe we'll find out soon. Yeah. The U.S. maintains multiple bases, including Amundsen Scott Station in the geographic South Pole with massive underground infrastructure and decades of uninterrupted funding. Yeah, it's there's a lot of memes about that. I don't know what to think. I mean, there's only one way to find out. There was that guy that I think was he Korean that was flying his plane there and got arrested. Someone else to fly down and take some pictures. Do a little flyover. He might get blown out of the sky is the only problem. Yeah. This is some good news here pertaining to UAP stuff, at least. I wanted to bring up. Representative Burleson says Matthew Brown would make a great witness to testify at the next UAP hearing. I've had conversations with Matt Brown. His experience seems to be honest. I believe that he's being completely honest and transparent. That's good. God. Eric's going at all these. I've never heard of some of these podcasts. Goddamn. Ask him if he wants to come on the show. Ruin his reputation. Come on the show, Eric. I'd ask him all the hard-hitting questions. I just keep asking him if he's seen bodies. And then I tell him that I don't believe him. And I just keep razzing him. Then he'd never come back again. Yeah. Trizzy, what's up? Yeah. Jim, I was swerving on the highway today. You may call me the Twerver. Oh my heavens, brother. Yeah. That's okay. Sometimes we have those moments, we just lose control. It's all right. As long as you've recovered it, that's all that matters. You didn't go into like a tailspin or on a bike. You go into a tank slapper, You're in a bike or you're in a car. Antarctica. Oh, we got that bunker. It's Norway, right? Okay, Norway with seeds for every known plant on Earth. Yes, Norway. Okay, sorry. Yeah. The seed vault, the seed bank. Norway seed bank. Fuck is it? Salfbard, I can't pronounce it, but Global Seed Bank. Yeah, Norway Seed Bank. Right there. Crazy looking spot. It looks like something in like an Armored Core game, for God's sakes. Look at that. The corporations. Look at that. Looks great. Look at the top. Is that just like a decoration? It looks sick, though. Very cool. Anyway. If everything ends, then at least people will be able to come here to get some seeds. Yeah, we can rebuild. The crazy thing is maybe there's still something somewhere around the world that's concealed that is a remnant from a lost past civilization. And maybe they have their own seed bank somewhere. Maybe it's under the pyramids. Don't know until we look. Who's going to have the balls to go look? Yeah. Fast and Furious moments. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Sounds like, yeah, that's proper familia stuff. Yeah. In the past, cold was the excuse, but these days it's no longer an excuse. We have tech to go to space. No reason we can't make tech to explore at all. Someone needs to get in a plane and go take a rip. What if Antarctica, before the Earth's actual shift or crustal displacement, hosted an advanced human society clock? Well, I mean, maybe that's something that they discovered. Maybe that's something they found. I don't know. We've only got, I think, really 2 proper accounts that Linda's documented. Although, again, some of the other whistleblowers she's interviewed over the years have been extremely suspect. But, particularly, oddly enough, it was the guy, it was like a multi-part series. The guy, I think he was a SEAL maybe, but he ended up becoming like a mercenary private contractor that went into the facility. That was a very in-depth conversation where they described going into this facility and seeing all of these strange, almost like hieroglyphs is what he depicted. And the walls were illuminated. They were like green. There was like this glow coming off the walls he couldn't explain. And that there were experts in there exploring this facility and the site that got lost. And he was just talking about how he went through it. I remember that from years ago. Like, it's probably like 15 plus years old, maybe 20 years old. I can't remember. But anyway, that would indicate that there was, yes, at some point, some kind of lost civilization there. But how true it is, I don't know. I mean, we have no idea. That seems the only thing that's weird about it is like, that's above and beyond anything we found here, right? Like a lot of the megalithic sites are still kind of an anomaly, but it's, like it's still within the possibility that some of these people maybe figured out how to do this stuff. Like, although Giza becomes a little bit much when you kind of go through it all, but there's no other sites like that we found. Like, if we found something like that anywhere else, it'd be game over. It'd be like, okay, 100%. Like, we haven't though. So it's weird. It's just in that one area they found a structure that advanced, right? But maybe that was where, maybe that's where their base was from. Maybe that's where home base was. Maybe the other home base was in that island in the Atlantic that potentially went under the water, right? Who knows? Now it's covered with like 2 miles worth of mud. Yeah. Seed vault flooded once already, I think. Oh shit, did it actually? It's not good. Yeah. Dominic Trizetto, brother. Remember when China was sending mysterious bags of seeds to random people in the USA? Were they actually? That's nice of them. Trying to poison the crops. Trying to get people to plant the GMO seeds. Yeah. Or looks like the Umbrella Corporation HQ. Yeah, kind of does a little bit. Yeah, it looks really weird. I've been playing through Armored Core again, like some of the older games on an emulator, and it looks like something like out of like an Armored Core game. Like, very strange. I mean, it looks cool as fuck, actually, but yeah. Yeah. Phil Schneider says there was a war going on with the aliens and deep underground bases in the military. I know Phil did say that. Yeah. Who knows about Phil? The real question is, why would they make the location public? Let's be real. If a country starts nuclear war, they want it all gone. So why wouldn't they send one missile that way? They might. I wonder if it could survive an impact like that. Probably, I would imagine a nuclear bomb would probably just level the area, but who knows? Maybe it's strong enough. Yeah. Classy Jim, I see the glass of wine. I have some wine myself, brother. Oh my heavens! Cheers! 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 Yeah. I'm just having one little glass. Yes. I didn't have any beer. I forgot to go buy a couple beer, but anyway, yeah. So I thought, have what's left out of the bottle that was up there. So yeah, no German beer. Yeah, no, unfortunately not, man. I meant to go get a couple of dingers, but I didn't have the car today. Unfortunately, my partner was at work, so I didn't drive her in. So I had no way to go and get any of it. So I did have the leftovers, but I did a chuck roast last night. We did a chuck roast last night. So there was just a cheap bottle of wine that was kind of in that, and this is kind of some of it. So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of what we're having for dinner tonight too, is we're taking the remnants of that and doing tacos out of it. So just braised it in the oven, Dutch oven, for about 5-6 hours, and some vegetables and some broccoli and carrots and whatnot. So nice little din, I guess it's wine sipping day. Yeah, there's always time for wine. People that aren't into wine, you are missing out. I was one time someone that wasn't really into it. I didn't really understand it, but then I kind of got into it. Once you get into it, you never get out of it. This isn't a great wine though. This is like a cooking wine, essentially. It's like a cheaper wine. You can get pretty good wines for not a lot of money, but usually you have to there's a guy actually at the local liquor store here now. I've kind of got to know him. I used to know a guy years ago. He's one of the guys that kind of got me into it. And unfortunately he passed away through COVID. His name was Rob. He was a brilliant guy, like super passionate about it. This new guy was a chef, and he's a sommelier, licensed sommelier, and he's just working there just to keep himself busy. He doesn't need to work, essentially. He said he's done quite well. But he's hugely passionate about wine, and he's actually teaching free courses. I was going to go take one of his courses next weekend. I think he's got one going. But he's bringing in all these awesome wines too. He's using the job he has at the liquor store now to bring in boxes of good wine, and he tries them, obviously. So, and he's always got a couple bottles going. He cracked $120 wine 2 weeks ago, and just poured it into a bottle, and everybody was testing it at the liquor store. So he said, "Hey, do you want to try this $120 bottle of wine?" I was like, yeah. And it was pretty good. I probably wouldn't, it wasn't, I don't think it was worth that much money, but kind of a funny name. Just didn't give a fuck. He asked permission from the general manager, and they were like, "Oh, all right, we'll see if we sell the bottles." And I think he did sell a couple, actually. Really, you have to sacrifice one to sell the rest of them, but I don't know if the profit margin would be worth it or not, but I'm glad he did it. So yeah, I've been drinking a super sweet wine called Sandman. Oh, interesting. Never heard of that. Yeah. That would explain why so many ancient myths refer to gods creating humanity not as equals, but as workers or servants designed for resilience, not autonomy. Very interesting, yeah. The real question is, are they coming back to reclaim what they started, or do we outgrow the leash? Good question, man. Yeah, well, I've got something about that later on tonight. I'm going to kind of get into this topic a little bit. I know this guy was posting about, he got the Dogon article, which is kind of interesting, but he had this one too, but the Anunnaki. I thought this meme was it's AI generated art here. He's got an Anunnaki. He's got like Anu here, and then this fish man, I think is what's supposed to be, oh my God. What the fuck's his name again? I always forget his name. The Sumerian fish man. Christ. Anyway, sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't. I don't remember right now. He looked like a human though in the depictions. He wasn't an actual fish man. But anyway, he kind of get into that a little bit. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like nowadays, and I'd love to ask somebody that's involved in genetics. Would we know enough if we were the product of some kind of manipulation? I don't know if we would. I mean, now they may debate that and say, well, there might be signs and symptoms, but there are a lot of stories. And then maybe it wasn't even that complicated. Maybe they didn't actually genetically engineer us. Maybe there was just interbreeding that happened. Maybe there was another group of people here more advanced, and there was an interbreeding, and we know that happened with other human races. So that we're a mishmash of everything, but predominantly we're Homo sapien. But maybe there was another race that we kind of mixed with too, there are groups of people who I know do have some unknown ancestry still. We just kind of went over this recently, but there are some gaps and holes. And so maybe it's the giants. Maybe. Yeah. They're still here and are actually the elites. Explains why every few generations war pops up. Maybe. Well, that's like the blue bloods, right? Yeah, the blue blood meme. I don't know. I mean, people like David Icke have tried to trace that stuff back. There have been other people more accredited in the areas like of history than David that have tried to do this too. But I don't think anybody is successfully, although some people could debate this, honestly, some that have successfully gone back and traced the lineages from the blue bloods back to like Mesopotamia. That's what David Icke tried to do. And I think that's a bit of a stretch, but there's some people that claim there are those connections. I don't know enough about that to know one way or the other if there are or not. I just know David's work wasn't the greatest. But it does all go back to bloodlines and connections to the gods. I mean, you could make that argument. I don't know how strong it is, but it did start, all the polytheistic religions started with the gods either creating man, they ended up interbreeding with them, and then they decided they wanted to destroy them. But survivors still carried their blood, and then they became the kings, right, and queens. Their right to rule was essentially their blood, the blood of the gods that was in them. And there's a lot of cultures around the world that have those kinds of creation myths, and that was their justification too for ruling. So, which is kind of ridiculous because, well, I mean, maybe they actually did. I don't know. They were qualified to rule or not, but. Yeah, call the resistance, reset the system, maintain control. It's not new, it's tradition, brother. Yeah, maybe. This is our problem, though. I mean, I think you guys probably know I'm on board with this too. That I think that's been the issue that we've been fighting against through the entirety of human history. Are elite assholes, elitists that are clearly very competent, to some degree, intelligent people that worm their way one way or another, or maybe just because they're competent, they establish themselves at kind of the top of the pecking order, right? They acquire a lot of resources. They're experts in some field or another, and they feel that they've established themselves in a position of influence, and they feel they have a right that they need to guide humanity. And then usually what happens is instead of working in the interest of humanity, it ends up just being in the interest of themselves primarily and not in humanity. Whether they're deluded or they intentionally know this and are deceiving everyone. That's our problem, mainly, is that they're working in the benefits of all of the other elite, not the general public. And then they end up just treating the general public as serfs. That's what we kind of become. We become subservient to them. At least that's what they want. And like that's been our fight the whole way along, is fighting against these kinds of people. And it's the same thing today. It looks a little bit different now, but we've got all kinds. Well, Bill Gates, same kind of meme. I mean, some people think there may be an older family that might still be pulling the strings behind the scene. It's probably very messy. I don't actually know. I have no idea. But Andrew Tate. Andrew's escaped the Matrix, brother. he's slowly becoming one of these psychotic people. I mean, those boys have a lot of money, but not the kind of influence that someone like Jeff Bezos would have, or Elon, or probably some of these older banking families. Like the resources are probably just unimaginable. The Saudis, they would have unimaginable amount of resource. Putin, some of the oligarchs in Russia, I mean, they would have unimaginable resources. Not anything I think we would really understand that we publicly disclosed. It's probably well above those estimates, or not really estimated properly. They don't really understand how much control they actually have. Like, Putin has control of the entirety of Russia, an entire military, nuclear weapons. He has control over a criminal network that's extremely vast. It spans the globe, right? That Russia's embedded within. And then his actual physical assets, the estimates are ridiculous. Some of the honest estimates have put his wealth like over $1 trillion, something obscene, like up with the Saudi kings and stuff. And then some people speculate in the West there are older families that may control assets somewhere along those lines. But none of it makes a lot of sense on the books anywhere, but some of it may not be on the books. I don't know, though. Yeah, Frank the Rothschilds, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, yeah. But it's like the Lannisters, yeah. They have this long-term view of family and domain, yeah. Like old moneymen, yeah, exactly, yeah. And they definitely do. Like the De Rothschild family, and then there's also the Rothschild family. There's other more recent iterations of these families that have cropped up too, like the Rockefeller family is one. What was Anderson Cooper's family? Christ, I forget what their name was. But he's descended from another very influential family. They were essentially the equivalent of billionaires back in the 1800s into the early 1900s. And their empire kind of collapsed, but that was another group of very wealthy people that made money off the railroads and off of like the boom with the Industrial Revolution, like the auto industry, like, and then that's when they started to collapse, though, I think. But they made a bunch of money off of that initially. The Vanderbilts, it was their name, the Vanderbilt family. I think the most expensive property still in the United States is a remnant from the Vanderbilt family. It was one of the guys built. Yeah, thank you, Frank. Yeah, the Vanderbilts. Yeah, yeah. It's so they had a lot of money, but they're gone and dead now. So who knows? There's still royalty too in Europe. I mean, some of them still live in these castles. I mean, you guys are over there, probably know that. And who knows what their actual wealth is? We have no idea. Their influence may be vast as well. I don't know. Might be involved in criminal organizations. Who knows? You ever wonder why every world power, even ones that hate each other, honor the Antarctic Treaty like it's sacred? Yet nobody bombs it because everyone knows what's under the ice is in human jurisdiction. Yeah, it's an interesting meme, man. Yeah, maybe that is a site of something anomalous we did find. I mean, around the world, again, you get sites like, I talk about this all the time, not that I'm an expert in it, but you get sites like Pumapuku and Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman, and you've got Giza, and there's so many megalithic sites that are really interesting. But again, maybe they found a couple down there that were more along the lines of what an advanced ancient civilization may have looked like. I mean, who knows? Yeah, it's extremely interesting to think about and talk about, though. Yeah. What about the guy that owns BlackRock? Who's that guy's name? Larry Fink. Well, he's the CEO. He runs it. BlackRock's a complicated entity. I mean, obviously, to some degree, it's above my pay grade to really analyze how BlackRock would be controlled, because there's even people in here who have investments with BlackRock. I mean, they represent a lot of people, and they're essentially just constantly trying to make more money and buy more assets. And so there's a base that they're representing. Some people have accused them potentially of essentially just stealing or using this money to eat up resources, and then, it's kind of a front, but I don't know. I don't know. It's still a concerning entity, but it's definitely, I think, a little bit different than some of the old money. But same with there's BlackRock, there's Vanguard, is State Street another one? There's a couple of these big investment firms that are crazy. And again, like, if everyone's ever played Armored Core knows the game is effectively the future is run. There's no countries anymore. There's no more democracy. Corporations just take over the planet, and they kind of carve the planet up into these different territories, and they run them. And that, honestly, that seems to be where we're going. Just my basic assessment. Also listening to people more intelligent than myself about this. It's like Jim Russell imposes his philosophy along with his wife and his children, read his biography and philosophy and honors it in what we might term as traditions, brother. Are we making a new tradition, brother? Yeah. Gloria Vanderbilt is Anderson's mommy. Oh, yeah. What a weird woman that is, man. Oh, my God. Very weird, yeah. Was there a new one, media, that just hit? Like another one just hit? What? No. They own everything. They even own each other. Well, man, it's just very disturbing. Was there another one? No, that was the old one that just hit, huh? Yeah, that must have just been from the other day, huh? Yeah, that was the one over in Russia, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was going to say, Jesus Christ, hopefully there's not another one that fucking hit. Goddamn, yeah. Kind of the same for a nation. Each generation draws on the collective wisdom of their ancestors. Each generation learns a new lesson, which is stored in the people, their stories, customs, culture, and traditions. Yeah, absolutely, man, yeah. And then what's happening now, I guess, that's the question, yeah. The problem with the current elite is that, as opposed to previous regimes, they have no love for their own nation, cultures, or traditions. They believe in the end of history and universal man. They definitely seem to be more interested in suck it dry. It's interesting, though, why. That's a good question to ask, really. Why is that? How did this happen? Like, why have they had this attitude? Where did this attitude come from of just suck it dry? I mean, there have been people like this in the past that have done this, and people ended up starting wars because they threw their countries into turmoil, and there was really no way out of it aside from going to war with a neighboring state. But it is interesting. There is an attitude that, and it probably started in the baby boomer generation. That's kind of really a lot of the people that are involved with running the world now. They do seem to have this attitude of kind of suck it dry. I don't know what it is. Obviously not everybody, but a lot of the elite are in that category now. Very few of them would be older than that. I mean, pretty much all of the old guards died off. So yeah, the end is near spring. Well, it is like, what do they know? That's kind of what I was getting at a little bit, where it's like, why is that attitude prevailing? Is it because I can tell you if you will listen? You mentioned to me before your theories. I mean, you have a TLDR already out, but yeah. But I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why that is the way that it is now. Is it some kind of? I don't like some people like Jordan Peterson look to the universities and how they potentially negatively affected people's philosophies in the West. This kind of postmodernist approach and moral relativist approach to things, and that this has been eroding away at the fabric of society and civilization and kind of the underpinnings of civilization. And it's I hear his argument, and you definitely see the influence of that to some degree. But again, there are people that have been involved in guiding and sailing the ship of state here in the West, and I do see. I don't know how influenced they were from the postmodernists. I think, again, their orientation is just suck it dry and fuck off. It's service to self through and through. And they do not seem to, and we don't know them either personally. Maybe they do feel like they have some responsibility. Maybe the other thing too is it just got too out of control. The population increase has been astronomical over the last century. It's been exponential, and maybe things just got out of control too, is the other possibility. So it wasn't necessarily one thing or another. It's probably a combination of things that have slowly eroded away the stability that we had for a very short period of time. Because, I mean, really, after 1945, and even pre the wars, there was still some stability here in the West. But it is kind of an illusion too. I mean, there's always been instability. It was really just post 1945 we've had stability at least in North America and in parts of Europe. Anyway, yeah. According to YouTube, oh yeah, she's just coming in there. Yeah, a little bit late, but yeah. 2 hours ago, he's late. He's a day late. Yeah. Stratovolcano farted. Oh my heavens. Big dirty, big mess. 7.4 quake and hardly any consequences. Yeah. Well, and those areas are pretty geologically active, though. Like, it depends how the plates are set up too. I know I've learned that from listening to people who know they're talking about the geology. Like, again, if it's like an 8+, honestly, an 8, I don't know when the last 8-point earthquake was even. Those are the ones when it starts to get a little bit sketchy, where you're like, oh shit. Like, you can search this stuff. Go to USGS. You go to earthquakes. Minimum 8.0. Modify search, see your results. Oh, we'll just put it like in the last, I don't know, 5 years. Put it back to 2020. Search. Not a lot. Very few. Yeah. Because human lives aren't long enough to truly care about the future unless they care about their children. Yeah. Today's elites are ruthless technocrats. No borders, no loyalty, no inheritance except control. Glock. Yeah. Yeah. That's maybe what the future is going to look like. Some people think so. Yeah. Yeah. What about life after death? There are some people in Silicon Valley that think they're going to be able to figure out through technology how to get around death. Again, you know, some of the arguments are a bit naive. Like, they rely on, their assumption is that consciousness is simply a process in the brain, that that's all we are, is just a process. And so then they think, well, okay, so we're just a biological computer, so then I can just upload myself into the matrix. It's like, well, we might not be that simple anyway, but that's what they think. So yeah. 80 years since the last war. Yeah. Maybe they know something we don't, which is why they don't care. That's kind of what I was getting at, Glock. Yeah. They could very well have learned something that we don't know a while ago. Maybe they learned it like in the 50s or the 60s. And maybe this trickled through these other groups and then they become aware. This gets into ufology and deep woo, by the way, but yeah. Maybe they learned some things about the future, potential future, that made them less interested in investing into it, right? Who knows? We don't know. Yeah. If ruthlessness is rewarded with wealth, money, and ultimately children, it's like evolution. Those traits will be dominant. Yeah. Remember Ted Williams' family fighting over his frozen brain? They think they can reanimate him later on. Oh my God, man. Yeah. I'd just be like, nah, like, just put that thing in the blender and then put her in the garden. That'll be much more useful, right, for the world, than to just leave it in there thinking they're going to come of anything. It's going to take about 20 minutes. Oh my heavens. And I want to say that Bode Lang, who made the video, is a Christian conservative. He's proclaiming this view as the closest to the truth. You don't have to agree, and frankly thinks he gets a little dogmatic about it sometimes, but he is right in his analyses is why liberals do what they do. They think nothing is true, which is why is trying to explain this series. Okay. We'll save it, man. Maybe we can go over it a bit later. I got some other stuff I want to go over here, but I'll definitely pull it up, and I can watch it myself too if we don't. I mean, it's not too busy yet. But that's effectively the TLDR of it, huh? Or is this just the same thing twice? Oh, okay, there's part one, and then here. Why liberals defend evil. Interesting. Why liberal beliefs are wrong. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting, yeah. The definition of liberal is an interesting choice of words too, though. I'd have to see what he means by that. Like modern, very extreme leftist type liberal, right? Like, not like classically liberal people, I don't think, right? Interesting, yeah. Well, that's kind of like what moral relativism and the postmodernists advocated for too, right? It's effectively, that's essentially it, yeah. Now, I am familiar with it. I am familiar with the argument too, yeah. Jordan has talked about this too, kind of ad nauseum. I've heard him go over this. I run into it too in the university system, and I know people have tried to put forward these arguments before, even in philosophy, around moral relativism, and I was never really a fan of it. There's some implications from it, obviously, yeah, that I don't think it's good, and I don't think it's even true. I think there's other things we can concern ourselves with, or there's other ways we can. Anyway, I mean about here, yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, listen, we'll maybe check it out later, 100%. Yeah. As you know, I'm involved in these conversations and arguments, and yeah. Defend evil because they are evil and insane, yeah. Compassion towards the cruel leads to cruelty towards the compassionate. These are interesting arguments. I love these. I do like these conversations. It's more philosophical, but a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. James 1:8. Interesting. Well, we see this going on in the UK at least right now, although not to get off the UFO stuff, but yeah. Evan Satt wrote a book about it called Kindergarten of Eden. Here's a speech of him talking about some of the points he makes in this book. Okay, interesting. Yeah, man. We'll pull it all up. Yeah. Interesting. Hating what's right, how the modern liberals winds up on the wrong side of it. Every issue. Okay, yeah. Unified field theory of liberalism. Interesting. Breaking new ground in a talk, even now seeing close to 100,000 people. Okay, I'm not familiar with any of these guys, but I'm familiar with some of the arguments. I know, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. If anyone's interested in that, there's definitely a lot of that talk going on right now. Let me tell you, yeah. Can't wait for the upcoming organic versus inorganic war, brother. Soon, yeah. Apparently, animals leaving Yellowstone. Yeah, we talked about that recently too, man. I don't know what that's about. It was a migration, is what people had said, but well, here's some woo, maybe. Because again, getting back to hypothetically, you want to like meme. What do some of the elite know? Are they aware that there's going to be some kind of a future that, well, there may not be a future at all? Is that something that they've been invested in, right? A narrative. How did they come to know this? Where does this all come from? I mean, I would obviously go back to fucking aliens probably, because how would humans ever know that? I don't know. I don't think maybe I have a hard time believing we would figure that out. So maybe they talked to aliens and the aliens told them that. In some of the woo, right? Like in the woo, like in remote viewing and ufology, abductees, that's something the aliens have always told people, that there's going to be a cataclysm in our future. Remote viewers have gone through this ad nauseum and run into this constantly. In those circles, it's known as the big event or the kill shot. But there's going to be an event in the future. And back in the day, it was referred to happening at some point after the millennium, turn of the millennium, the new millennium. So it was going to happen. Inevitably, there was no real explanation as to what was going to cause it, although some remote viewers thought that it was going to be a comet-like planet. So, yeah, 2 weeks to it. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we don't know. That's the TLDR on it, with all of it. And they're interesting memes. I've read through literally all of it, so all of you don't have to, I guess. I've gone through all of it. And at the end of it, I'm really none the wiser. Unless some of the stuff actually starts to play out, and then we'll come back to those talking points, I guess, specifically, depending upon what specifically happens. Anyway, speaking of disclosure of the phenomena, so this is something I touched on it yesterday just quickly, but it's been blowing up, and people have now been harassing Beatrice. Her name is Beatrice, right? People have been harassing Beatrice on Twitter, thanks to her colleague or her buddy who she was working with, who kind of let this slip. So the rumor, astronomer Beatrice Villarreal might have recorded proof of non-human intelligent life near Earth. Don't hold your breath, but at least remember the name in case she disappears. And I hope she doesn't. I have misinterpreted what this was about, so I thought I would read through the transcript quickly, because I thought this was pertaining to the Baltic Sea anomaly. So again, the team that she's been associated with is looking for evidence that this is more than just some kind of strange formation under the water, right? I think it's off the coast of Sweden. That it may be remnants from some alien craft. But anyway, so they're working with her right now, and they're trying to figure out what is this? Is this something anomalous? Is it technology? Is it some kind of ancient construction that was there before the Ice Age? So I thought that's what they were talking about, but that's not the case. So this is kind of a good compilation. God bless some of these people on Reddit who are good at just putting all this stuff together into a very neat package that I can read off of very efficiently. So Beatrice Villarreal is a researcher in astronomy at the Nordic Institute for Theoretical Physics, Nordita in Stockholm. She leads the Vanishing and Appearing Source during a Century of Observations VASCO project. And the ExoProbe project, the VASCO project searches for vanishing stars with the help of automated methods, as well as a citizen science project. Among the most interesting results from the VASCO project are the findings of anomalous multi-transients of unknown origin. ExoProbe, that is recently launched project. It is a recently launched project, aims to find and locate an extraterrestrial probe in the solar system. In 2012, Beatrice Villarreal received a Crawford Scholarship for Young Astronomers from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences for her research about quasars. In 2021, Beatrice Villarreal won the L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science Prize in Sweden for the VASCO project. 2022, she was selected as one of the 15 worldwide L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science International Rising Talents. 2023, she gave a TED Talk in Zurich on the topic why we should search for alien artifacts. In September 2023, she received Heterodox Academy's Open Inquiry Award for Courage. Very accredited, esteemed individual. My heavens, yes. Dennis Asberg is a Swedish underwater explorer, co-founder and CEO of Ocean X Team, best known for his 2011 discovery of the mysterious Baltic Sea anomaly alongside Peter Lindbergh. His company specializes in deep-sea expeditions to locate shipwrecks, historical artifacts, and unexplained ocean phenomena. Asperg continues to investigate underwater mysteries, including recent collaborations with Dr. Beatrice Villarreau on extraterrestrial intelligence research institutions like Stockholm University. So that's a background on who these people are. So, yeah, very interesting stuff. $2.50, bro. There you go. Is that two beers? Is $2.50 here? I guess it'd be $5 here. Oh my God. I guess you could probably get 2 piss-like beers here for that price. Yeah. But one decent beer is about $5 Canadian, which equates to about 35 cents American or something like that. Yeah. That's in Cambodia. Yeah. The what? So Dennis released a video claiming Dr. Beatrice Villarreau was successful in her goal of recording real scientific evidence of anomalous phenomena. He says a paper is being written currently, and Dr. Beatrice Villarreau will be the one to make the announcement, although he got ahead of her here and created a bit of a shitstorm, unfortunately, with his big mouth, I think. So he mentioned this in a video that the data was received last night relative to his recording, which was posted on July 20th, 2025. Assuming last night refers to July 19th, 2025, and considering the standard publishing process, here's a breakdown. This will be some time. Yeah, initial submission and peer review. So it can be anywhere from 50 to 276 days. So a long time. Now, there could be a pre-publication. She could make an announcement of this if she wanted to do that. So that could be a thing. I would say, personally, I mean, obviously you want to have a paper that comes along with an announcement, but you could do like the Caffrey Project, who supposedly has image structures under Giza with a new technique that has been tested before. They put out an announcement before the publication was ready for even some kind of pre-publication or release. So they just made an announcement on that and said, holy shit, look at this. And it's created hype. And then when he puts his paper out, it'd probably be a big deal. So I don't know if she wants to do that or not, but it might be worthy of it if this is like, but then you got to make sure that she's probably waiting for peer review to make sure that 100% what she's seeing here is something anomalous. So anyway, so I'll just quickly read through the transcript. Hello, everyone. Don't go away now. Don't go away. Don't switch away from me. This is important what I have to say. Incredibly important. I came home a little while ago after being at work at Stockholm University, where I worked together with Beatrice Villarreau as an astronomer. As you know, we work with the Baltic Sea anomaly and that object in the Baltic Sea, but Beatrice also works on finding life and intelligence in space, especially in the vicinity of Earth. When I came to work today, I know what Beatrice has come up with in data before, but this new data that she got today, or rather she got it last night, is completely insane. So I can't tell you everything now. I can't do it for certain reasons because this has to be presented in a scientific way as it is in the world. But what I can say is that it was part of the job today, but both Beatrice and I, we have a bit of a stomachache now. You could say now we know things that very few people know here on Earth. And we have, or the Beatrice and others have this scientific data that such things are happening around us for which there is data evidence. And these incredible things, so it's hard to put to words, but what will happen now, it's being worked on right now to be able to present in the future internationally then. So I guess she's just waiting. So she's going to wait for peer review before she goes further than anything. So been working on it for a while anyway, but the new data that's so incredible that you can hardly believe. I've looked at the data. Part of me can't grasp that it's been like that for a very long time. It has nothing to do with that. I became aware of it. It's not bullshit, 100% true. Then there was a purpose and the whole bit. Now you know a little, but more will come, I promise. She would tell it herself in her own words. We have to digest this ourselves, think about it yourselves. It's completely insane. It's hard to digest this. And I'm starting to think like, okay, now I understand why they've been silenced. More will come, I promise. So now I understand why they've been silenced. More will come, I promise. I'll continue tomorrow, as I said. We're going through the material. You'll have to use your imagination, but I can't go into details. Thanks for listening over and out. That's interesting. And if I didn't get that part from yesterday, so yeah. Shit, like to live money wasn't an issue. Colorado, brother. Actually, even here in a nicer place, but Colorado's another place, yeah. 2 weeks blip, yeah. Interesting. The what now? Don't hold your breath, but at least remember the knees' names in case it gets disappeared. Interesting statement, though. So, okay. Now I understand why they've been silenced. I mean, again, I think we've already got Jaime Shed who may have given us the TLDR on what's going on here. So, if we're gonna talk about Woo, and we're gonna place bets on Woo and stuff, I think this might make a lot of sense. So, yeah. Yeah. This is a YouTube interview with her. Very interesting. She was the same scientist that did the theory of the vanishing stars in the 50s. Yes, which was an interesting theory and read. Yeah. Yeah, we've gone over that before. Before we put any satellites up, right? That was her whole thing with it. So anyway, this guy had a video on it, but like honestly, we don't need to listen to someone just I'm doing this anyway. I'm doing what he's doing in this video. So I don't think he's heard anything, I'm assuming. Speculation, okay. No, he hasn't talked to anybody. Ontologically shocking data. No, he doesn't know anything, yeah. Hello, I'm Swedish and I know a little bit of Dennis' earlier work with these kinds of things. I just want to say the translation got a little bit wrong there. He actually says, I don't understand why this information hasn't come out yet. Not shouldn't. Just wanted to correct this. I know about Dennis's work in this earlier encounter in 1999. So I think he wants this information out. That's why he's been working with this for years. He found an anomaly years ago in the Baltic Sea, yes, and now wanted to get scientific proof so the world can learn about this. Okay, yeah. Translation is very good, but okay, it's a little bit there. Anyway, okay. Well, anyway, we'll find out what's going to happen with this at some point. So, yeah. The guy from Psychoactive spoke with them, apparently. Did he? He didn't say that in the title. I was like, did you watch it? Like, what did he say? Why can no one on this topic ever just say the shit they know? Why it's always got to be some kind of cock tease that's always on the horizon, it's earth-shattering, but I can't tell you nonsense. Fuck this guy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, if she's actually got hard data on something, then I would understand why she would want to wait to get it peer-reviewed, but that's when the government comes in and covers it up. Beatrice, you have to know that by now. That's why you just spill it out, right? Like, goddamn. Yeah, and that video, he spoke with them just the same, that they wouldn't tell him what it was about, but he makes the same assumption you do that it's related to her other work. Okay. Did he? Okay, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I imagine she's not going to be talking with anybody about any of it other than this guy, which she maybe even shouldn't have talked to, because then he made this video and started the shitstorm for her. So a lesson learned not to keep some things to yourself, maybe, but that's at least now we have this rumbling, but what is it objectively worth? Not a lot. But she probably full well knows that she seems like a very smart girl. She seems like a good person. So, yeah. To keep us entertained like the Colosseum in Rome until the day it fell. Yeah. God damn. Bread and circus, brother. That's it. That's one of my favorite memes, too. I know another friend of mine likes it as well. But bread and circus. You just got to give them bread and circus. Yeah. Is this our circus here? And is this our bread? Is this how they're getting us? Fuck. Is this how they've got us hooked in here? God damn it. Here I thought we were free. God damn it. Here, turn the music up a little bit. There we go, yeah. Well, it is what it is, you know? Like, except the Coliseum actually put on shows. They didn't just advertise that show is coming up in a few weeks. That's true. Bro, we got some shows. We got an egg on a stick. Remember the hype for that? Oh my God, remember that. God damn. Remember the hype? Remember the disappointment? I had 1,000 people in here. And I just remember thinking, like, oh my God, Ross, you've debated us. This is unbelievable. Like, I'm never going to recover from this. And I didn't. Yeah. We went with the last generation. But the generation beta is coming, brother. I have a son that's coming. Generation beta. All my buddies, too, have had kids. And they're all sons. They're actually all boys, and they're all betas. Yeah. So good luck to them, man. Don't worry, we survived 2012 Mayan calendar apocalypse. It's true. This is an addition to the Italian Post the other day that makes me wonder if that's why Trump wants to get ahead of announcing NHI. Well, he definitely needs to change the topic of Epstein. That's what's Drudge saying again here? Now they're on about the immigration camps. Migrants forced to eat like dogs, caged like chickens. Camera over toilet, Don. What are you fucking doing in here, brother? We're caged like chickens, says Italians in alligator Alcatraz. Why the fuck do they have Italians in there, for God's sakes? What the hell? FEMA camps raise alarm. It's interesting they're getting some use now. Alex, God, this is 10, 15 years past the time, but Alex had called this a while ago. Gay black judge to hear Trump's Murdoch lawsuit developing. My heavens. Yeah, they desperately need to change the narrative. Here's something that would do it. Yeah. Jesus, what would be peer reviewed that would be so earth shattering or reality changing? Why would you just release an info straight away? It doesn't sound like they found a new exoplanet or something. No, I don't know, Nick. I mean, it might be some kind of. So they were looking at anomalous objects flying around like UAPs potentially. I know she was initially looking through older captures that predated any kind of satellite launches, but like back at Harvard, there was a program through their telescope that she was looking through their slides, which interestingly, many of which were destroyed by, I forget what his name was, but some asshole that ended up being a part of the cover-up in the end. Surprise, surprise. But, I mean, she may just want, listen, I'm assuming what she's interested in doing is, like this, no, I don't know who she is really, but she seems like a nice person. She probably wants, this could be like a Nobel Prize or something, right? You got to think. Like the first scientist to actually get definitive proof of alien life, whether it's from a UAP that is actually a ship or a craft or evidence of something, that's a big deal. And so you're going to want to go through the necessary proper channels to solidify that find, and having it published in a reputable journal everything's been peer reviewed. That would put you up for your Nobel Prize or whatever you're looking for, right? In your equivalent field to be recognized, your name etched into history properly, right? Maybe putting an announcement out preemptively might jeopardize that, or other people will get onto this. Whatever she's doing, I'm assuming not a lot of people know about it. So that might be her intention behind that, just because she wants to make sure everything's done properly, so she gets the credit too. So because that happens all the time. A bunch of assholes swoop in and try and take the credit. So yeah. I don't think Trump will reveal anything related to NHI. The vaccines were actually multi-generational sterilization, tinfoil. I hope not, brother. I unfortunately had to take the initial shots, and I did not become sterile, thankfully. So, but if you've taken 7 or 8 of them, then I can't speak to the state of your ball sack. So, if I'm ever in a position where I'm in throwing distance of Ross, you better believe I'm having a crate of eggs on hand. Oh, fuck, brother. Jesus. Yeah, he didn't really recover very well from that ever, did he? His reputation, but that happened to him before, I guess, before he got onto the UAP stuff. Something happened and he kind of jeopardized his reputation, but it's a dice roll, man. Like, that one was a bad, like, someone should have talked to him and been like, brother, you don't hype people in this community up. Like, you're dealing with a lot of jaded motherfuckers. And we just finally got a glimmer of hope with, Dave Grush in your interview. You're going to, he didn't understand what he's getting into. Yeah. Let's be honest, I'm open to aliens being gods, aka our makers, but try telling that to a hardcore Christian or Muslim, etc. They would refuse to believe it. Oh yeah, exactly. I think they're demons. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree, man. Yeah, there definitely is a concern for ontological shock among those. We forget that is the majority of people on planet Earth. Like, of the 8 billion people, we are in an extreme minority that are looking at this objectively. There's a lot of people out there that just have no idea, right? So, yeah. You'd be surprised how many deeply religious people already believe in non-human intelligences, angels, jinn, fallen beings, watchers. Scripture is full of entities from elsewhere that intervenes in human affairs. Language is different, but the category is the same. I guess that's a good argument. 4 o'clock, I guess. I mean, I think we're probably talking about like fundamentalists, but it's some, like, for instance, like the Hindu people absolutely are all on board. If you go to India, I've run into people like this that they're like, well, yeah, like, sounds like this is potentially, these stories may actually have been visitors from somewhere else. Who knows? They're much more open to that stuff. I think probably in some of these Islamic countries, and even like deeply fundamental Christians along the Bible Belt, I would bet they'd have a hard time with it still, personally. But I think there's a good amount of people that would be able to cope with it. But I think there's a lot of people out there that I think we do underestimate the level of courage this takes to face this stuff, honestly, but also just I don't know what. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily due to like intelligence or anything. I think it is just due to people just not really having any interest in these kinds of conversations. They're more wrapped up in their own life, and their own ontologies don't really involve ETs and higher spiritual realms the ETs are a part of, or yeah. Why would they have fertility issues? Well, inflammation. Edge was one of the reasons I'd heard that people, after they got it, well, because what happened was, and I do know a little bit about this because I spent the time to listen to people that know what they're talking about. When they injected into the site, the claim from the pharmaceutical companies and the scientists was that the spike was going to stay in the injection site, do its thing, and then it was going to be removed. Your immune system was going to deal with it. What actually happened, unfortunately, was the spike ended up going around the body into people's organs, into their hearts, into their brains, into their balls, and caused a lot of inflammation. And the immune response on top of that in those areas was particularly bad. So that's why people were having cases of like myocarditis, because it entered into the heart, and it should not have done that. And if they knew it was going to do that, it probably would have never been authorized to have been allowed. But anyway, to have been released. So that's people's balls swelled up, and it caused some fertility issues. Yeah, not everybody, but some people. I don't know where I had my issue. Hopefully, it's not my fucking brain. So I have no idea. And maybe you're lucky and you didn't have. Some people didn't have any issues at the time. I was very much aware of what I may have just done to myself. And so I had a whole protocol I was on to be like, fuck, all anti-inflammatories, no drinking. Like, I got a bunch of nattokinase. I got a heart health supplement just in case there was any fibrin buildup. All that. I was all on top of the whole thing right after. So I don't fucking know. But anyway, yeah. So this mutation is caused by the vax. Yeah. Well, the mRNA is gene editing. My guess is males are given one female. Yeah, there's pushback in the gene editing media big time. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily gene editing is a hell of a claim. Yeah, I don't think that's been probably. There's definitely some communicators in the space that I think are more grifters than anything else. There we go. Robert Malone's a good resource. He's a good person to listen to. He was one of the architects of the mRNA tech. He gave a pretty good breakdown as to like what the genuine concerns are. Yeah, gene editing. I don't think gene editing is. I've seen some of those papers, and I've seen people talk about them and reference them, and they take it a bit too far. Same with like graphene was another one, graphite or graphene, nanographite, something like that. But they were claiming that it was like destroying people's DNA, and no. Like there's all these other people that came in with all these crazy theories, and they had really no proper argument for them. They were trying to sell something. There's a lot of people like that. So yeah, makes sense to the elites didn't take it or took fake ones. Maybe there's a lot of people that did take it though. There's a lot of people that did. I think it was, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether it was some kind of an intentional meme. It may have just been incompetence. I have no idea, but there was definitely some genuine concerns and issues without getting into things like gene editing. And I think that was one of the genuine concerns around it that I know that I'd seen someone talk about. Yeah. You take the vaccine despite the intense pressure for me to take it, but it protected me and my family from it. Well, you're very smart, man. Yeah. That was for people that didn't need it. Absolutely. Yeah. That was definitely a good call. Yeah. I unfortunately was in a situation where I felt extremely pressured to, and I gave to it. In the end, I didn't want to lose everything. And then I lost everything anyway. So it's funny how that happens. Yeah. My mom's hair is curly now from being on IVIG for years. The influence, brother, yeah, that can happen with some of this stuff. Yeah. These medicines, medications, yeah. The elites continue their bloodlines so they kill us useless peasants. That is a genuine concern that some people just are far too naive to consider. But yeah, that is another genuine concern that, the hyper elites, who we should refer them as, not just the elite, but because technically anybody that's a multimillionaire would be considered probably an elite individual. You're in an extremely small bracket, right? Globally, wealth. But the hyper elite are the ones that, yeah, I mean, to be genuinely, there's people who have had eugenic philosophies that had a lot of money back in the 70s, the 80s, talk from these groups like the Club of Rome. I mean, some of these people had openly bragged about how, yeah, well, we should really lower the population, and we're the ones in position of authority to do this. And there are psychopathic people out there, and like now with AI, man, it's a genuine going concern that there could be groups of people that want to do so. They release a virus to lower the population. Whether they actually know that's the best thing or not, it wouldn't take a lot of people to facilitate something like that. I don't know. Seen huge kind of fried squid kind of substance from a blood clutch in the legs. It was caused by the vax. Yes. Yeah. Well, the DNA changes are something, you have to dig into, but yeah. This is another crazy experiment of technocrat Karenocracy regime. Oh, Jesus Christ. It was fibrin buildup. It was fibrin is what it was. Yeah. Which we know, again, this is a paper that came out a little while ago, probably like last year, 2 years ago. But it was a buildup of fibrin in people's blood, which was due to damage to blood cells, is what had caused it from the vax. And so the fibrin built up in their veins to the degree like that it ended up becoming these giant masses, and it clotted and then caused blood clots in the legs and their arteries and their brains. But that was a known side effect, not just from the medicine, but from the virus itself. The virus itself was known to cause this. It was dangerous to get because it can cause it to happen. It was known to cause strokes, like aneurysms, even like if it's clogged, right? All the different arteries. So that's why people were on nattokinase, because nattokinase it's from natto, this fermented bean that they eat in Japan, and it's from. Is it Okinawa? There's certain areas of Japan that eat it religiously, and they're famous for never having any issues at all with clotting. There's no strokes, there's no aneurysms, there's no heart attacks, there's no blood clots, there's nothing. And they attribute that to their diet of fish and natto, and that those two things are very good. So I was pounding the fish oil, and I was taking the heart health supplement that had natto in it throughout this entire debacle after the fact, because I was like, ain't no fucking way this is happening to me. Whether that did anything or not, I don't know. But that's what it was. That's what the masses were. Yeah. Anyway, there's papers out there now covering this, but media just wants to forget about this whole thing. So Georgia Guidestones, cameras everywhere. No idea who blew them up. Yeah, under 500 million, brother. That's a low amount. Yeah, immediately tore down the investigation, shut down. Yeah, a neighbor nurse was posting the clots. He was pulling it out on Facebook, and it was insane. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. A lot of older people and a lot of people who were in poor health or like smokers but it was undoubtedly happening in young people too. It's genetics, right? It's some people maybe were fortunate and they didn't have any issues from the spike or whatever, but other people weren't as fortunate, and then they ended up having these things happen. And I don't know. The real scary thing is like the damage to people's organs that could have happened from the spike protein. Anyway, it's a dark conversation. I know Twitch doesn't like to have it, so we probably shouldn't even have it here, honestly. But yeah, the old warnings about messing with nature was a warning about DNA editing. CRISPR, brother. See, everyone's gonna have purple hair soon. Yeah, actual. They're not gonna be dye anymore. It was the biggest transfer of wealth. That's the real thing. Yeah, huge sums of tax money given to the rich people on Earth, and what does rich people do with that? Even the money they buy assets. Exactly, man. Driving up the price, inflation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, printing the money too, right? That's the other thing absolutely, yeah. That's really the big thing, and that's where people point to, like, well, if you want to look at the big conspiracy, it's like, well, look what they used, whether they caused this, which, listen, it's perfectly possible that there's a group of people that facilitated this to happen. It's not that complicated. I mean, well, it is and it isn't, but Wuhan been playing around with these viruses, tons of labs that have been, but Wuhan was one of them. I mean, how many people would it take to let something like that out? Right? I mean, we have no idea. It very well could have been an intentional release. And that's something that no one talks about, that we do have to consider, unfortunately. And that no one ever wants to talk about this in the media, especially, that there are bad people in the world. They're out there. They exist, unfortunately. And there's potential that it wasn't an accident. And if it wasn't an accident, guess what? It could happen again. And then that's what it gives people big time anxiety. As it probably should. But then if you don't have the courage to face that potential, we're going to run into the same problem again and again and again. And look at history. That's what this is. Yeah. The bad people run the media. Oh man, it's just, well, like, fuck. I mean, maybe the people that run the media were involved in owning the media, were involved in doing this. I don't know. Right? Again, it's like there's all these rich boys and girls clubs out there and we're not fucking in them. Yeah, brother. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. This is the alternative media. Too bad I don't much influence with 23 people here. Now, if I had 2,300 people, I'd probably be banned on Twitch. So, from just talking about what we talked about, yeah. It wasn't just that, it was all the lies. My uncle got COVID, went to the hospital. They would give him no meds, nothing but a ventilator that he died on. Oh, fuck, man. But rich people got the cocktail of drugs and it worked. Yeah. It's terrible, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. I've heard stories of that even here in Canada. People were not given very good care. Yeah. If zombie movies and COVID taught me anything, I don't care if I'm dying. I'm not entering a hospital ever. Oh, Jesus. Hospital. There's lots of miraculous things in hospitals, brother. There's lots of miraculous medicines. Like if you have a heart attack now, you know, the ambulance will come and they'll give you all kinds of things like statins. Like they'll have you fixed up and you'll survive it, man. Both my grandfathers died very young. My mom's dad died when he's 58, and my dad's dad died when he was, I think, like 59, that's pretty fucking young. Like, again, you know, that buddy I always bring up, but the guy I know, he's 100 years old. I'm like, man, and he's still walking around, hanging out, making violins and cellos and like doing his thing, like driving the car, living his life. I was like, in the context of that guy, that's like the ideal life, I feel like. That's pretty fucking, that's like halfway through your life. Just over. I'm like, that's not very, like, you know, like my parents were like 18 when their parents died. I was like, fuck, man, that's way, way too young. So, yeah. Don't worry, you see me, brother. Thank you. I see you too, brother. I guess you physically see me is the difference, but we see each other in some way, yeah. We're all here. We're just trying to find better outlets for information, right? That's the big thing. Trying to cut through the slop. There's a lot of slop. There's a lot of misinformation, and it's really obnoxious. And then, you know, content creators too get themselves into these issues where they align themselves with these different platforms that don't really allow for actual free and open conversation. Which is why when I inevitably get banned on Twitch for conversation like this, I'll move over to Kick. Move over to old Kick, the old train wrecks and all the boys, gamble all day, but I'll try and have a little bit more interesting conversation than just chucking $100,000 at fucking loot boxes, for Christ's sake. So anyway, but at least, you know, that's the only thing about those boys, you know, they're just like, fuck it. Like, I don't give a fuck, talk whatever. Same with Rumble, they're like, we don't give a fuck, you know. 5G, there's no COVID, it's all 5G. Like, they're the only people that are allowing David on there. I was like, holy Christ. Like, the Wild West. I do have respect, although I don't know about that narrative personally, but I do respect that they allowed that shit to go on. I was like, I don't think Trump will reveal anything related to NHI. I don't know, man. I don't have any faith in him. I have really never had a lot of faith in him. I had a hope in him a long time ago. Like, let's say back in 2016, that maybe he was the product of a group of people that got together and they were managed. Like, my hope was that there was a group of intelligence people that got together that realized the world's incredibly corrupt. And they finally got somebody who doesn't have a lot of strings attached to run, and they're managing him. What's happened in more of the recent years is probably that I've realized that maybe that was something that happened initially, but Don's out there on his own making a mess everywhere he goes. And I don't have a lot of faith he's going to fix things either or do any of that. No. I hope that he still does. That he's a wild card that would, you know, look at the fucking news cycle and be like, I'm done with this Epstein stuff. Just release all the UFO files. He's our guy still that would do that. He would make a mess to cover up a bigger mess. He would drop a slop bucket that's even bigger than the Epstein slop bucket. And Don, brother, there's only one, and it's the fucking alien one. And you gotta just empty the bucket right now. I hope that's what happens. Yeah. When they ban you, Jim, I'll leave Twitch for good. Fuck. Well, man, listen, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people leaving Twitch at some point, I think. So, yeah. Have you considered streaming on both platforms? I'm on all three right now, Glock. Yeah. If you click on my, I just edited my links again. You can go to my link tree, but I've got Kick and YouTube. I'm live streaming to Kick and YouTube both right now. YouTube would ban me instantaneously for any of this stuff. It's because literally no one watches on YouTube, but the VODs are saved on YouTube now, so I don't have to save them. So if anyone wants to go back and watch the VODs, they're on YouTube forever. That's why I'm doing it, simply for that reason alone. But yeah, I'm on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. I tried to set up TikTok to stream, dude, but it's too fucking obnoxious. And honestly, I don't know about TikTok. I've been posting clips and stuff to TikTok, and actually some of them have been getting some views, but I don't think I really want to stream there. I don't trust the CCP. I talk too much shit about Xi Jinping. I'm going to get a mosquito drone flying through my window and blowing my head up. Yeah. Wait until he's at office. Yeah, it's true, though. Yeah. He dropped this instead. Oh, the Martin Luther King files. Yeah. Oh, what? The fuck?
President Donald Trump has triggered a political firestorm after posting an AI-generated video depicting former President Obama being arrested
I love that he gets this
inside
swap
the
into
Oval
the news
Office.
cycle now.
This controversial clip,
should be in my link
shared
tree,
by
man,
Trump's
just a
blog
second.
on Truth Social, shows a hyper-realistic video of Obama being handcuffed and led away by federal agents in the same office he once occupied as Commander-in-Chief. This video from Trump has sparked criticism for the US president, with the move actually being called deeply irresponsible because this
Where's the video?
did not come with any
The FBI lockout. He's smiling. The FBI. Oh man, the AI is just, that's unbelievable. What? She's got those glasses? She got a sleeping mask on. Oh my God. Well, they just recently were, Tulsi Gabbard's going to testify potentially election interference at Barack. Holy fuck. That Barack had engaged in during Trump's re-election cycle. And they thought that may be worthy of him becoming arrested. So that's why no one is above the law. That's why he was doing that. Because he was working behind the scenes to interfere with them. Yeah. Unbelievable, huh? Here's the link tree here, man. I don't know if it's on there or not, but you can see... I put all, this is what some people are doing now. I just put, you click on the kick thing, and then it'll obviously go to me talking about this right now, but that's it right there, yeah. One viewer. One viewer kick. Yeah, it's like, no, I don't, I need to do up the channel too. I haven't fucking done anything with it, so, yeah. But yeah, that's it there. I might have to update the Twitch page. I think the link tree's up there. I don't fucking know though, but yeah, that's essentially it. Everything's up there, all the stuff, yeah. Yeah, they did spy on Trump campaign, which is legal. They did that too, didn't they? Right? They forgot about that. Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, Xi Jinping. Oh yeah, I remember this, man. This is from a little while ago.
If you go in to Ukraine with Obama and Moscow, I'm telling you, I have no
Holy
choice.
fuck!
The public. So he goes like, I don't believe you. He said no way, and I said way, and then he goes.
He said no way. I said way. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of you. Oh my God. It's oh God, Jesus. Anyway, he probably believed him in that moment though. He said, you know what? Now I believe you actually. I said way. Holy fuck, man. Like,
but the truth is, he believed me 10%. And I told you this, he believed me 10%. Then I'm with President Xi of China, but I said the same thing to them. I said, you know, if you go into Taiwan, I'm going to bomb the out of Beijing. He thought I was crazy. He said, Beijing, you're going to bomb me. I said, I have no choice. I got to bomb them. With that, the world.
Holy fuck. I don't think they doubt for a second that he'd be psychotic enough to do something like that. 3 a.m. still up, still on the toilet tweeting. Gets the call, says, oh my God, they invaded Taiwan. Nukes. Instantly hit the red button. They probably believe him. Even Putin right there, you can tell just looking at him. He's just like, yeah, he's crazy. He's crazier than I am. He'll do it. Yeah. Is that what's keeping us safe though? Maybe. I don't know. Isn't that a crazy thing? Way out of the deal. Yeah. He did bomb Moscow though. No, Ukraine bombed them following the weekend. Massive attack in their capital. Did they just recently? They did like a month ago. And undoubtedly, Ukraine is getting support from NATO. And NATO obviously is heavily reliant on the US. Like, I don't know, what is it? Like 75% of the bills they foot? Like, well, YouTube gang now. Oh, brother, fucking thank you. Welcome. Yeah. I do post some clips and stuff and shorts on there too. I've been trying to use YouTube shorts and TikTok the last couple weeks. I've been fucking around with DaVinci making shorts. So you can see some of the slop I've been working with. Obviously, they're pretty rough, but I'm not an editor, so yeah. Top comments are gold. No, I could just imagine. Like, there's no way Putin said no way. Yeah. I can't filter by what? Top? I don't know, I'm not getting really good ones. Yeah. And they went into Ukraine, and Taco did nothing but blame the victims. Yeah. He said no way, and I said way. Yeah. That's kind of the big meme. It's like just that kind of. Oh God. Like, you know, again, Don ran a business empire. Vladimir's been involved with a lot of sketchy shit and has killed I don't know how many people. He's undoubtedly probably killed people with his bare hands too back when he's KGB. So, but then he's still looking at Don like this guy. I don't know about this guy. I guess there was that Shane Gillis bit I remember in one of his stand-up specials he did on where was it at? I can't remember where it was, what the operation was, but they killed a terrorist. And it was during Trump's last presidency. He came out and he gave this press conference about how the guy cried like a baby as robots blew through the wall and a bunch of attack dogs tore him into a million pieces. I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking psychopath. He wasn't president when Russia entered Ukraine. Who? Putin wasn't president? Well, was he? Well, he was sick, wasn't he? He was. Well, yeah, man. I think he's been running that show there for a while. Yeah. Oh, Trump. Okay, I was talking about Putin. I was like, he was dealing with cancer, I think, initially when it happened, but he's still running the show there. Yeah. Yes. No, he wasn't. Yeah. Well, it was Biden. Yeah. Well, I know Trump claimed that he was going to try and stop them from doing it, but I don't know. I don't think anything was going to stop those guys from going in there and doing that. Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, here's some other slop. This is kind of what's in the title. So obviously I'm a huge fan of Skinny Bob. My dog's barking. I don't know if someone's going to deal with that or not. New claims that Skinny Bob was part of a canceled J.J. Abrams project. Thanks to You America for pointing out the thread. So I think there's two claims here. There's two videos. I don't know if this is pertaining to the same thing or not. But this is a recent breakdown by somebody here. So here is the thread here. For clarification, so far these are unverified claims without any evidence. My opinion, if someone only talks about Skinny Bob but has mentioned the other Ivan 0135 videos, is an indication to me that the claims are rather incorrect. Interesting. So this is supposedly what someone has claimed. Abrams' second set team created it. It was for a scrapped film, refound footage that led to the numbers stations that were still being operated. The idea was to have a massive online viral campaign of leaked footage that was in sync with the film, era, general folklore, mystery box, but not directly related to the plot. The film was eventually scrapped. The Skinny Bob reel was not even fully completed. It was a sort of test reel by the second set. During this time, Abrams dropped the project immediately in order to work with Spielberg on Super 8. Neither he nor his second set who created it ever took credit for it because legally they couldn't. The studio owned all the work, even the test stuff. One of the set guys threw it up online, though. The film was going to take place in the Dharma Initiative universe, if I remember correctly, and the plot was full of your typical American post-war folklore. There was another reel being worked on for it, too, that had footage of the supposedly disbanded Soviet space shuttle secretly operating in orbit, releasing a payload filmed by an astronaut on Skylab. Skinny Bob wasn't even ever finished for the campaign, as the film was dropped during this early concept of blitzing and an online hype. I think originally it was supposed to end with the fictional Dharma Initiative, like a mysterious vintage project, end card included, which they all were. I remember this, the operative burn footage, and a third, which I don't think was ever started, all were supposed to tie into a movie. But it was some kids crack a number station they could pick up on an old long-wave radio in the 80s. Project evolved into Super 8, so the burn footage was real. Reel was completed alongside Skinny Bob. It wasn't polished or finalized either. I don't believe it was ever leaked, but I may be wrong. There you go. And I'm not sure if I want to put anyone at risk of being nailed by Paramount's very aggressive legal team, because it's possible they're still holding the rights, and its leak, while funny, was a breach by the production company's employee who was still employed in the industry and a good friend for 20 years. That said, I believe there have been several references made to this project, and you could probably dig it up. Its existence online, if I remember correctly, the film had a goofy, unrelated working title that sounded like a rom-com, which is very interesting. So this is kind of a trust me, bro. This guy's tuned deep into Skinny Bob to just take these statements as fact. Now, I had mentioned this myself, though, that there was another claim that this was a product of a canceled project, and then the person that speculated it was actually for some woman in South America or South Africa, but it was another production company. But maybe there's a tie-in with that. I don't know. But anyway, so that was one of the claims that someone had made, that this was actually something was made for another project that was canceled, but it was out of South Africa. I haven't ever heard this before, but this is somebody claiming it was something for, what's his name again? The guy that did the Star Trek films. What the fuck's his? Oh my God. I just fucking had it here. How could I? Right. Oh, J.J. Abrams. Right. J.J. Abrams. Yeah. Yeah. In other words, trust me, bro. Skinny Bob at Area 51 at the moment.
Hey!
What are you doing?
Oh, what? Oh my god, I'm gonna get in trouble. Hey!
Is that's somebody in makeup, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's in makeup, right? Is he in makeup or is that AI? Holy fuck, I can't tell. His teeth is the only thing I looked at. It looks like he has a real mouth, but Jesus Christ, is it AI? God damn. Fuck. And very interesting claim at least. So here it is here. There you go. So this is simply a comment here. Whistleblower claims Skinny Bob is real. We went over this recently. So there's a guy that claims he saw it in a skiff in 2008, just in a secure facility. I think he was just a Marine. I don't know how the other guy in the facility, he was just slightly above him in rank, had access to this video. So that claim already kind of leads me to believe that might be bullshit. But he also initially talked to Linda Moulton Howe in 2021, made several claims. This is it here. This is the comment. Interesting. I'm not sure if I wanted to put him at risk. Okay. So anyway, Intensive Porpoise is the guy here. But he has this breakdown, I guess, of... Anyway, is it worth any more than that? I don't know. Is the footage interesting? Yes. Is it probably fake? Probably. Is it still, like, well done? Yes, clearly. It's very well done. I think it's extremely well done. It's probably, like, the best alien, like, body footage that we have. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert in fucking CGI. I have no idea. But I think if there's CGI involved, there's definitely probably a real person there, too. But, again, you know, I don't know enough about it. 2011, I think hearing from other people that are experts in it, they clearly did a very good job in the figure. Is there a possibility it's real? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. The most asked question in the future, is this real or is it AI, brother? Oh, right now, man, yeah. Like, yeah, if someone only talks about Skinny Bob and doesn't mention the other Ivan videos, it's an indication the claims are rather incorrect. Could be. Maybe, yeah. Maybe he wasn't aware of them, man. Yeah, maybe he just was aware of the one video, and yeah, maybe it's a government agent trying to spread disinformation. Now, there's always a possibility. Who knows, right? He's got the family vacation was the other one, which showed two figures walking towards a camera, and then there are what are the other ones? There's the other one that I think there's just a video with writing in it. I think, right? Ivan 0135 Skinny Bob. Family vacation. Oh, it's just that's pertaining to the documents, and then this is the craft flying around over someone's summer home. That's the craft flying by. I don't know. No way of telling if that's. Oh, right, this one, yeah. This is the only thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because this would be like if we were going to go and pick it apart as indicators potentially why it's fake. This is Skinny Bob here, actually, standing outside the craft. And I don't know if he explicitly stated this or not, but a crash survivor. Now, is this Roswell? I don't think that we know of, they had footage on scene taking video, but we don't know. He died. And then there's one of the corpses. My dad's UFO story. I was going to keep that for later. I meant to pull that up again. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you're the government agent. You have a suspiciously military look about me. I regret shaving my head. I am letting it grow back, actually. I'm letting the top grow back in. I look better with longer hair on the top. I like the side short, but like I need longer hair. So I've decided I'm letting the top grow in now. Yeah, I gotta do Jerry curls or something. Like no government agent worth their salt would have those nowadays. So just so you guys know, I'm not part of the cover up. Working with CSIS here in Canada. Undoubtedly CSIS has gone through some of my emails, but not that I'm fucking literally anybody important in any way, shape, or form, but yeah. What's that clicking sound? The good question. That's one of the critiques of the video, actually. It's here, let me just go back to it. It's like old style camera. A lot of like, there's been people have sifted through this like ad nauseum, these videos, and there's definitely like an old timey overlay they put on top of everything. And on top of that, there looks like there's like another kind of old time kind of camera overlay. So like discerning what we're actually looking at, it'd be a really good way to hide if this was fake, like these craft, because you could obfuscate like the model, like the render, like, you know, so you can make it like, you can hide it essentially. Same with these scenes here, like you could hide the CGI. I don't know. Like this, that looks kind of very much more sus to me. Those images, like of the craft and stuff there, but who knows? Yeah. Commander of Highland 49. It's a fake sound of a real someone added. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if did they know this, that 100% it was a fake sound they added to? Or I don't know. I mean, if it's a fake video, all of it is fake, right? But people that were trying to argue it was real potentially still are saying that this overlay here, see the background, like that effect, like all of the spotting and whatnot, that is an overlay. So that's been overlaid on top of this video. But yeah, fuck, I don't know. It's one of those things, it's like, ultimately I'm agnostic about it. I was going to play this little video here and see what this guy thinks here. As someone who's been in graphic design for many years as a hobbyist, it looks like CGI. The blink moves exactly like CGI. There was no AI in 2011, but there was CGI. There you go. You don't need to check if it was made by AI because the video was released before AI video generation. This guy doesn't really know does he know what he's talking about? Yeah. District 9 came out 2 years before Skinny Bob and had some scenes that were made in 2003, 2004 that cost nothing to make as only 2 people put it together. Still stands today as some of the most realistic looking footage. When people say Skinny Bob would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make, they're thinking about movie making where a team of animators spent 40 hours a week working to a tight deadline. The scenes from District 9, originally for 2005 short called Alive in Joburg, cost nothing because it was the director and his friend just working at home for 2 years. That's a good point too. Yeah. So, interesting. Yeah. CGI and AI are different. Don't get it twisted. Okay. So I don't know. This doesn't really seem like. But now, what do you think? This guy doesn't really know what he's talking about then, honestly. He's just trying to AI generate a real image. Brother, it's not fucking AI generated. It's from 2011. Okay, no, this guy doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Anyway, he's not tapped into it. Yeah. It was a good movie, man. Yeah. You think Skinny Bob's real, Glock? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if I were to place a bet, I would place a bet that it's fake, personally. But if someone were to ask me what's like the most compelling footage of an alien on the internet, I say, well, Skinny Bob. That's why I meme it here all the time. Skinny Bob, 100%. I mean, Skinny Bob is absolutely the most compelling. It's a meme now too, like because of it was a really successful just campaign. Like he just kind of dumped it and that was it. And it created all this mystery. But if I were to place a bet, I'd probably place a bet it's fake. But is there real footage that exists? I don't know. Genuinely don't know. I don't know either one way or the other. I mean, that would just be simply my bet. You'd have to have, I would rely on somebody who was involved in film creation and CGI to do a proper dissertation to explain in detail why it's fake. And there's some people out there that have kind of done that. There's the people that have looked into it have been more agnostic, like that buddy who did the website. He honestly, at the end of it all, thought that it was still interesting. There have been some content creators that are involved in CGI that have said, oh yeah, it's obviously fake and stuff. But I would like to see them do like a deeper dissection of it, probably. But do they want to allocate the resources to do that? Probably not. Like if they think that they see something in there that indicates that it might be fake, then they're probably done with it. So yeah, we're never really going to know with 100%. I mean, unless somebody finds the assets or somebody comes out that was involved in making it, right? So maybe it's for the best, or it kind of has this mystery element to it. It still remains as a meme. So yeah, Skinny Bob has always looked like bad CGI to me, but who knows? Maybe it's real. Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I think there's elements of it that look like it's good though, like the actual character. I mean, I'm not an expert in it though, right? Like some of the critiques of it, like the actual video. Where is it here? I'll pull this back up. Here. Oh, where the fuck did it go? Did I still have this open? Oh, I don't know what the fuck I did. Oh, it's right here. Okay, sorry, it's right here. Just a second. I'll go back to the actual main video itself, but like, there, like it's still like some of it still looks impressive. Like they put a lot of work into it. I think they still put a lot of work into it. If it's fake, then you know. Like there was something about like the forehead moving too. Like this capture here looks really good. This render of it here looks really good. Like I've seen somebody do an analysis of it who worked in CGI on. You can find a couple of them on YouTube that said like, holy shit, like they were convinced this part of it here may have actually been, as they go up, may have been someone in a suit even. And then they've added CGI on top of it, but yeah. Interesting though, one way or the other, yeah. Yeah, I know nothing about it, but based on the footage alone, I'd say it was fake. Yeah, going forward, video evidence of UFO will never hold up because we have AI. True. Yeah, there's some details in that part of the beginning that are really weird. Yeah, that full body shot is the one I think that I remember some of the guys that were analyzing it were like, oh shit, like, so you know, it probably was involved in. That's where like that claim that it was a part of some production and it never went anywhere would make more sense because it maybe be a little bit more than CGI. Potentially involved in this, yeah. Its head movement makes it look fake, yeah. There was a guy who I remember who did a if you speed it up, it looks a bit more natural, he had said. Whether they had slowed it down initially to make it look fake, or if you put it to 1.25 times. Even the eye movements look a little bit more realistic when you speed it up. But then if he turns his head right there, it still looks like fucking kind of sus, like. But at 1.25 times speed, it looks more natural. The movement looks more natural. But the movements still seem like pretty rigid. Like someone said like fucking like Reboot or some shit. Like he's moving like Bob from Reboot. Everyone knows that reference. Like hexadecimal Enzo fucking Reboot. But yeah, it looks a little bit more fluid when it's sped up to 1.25 times speed. But even the blinking looks a little bit more sped up. Like natural, but yeah, who knows, right? I have no idea. We're not going to figure it out. Yeah. Muscle movement and face pretty accurate. All the eye reflection is up to the contrast. He also shifts his weight into one leg. He's leaning at one side like we do sometimes. Yeah, there's a lot of details. Yeah, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that Crim 6. I think didn't someone bring that up as a point? I can't remember. You can watch some of the breakdowns online. There's some people who have obviously worked in CGI that know it. And again, like even they, some of them were like, don't know. I mean, possibly like it's knowing anything like this with 100% conviction. There's always that wiggle room, like, and it may not be. That's the thing. It's we can't necessarily declare it's going to be one. It's just CGI. It's like, well, it could be more complicated than that. It could be an actor with CGI. It could be a bunch of shit. Like there could be maybe there's one piece of footage out of all of this that is actually something real stitched together. We have no idea, right? I think it's definitely something that's a hot topic still. So don't forget, only problem that it leaked way before 2011. That was just the first time someone uploaded it to YouTube, so it's definitely older. Well, that's what we don't know, right, man? I mean, we have no idea. That's when Ivan uploaded it. That's the first time it appeared anywhere. Yeah. I think it wasn't there somewhere in the text it had implied that it was older, like from like the 50s or something. But the time that it was claimed to be filmed was also the year of Nazi human experimentation. Oh my heavens. Super long fingers. Why would aliens evolve those? Good question, man. Why would they evolve those big eyes? Maybe they are on, well, this is just the Greys in general, but maybe their planet's farther away from the sun, right? So they have less light, they need bigger eyes, right? Like nocturnal creatures here, like they get bigger eyes. They got to bring in more light. So maybe that's why they're wearing sunglasses. Like in the lore, I don't know where this is from. There's probably multiple anecdotes of this, but the Greys, when people encountered them, sometimes their eyes aren't black, supposedly. Yeah. Just two genders here. Too much bots here. Yeah, I don't have any moderation on the Kick Chat, brother. Yeah, I'm on Twitch right now. But those are just lenses. Supposedly they actually have regular eyes, but they just put lenses on because it's too bright here. So, those are the sunglasses that they put on. So, And they got that little detail in the Skinny Bob footage. So anyway, interesting memes. I don't know. We're not going to figure it out. I place my bets. I've got my bets where I place my bets, but I don't know, right? I don't know at the end of the day. I don't know with complete conviction. With a lot of things, no idea, right? So we watch and we wait. 2 more weeks, 2 more months, right? 3 more years, 10 more years. Maybe only a couple days, who knows? Here's some other shit that I pulled up that was kind of relating to UAP shit. This is the last thing I pulled up pertaining to UAP stuff, aside from some interviews here I was going to go over. In 2009, a police officer contacted British UFO experts after claiming to see 3 aliens examining a freshly made crop circle near Avebury, Wiltshire. They ran faster than any man I've ever seen. I think we've gone over this before, but the sergeant, who has not been named, was off duty when he saw the figures standing in a field near Silbury Hill and stopped his car to investigate. However, as he approached the men, all over 6 feet tall with blonde hair, he heard the sound of static electricity and the trio ran away faster than any man he'd ever seen. The officer returned to his home in Marlborough, Wiltshire, and contacted paranormal experts and told them he had spotted a UFO. Wiltshire police refused to comment on the incident, saying it is a personal matter for the officer involved. Crop Circle researcher Andrew Russell, who is investigating the bizarre sighting on behalf of the officer, described the moment his sighting was made. He said, at first, he thought they were forensic officers as they were dressed in white overalls. He stopped his car and approached the field. The figures were all over 6 feet and had blonde hair. They seemed to be expecting the crop. When he got to the edge of the field, he heard what he believed to be a sound not too dissimilar to static electricity. This crackling noise seemed to be running through the field, and the crop was moving gently, close to where the noise was. He shouted to the figures, who at first ignored him, not glancing at him. When he tried to enter the field, they looked up and began running. He said they ran faster than any man I've ever seen. I'm no slouch, but they were moving so fast. I looked up for a second, and when I looked back, they were gone. I then got scared. The noise was still around, but I got an uneasy feeling and headed for the car. For the rest of the day, I had a pounding headache I couldn't shift. Uh-oh. Radiation. Yeah, Russell, oh my heavens, yeah. A relative of mine, maybe. Bizarre incident occurred on the morning of July 6th. This year, as a police officer was driving. When is this from? This is an older incident, though. 2009, yeah. There you go. Well, says he's convinced by the police officer's story. I'm quite convinced the officer had an experience that day, and one that we have not fully explored. And as he doesn't know, but his people in UFO circles know, the tall blonde-haired people are known as Nordics. Yes. Yeah, the whole Nordics thing always felt like a sci-fi written by someone who just wanted aliens to look like IKEA models. Well, this gets into who do we look like, I guess. Yeah. But of course, like the aliens are tall, glowing, beautiful white people, said by every white guy who's ever written a book about aliens. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I mean, it just happens to be one of the memes. Regardless of that people's skin colors has to do with melanin in their skin. So it has to do with exposure to UV to sun. So I mean, maybe they're in a place where they don't need it. They're not subjected to a sun anymore. So what would happen over time? They would lose the color in their skin, I guess, maybe. So not an ideal thing if you're subjected to the sun all day, but there you go. It's what a quality comment. The place this crop circle appeared, Windmill Hill, is thought to date to the early Neolithic period, some 5,000 years before 3700 BC, and was constructed as a causeway enclosure. It is largest known of its kind, measuring 21 acres. It consists of 3 rings of concentric ditches, which were probably dug out in the same manner as a deep Avebury ditch, using antlers and oxen shoulder blades. It was a major task, taking many man-hours over many years to construct. Interesting. So it is a site of historical significance as well. What an interesting correlation. Very intriguing. Anyway, there's the article, I guess, from the Telegraph. Interesting. Is that the actual crop circle? No, that's not it, I don't think. Yeah. That's not the actual. That was like a music note, for God's sakes. So the Nordics are leaving the crop circles. Wow. Figures that they be. They're supposed to be the stupidest group of aliens. Like they would just be leaving like graffiti on people's crop, for Christ's sake, that no one can understand. But it's supposedly, I remember all the woo people talk about how it's like a language of the soul or something, that like people's souls understand it. So when you look at it, like the human brain doesn't really understand it, but some part of your consciousness understands what's being communicated. I didn't have a download of information about this one. I just said it looks like some yin yang fucking woo bullshit, but it's pretty. I don't know if the farmer appreciated that again in the field. Let's hope a farmer never catches those boys, because it's not going to be a good situation for them. Although, you know, that's supposedly the real ones don't interfere with the crop at all. But I'd imagine if you pushed all the crop down and you're just about to go harvest it, it'd make it more difficult to harvest it. But that's just a guess, I guess. But anyway. Archaeological recovery of alien craft and body shared by Cynthia Dreyer.
One of the examples that he talked to me about
Is that Phil Schneider?
was in Colorado, where he went down into granite. And so they're blasting down into granite, and suddenly they came to a cavity that shouldn't have been there. So they went down to explore what was going on, what this cavity was, and it turned out to have in it a UFO and an alien body. Now, this had occurred so long ago that there was actually like quartz that had formed over the ship and the alien's body. This was the first clue that he had, that aliens had been here living in the earth for probably millions of years. When we think about being invaded by aliens, forget it. They're already here, and they have been here.
Fuck. Whoa. Yeah. This is the alien. He shot the alien with his Walter PPK 9mm handgun, yeah. Blew his fingers off. Others had accused Phil of potentially losing his fingers in a lawnmower accident. But again, like, if you lose your fingers in a lawnmower accident, like, what are you going to tell your buddies, right? Like, you're gonna look like a fucking idiot, right? Like, we told you not to stick your fingers in there. You're supposed to use a broom or a piece of stick or something to get the grass out, right? When it gets stuck. You say, well, I gotta fight the aliens. There you go. The complete Skinny Bob video clips have to be played in reverse. The person who uploaded them the wrong way around. You should play them at 1.25 times speed. Yeah, that's what I just did, man, a second ago. Yeah, that's, yeah. Skinny Bob's interrogation footage reversed. This is at 2.5 times speed. Let's see. The reversed is interesting. Is that why it looked weird? That looks like it's at 0.75 times speed. It does look a little bit different. It's hard to tell that he edited that in any other way. It does look a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Yeah. Obviously, the movement's still kind of strange, but interesting. It's from the 40s or the 50s. I can't remember what they stipulated. Yeah, interesting, man. Yeah, ran it through reverse video tool. Yeah, it is interesting. And like at the start, you can his eye blank there looks less unnatural. Interesting. Yeah. I'd heard that. Yeah. Whether it was 1.25 times or 0.75 times speed, but I heard someone did that before. There was one of the guys who analyzed the footage. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 What's this? This content on YouTube is just hilarious. Oh, these are the alien boys.
You're already doing that.
We're aliens. We don't trust your government either.
We're aliens. Your human weapons are adorable.
Yeah, these guys are...
We're aliens. We're gonna mine your planet for its resources at the expense of
this
your
is an
tiny
AI,
little lives.
We're aliens. Just because we feasted on one lost hunter in the woods one time doesn't mean we're bad.
We're aliens. The Galactic Federation is coming.
We warned you.
We'll give you a chance.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, wait.
Hey.
Where are you going? Come here.
Hey.
That's my fault.
We're
Holy fuck. What a meme. God damn it. All right. I've got Grick and Carl. It's a lot of work they're putting in there. Doing all the makeup and whatnot. That's no fucking joke. I got a couple things I was going to go over too. Jesus, my brain. I got a couple things I was going to go over as well. That's what I should have said. One of them was listening through this interview here just a little bit, obviously we've seen Jesse a bunch, but Jesse Michaels reveals what Silicon Valley really knows about UAPs. So, kind of interesting, kind of talking about parapsychological research. He's obviously been an investor with Peter Thiel for a while, and I'm curious if he's kind of elaborated on anything in this video. I was going to go over that. There's this good video here from Dan debunking ancient astronomers encoded secret knowledge and myths. It's kind of interesting. This one as well, wanted to go over the unknown ancient sites said to be the greater than the pyramids, confirm with satellite scans. This is extremely interesting too from Ben. And this is something I want to talk about as well, but this video game designer, who I thought had a background in physics. Yeah, he's a computer scientist, MIT computer scientist. But he's author of such books as the simulation hypothesis and the simulated multiverse. But he sat down with Danny Jones here. That this is kind of relevant to the conversations that I've had here many times, and a conversation I'm well acquainted with in philosophy as well, and something I would say I'm a proponent of as well. That'd be my bet personally as well. Although pointing at different things, obviously referencing some experiments in physics, but also looking at anecdotes of the woo and saying, are these anecdotes of the system? So, yeah, man. So I'm going to go over all this shit, and I got a bunch of other slop I was going to go over later, but ancient aliens, essentially. So this should be a meme and a half, and then there's a book here about DMT. I might read the simulation theory argument. So anyway, I was going to go grab my food, and I'll kind of go over this Jesse Michaels video a little bit. So I'll be right back, guys. Saw dudes. Put this back down to a reasonable level that's not obnoxious. Like there, that's not bad. Oh yes. Yeah, I will. I've had other people message me and tell me that they want me to put it on YouTube. I will, man. Yeah, I'll try and remember to throw it up there. I'll just make some slop AI video of the lyrics and just put it up. Put a music video of it up there. Yeah. Patterson Gimlin Glock. Yeah. I think it's interesting, man. Yeah, that one definitely is intriguing. There's been critiques that it was someone in like a suit, but Bob Gimlin has been adamant. Didn't he die, or is he still alive? But he's been adamant throughout his entire life that it was a real incident that had happened and that they had not faked it. So, I don't know. It may be a real capture of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've listened to people like Bob Gimlin, the YouTube channel guy, Bob Gimlin, talk about it a lot. One of his videos, he did a deep dive on it, and he thinks it may be real. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, man. We talked about the Bigfoot stuff here before, maybe a bit in here, but I've been listening through to Bob Gimlin, the YouTube channel Bob Gimlin, not the Bob Gimlin that's involved with the footage, who does a lot of anecdotes of people encountering these things. Man, there was just one story we rewatched again the other night where this older lady was in a trailer park somewhere in the States. I don't know, it was like in Arkansas, somewhere like that. And she felt her trailer come up, like literally get picked up, and then fell down again. And there were other people in the park that reported seeing this large, hairy person walking around, like huge person. And the trailer had been moved, and the cops showed up and looked at the scene and said, yeah, somebody moved this. Like, you know, and like those are the kinds of anecdotes you're like, no, like there's no, like one person wouldn't have been able to do that. Even two of the guys, two of the cops, they tried to recreate it. They said, there's no fucking way we could pick this thing up like that. So crazy shit. Yeah. Heaviest caliber picked up. Whatever Bigfoot thought it was, man. Yeah. It's a weird thing. A lot of the Bigfoot stories too, man. Like they all have UAP stuff in them. And I remember years ago, I don't remember who it was, some channel or some contactee or, you know, UFO person had talked about how the reason that they're involved with the aliens because the aliens are helping them or something, like have an experience. It all comes back to simulation theory, really, that we're all in a simulation and the aliens know this. And effectively, they're just leveled up players that have realized we're in a simulation. Yeah. The Antarctic giants on holiday, man. Whoever the fuck they are. I mean. All right, well, we'll go through this video. I'll try and fuck, this bowl's hot as fuck. I can't even pick this up. I do have, here's some of the beef we cooked last night, actually, a little bit. Oh, fuck, I can barely even, fuck, this hot. These stupid fucking bowls, man. This is not a big slop bowl. There you go. Can't really see it. It's chuck roast. Oh, fuck, braised and bone broth. I put a little bit of cheese on there. I'm just literally going to throw this into tacos, and that's din. That's din. Yeah, that's essentially it, brother. Yeah. So some nice organic grass-fed chuck roast beef. Oh, it's the best thing, man. Like the fat, the collagen melts and shit. Like it's so good. It's so fucking unbelievably good. Yeah. It's possible to collectively manifest Bigfoot or ancient giants. We could try and summon an old Bigfoot. Maybe Gail and TV and me should have tried that. Instead, we should start whooping and knocking on the woods, the trees and stuff. We're not deep enough in the woods, though. We've never had any Bigfoot sightings around here. We're too suburban, so yeah. Well, man, yeah, it's maybe not. Maybe it's an Anunnaki experiment, brother. Who knows? A remnant of the Anunnaki. But I thought I'd just kind of go over this a little bit with Jesse and see what he says. Silicon Valley and UAP investment. This is already an interesting topic here. Just the initial part of it was kind of an interesting conversation, I think. So, yeah. You need some kind of ritual to invoke it. Yeah. And that involves fire, you think. Maybe a drum. Whooping and knocking. It's whooping and knocking. Do your whoops and your knocks in the woods. That's what brings them. Although there may be something more to it. Yeah. Some advertising in a day or two, trip live streaming in a massive forest and go wild. Yeah, we'd have to get a lot of prep. But listen, as the stream progresses, I would love to do that. If I could, it would need to start generating its own revenue for me to invest into a Starlink unit, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we'd have to get that all set up. We'd have to, once the stream starts paying for all that stuff, like itself, then I'd start to do those experiments. Absolutely. But that's where this could go. I'd love to do that. I would be willing to do something like that and to take some kind of a trip like that just for the memes, for the entertainment sake. So absolutely. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, man. I've heard people using it. It's pretty good. Yeah. Listen, it's crazy. We have the access to that now. You can literally be in the woods and be playing fucking games on your computer. Like, The future no longer tied to suburbia. Yeah. You see lots of IRL streams. There's no cell service. Well, not in our national park here, man. Yeah. Our national park fun day, there's like very little. It's extremely spotty. Yeah. In some bigger cities, they might be some areas where they have cell service, but down in fun day, I know it's super spotty. Every time we've been down there, I was just down there not that long ago, even, and there's lots of camping areas that have no cell service. Yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let me play through this and see what he has to say here. I'll eat my tacos and then mosey on along to the next meme.
Reverse engineering, like for example, Ross Coulthard came out and said the Tic Tac is ours. You know, it's human. I've seen no evidence for that. I have no idea. If
Crazy
that's the
deal,
case,
man. Yeah.
Then yeah, like of course you're gonna see, venture capitalists. The dirty little secret of the UFO world or whatever is like everybody does have this sort of autobiographical personal quest that they're on, and they've experienced sort of magical things in their own life. He brought Dave to my house in LA 2 years before he came out or something. He even said like what I was doing was like 4D or 5D hologram porting itself into 4D space-time. They've treated David Grush like shit. They've treated Jake Barber like shit. The people who they'll go on this like quest around the UFO thing, and then they're like they just come back to like sort of God or Jesus or Moses, whatever it is for them.
My dog, and I assume a lot of dogs, has no idea what a leash is. Like it can't put this idea into its head, right? That if the leash goes around a pole, there is nothing, he can't move. He's going to be trapped. The leash doesn't exist in his world.
That's what I worry about. I think for if you're like in the spooky intel world, it's like it's just easy to like mind control like whole swaths of people. It's like it's pretty fucked up.
Chris Lado, welcome to Lado Files.
I'm thrilled to be joined by Jesse Michaels. He's the insightful host of American Alchemy, and he's been pushing the conversation forward on UAPs with some of the most compelling interviews, from David Grush's historic whistleblower testimony to Harold Malcolm's explosive claims, Jake Barber's crash retrieval stories, and revelations from military insiders, including Green Berets. Jesse's work is helping to reshape public understanding of the phenomenon. So today we'll dive into what he's learned, what it might mean, and where this is all heading. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse. How are you doing today?
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Good to see Chris back on his feet. Chris went a little bit like banana balls for a while there. I think he was experimenting with psychedelics a little bit too much. Had a bit of a freak out live. I'm glad Steve's actually back to normal though, because he's a good guy. He seems like a good guy. Seems like a smart guy.
Appreciate you, man. I'm a fan of your show, and I'm doing well and ready to get into it.
Yeah, thanks so much for connecting. I'm really stoked for this interview. You've spotlighted Silicon Valley's growing interest in UAPs, so you're well connected. I hear that all the time with figures like Peter Thiel. Do you think Silicon Valley is interested in this phenomenon? Is that where curiosity comes from?
I think there's an increasing curiosity on the part of Silicon Valley. I don't think they're that interested, though. I think that's more of an internet conspiracy that they are. They're very, Silicon Valley's very like, what can this do for me near term? And is any of this investable? Is their mindset. And I think with the UAP, UFO sort of stuff, there are people who I'm, going to interview this woman named Anna Brady Estevez, who comes from the National Science Foundation. And I think she's going to do a private fund around, UAP. And that's really cool. But I personally haven't seen, that's my background is venture capital. And I still help with the startups that I've invested in, prosaic startups that have nothing to do with UAP. Obviously, if there were something that were like extremely compelling that were UAP related that was investable, like I think it would be on my radar, especially given how deep I am on the, on the media side, meeting all these people and stuff. And I haven't seen much, to be totally frank with you. I see things that are really exciting from a, fundamental science, like can we push humanity forward, perspective, right? Like, can you prove out, the Byfield-Brown effect, or can you prove out, some metamaterial that like, is fabricated on an atomic level, which like humans can't do, or like, extended electrodynamics. Can you create sort of a sensor for like, electromagnetic waves that propagate at 1/r, not 1/r squared? Like, they don't attenuate over space-time, the same way. There are all these things that are like very exciting, extremely out there, frontier, novel effects, right? The Casimir effect, things like that. Can you keep that stable for a long period of time? But like the delta between that and like a company that's functional is extremely, extremely wide, right? Like Niels Bohr didn't found a semiconductor company. He was working on quantum theory. So like, from my perspective, I think it's easy because, most of people who are in UFOs, UAPs are like inherently irreverent. They're conspiratorial, like I think in sometimes a very healthy way. And so they view the Silicon Valley thing as like, oh, they're going to like, immediately like take over the space and invest and, whatever. And look, if we've had reverse engineering, like for example, Ross Coulthart came out and said the Tic Tac is ours, it's human. I've seen no evidence for that. I have no idea. If that's the case, then yeah, like of course you're gonna see, venture capitalists, chomping at the bit. But that stuff just feels hand wavy to me. I have no reason to believe we have like super workable, ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles or whatever. So we'd be basing that off of like 3 different anecdotes, and the anecdotes actually seem, somewhat compelling in the case of Mark McCandlish and Bob Lazar and stuff. But I think that you need more than that to get Silicon Valley interested. So I find myself kind of in between, people in UFO space who are like convinced that they're like, extremely interested in encroaching, and then I'll meet with Silicon Valley people and I'll try to get them interested, because I think it would be great if we saw more investment in the space, more high agency people who like build companies like interested. I mean, I think that would just be a net good for everybody. And like usually I get, kind of cynicism and like who cares back on the Silicon Valley side. So yeah.
What's the third example? You mentioned McCandlish and Lazar. What do you think is the third example of possible ARV tech?
Of ARVs? You have like Edgar Fouché, the TR3B, TR3A, spinning Mercury. I think he was he associated with EG&G? I'm not sure. But he came out saying sort of, that those were like alien derived, technology. You have Michael Herrera saying that, in Indonesia, and his thing, his testimony obviously dovetails with Jake Barber in many ways. But, in Indonesia, after Operation Kitsana, his Marine unit was sort of detoured, moved to Indonesia. They basically saw like this Vanta black, like blacker than black craft that was hovering over the treetops. It was 300 feet in diameter, and it was like this octagonal, like he calls it an 8-gon, because it wasn't, I guess there are some differences between an octagon and an 8-gon. It was like this fractalized, sort of like it was like an octagon on top, then another octagon, then another octagon. It was like moving, it was like concave. And he thinks that might have been human tech, but derived from sort of, exotic alien stuff. So there's stories like that. But then you have to ask the question, would it be smarter, advantageous from a tech protection standpoint to like call human tech alien or something? And like, it probably would. So like the burden of proof on somebody saying that an exotic craft looks, it is derived from alien tech is obviously on the person saying that. Now, I have every reason to believe Michael Herrera saw what he saw. I think he's a very honest, credible person. I'm increasingly becoming high conviction that Bob Lazar was at S4 Area 51. Mark McCandlish seemed pretty earnest and sincere and had credentials as an aerospace illustrator that well trans.
I know Jesse has gone back and forth on that. Well, but he recently, I think, was at the premiere for Bob's new video, or his new film coming out with I forget what the team's called, but they've recreated the entire experience. But I also bet, I don't know, and will ever know, but I would bet that he was working there, and he saw what he saw. The problem with Bob is that he's discreditable because he fabricated his educational background almost certainly, and or at least I would bet that he did, and he's got himself into some trouble over the years. So people use that as a way to try and discredit the fact that he was actually involved with that back engineering program. But I don't know. I personally would bet that he was. If I were to bet on it, I would bet that. Now, all the other details in it, who knows? Even he's skeptical as to what he read there, but I would bet that he did. He worked on it. That'd be my bet. I bet they had it, but he worked on it. Don't know that. Could be wrong, but
ended just, his discussion of the, Norton Air Force Base sighting from Brad Sorensen. So, I think there's you have to slap some probability on the existence of alien reproduction vehicles, but man, I mean, the extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence has to apply there, right? Like you have to have some pretty high threshold for something that will really take you over the edge.
Yeah, I interviewed Mike Herrera on the channel, and he mentioned the octagon, and I was really impressed because then Jake Barber came out, and I mean your interview with Jake Barber I thought was amazing, and then the community just went nuts because Logan Paul was there for some reason, and that somehow blew it out of the water, even though it was amazing testimony. But then that's when I think Jake Barber said the octagon or the eight-gon. Jake Barber called it the eight-gon, which then weirdly vibed with Mike Herrera about the octagon-shaped craft. That's what I remember.
Yeah. No, that was fascinating to see their testimonies kind of dovetail. And Michael Herrera's, the reason I started to build trust in the Jake testimony in some ways was, meeting him and sussing him out, but also
is it
Mike Herrera's testimony from the Disclosure Project, Congress that Stephen Greer had in 2023. That story was always like the weirdest story. I remember that story. It was sort of seared in my memory because I was like, what?
Oh, the lights. No, unfortunately, it's a green screen, man. It's going to it's going to slightly be like that. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
What? Like you went to Indonesia and you saw this bizarre human trafficking thing and this
it's always been like that, yeah.
Above the treetop, and you were apprehended by a human, probably former special forces with advanced technology. It just felt, if you were writing a script, this would be the last story you would write. Like it was too weird. And then Jake Barber comes out and he starts talking about, psionic assets. And I was higher conviction in parapsychology before any of the alien stuff. So that made so much sense intuitively to me, actually. Better, huh? I think for a lot of people, especially in that first Ross shorter edit, I think a lot of people were like, wait, you're telling me I have to stomach parapsychology and psionic assets, the fact that you retrieved a crowd, like all of these things all at once, like this is a little too much. I'm drinking from a fire hose. But to me, it pattern matched more than somebody who would just, just pure nuts and bolts. I was working on this thing like any other sort of aircraft. I found that to be a kind of a fascinating kind of one-two punch of things. And Herrera, when you speak to him, you get a very irreverent, kind of just as gonna tell it like it is vibe, and he's pretty kind of iconoclastic, and he'll go at people if he thinks they're lying and stuff.
Sorry, Dad, I saw that. Who cares what Silicon Valley thinks? Yeah, it's like saying auto workers around the world are interested in UAPs now. I think some people had thought that some investors in Silicon Valley may have played a role in the cover-up or are playing a role currently in researching UAPs or possibly even involved in the back engineering process as well. Yeah. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons I know people have brought up. So, Blood Clown. So, dude. Yeah.
So, again,
alert.
Unless you have experienced something yourself, you can't know 100%. Everybody can be sort of tricked. But, I put a lot of weight in both of those testimonies. And yeah, the Logan Paul thing, man, it's like, it's tough. He showed up, he like asked a question that I thought was pretty good. And then he, said that, I'd love for my daughter to grow up in a post-disclosure world. And like, I don't know, you say what you will about him. I know there've been scandals in his life in the past. I think anybody who's grown up with that much fame and attention at that young of an age, I'm sure has had similar experiences, and he seems relatively actually well-adjusted to me given that. But I'm not here to defend, any of that sort of stuff. He's been nothing but cool to me. The point was like, when we met Jake, we FaceTimed him, or it was on it was a pretty secure platform that wasn't FaceTime, but it was like a de facto FaceTime, if you will. And Logan was on the call, and Jake moves the camera over, and his son is so excited to meet Logan. And apparently Jake was like, yeah, there are Prime bottles all over his room or whatever. And so like that felt like this synchronistic, very kind of meant to be thing. And
who gives a fuck?
So I thought, it was really cool of Logan. Logan's a busy guy. He's like doing a lot of crazy stuff with his life. And I think he's genuinely into this topic. Like he took the time to watch my interview with Rogan, which, and then commented, texted me about it.
Yeah, but reverse engineering whistleblower stories. What else are you talking about? Michael Herrera, Jake Barber encounters. David Grush investigation skills. This is kind of, I'm probably going to jump around a bit, guys, just because it's 2 hours long. There's a bunch of other shit I want to go over as well. Handle intuition and consciousness. Some of the stuff that interests me is that he claimed that Dave had been at his house 2 years prior. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's interesting. I'm going to jump around a little bit here. I'll see.
This like spooky neuroscientist, cognitive psychologist guy who I think was involved in some MK Ultra stuff. And he studied mice that he basically figured out that like if you just change some neuronal connections, you can implant false memories in mice. And no one so if somebody can have certain memories or whatever, like you have no idea like whether that's like some consensus version of like their past that isn't consistent with somebody else's, like the Mandela effect itself. It's extremely interesting. Like our model of reality is probably way off. It's probably just way, way, way off. And so that would explain some of the UFO stuff possibly, because it's like, you'd have like reality itself would be this sort of consensus collapsing function. Certain people would have the aperture or like ability to sort of sense these UFOs. Other people wouldn't. It's like, having a theological debate. Like, have you ever had a theological debate where like you rationally convince somebody that God exists? Like it never works,
Paul.
Right? No. Like so the person has to be sort of like initiated in this weird, it's like they have an experience in their own life or something gets unlocked in them or, whatever. So that's the tough issue with the whole UFO thing is it's disclosure isn't going to be some like rational, this like equation on a chalkboard or like, high fidelity, imagery or whatever. Like none of this stuff is what's going to necessarily move the needle. It has to hit this like deeper sort of irrational thing that, everybody has inside of them, this quest for meaning. And some people express that quest for meaning in this dogmatic atheism, so that's like the ironic thing, but everybody has it. That thing doesn't go away. And everybody has this thing that like makes them feel safe in the world of metaphysics. And it could be that metaphysics doesn't exist. But and the UFO thing really speaks to that, and that's why I'm convinced half the people that are into it are into it.
Well, metaphysics, and like not to razz them, but metaphysics as a discipline in philosophy is simply just asking questions about reality. So I think people that have an interest in metaphysics, now things that are objectively metaphysical are different, but things that metaphysics in philosophy is asking questions of reality. Obviously, people who are interested in the UAP phenomena probably also have interest in asking questions about reality, because when you dig into it, it's a strange thing. There are like literal metaphysical experiences people have pertaining to experiences with UAP, right? So that's something that you're going to end up asking the question after reading through enough anecdotes of people who supposedly have been abducted that get pulled through walls and time stops or time slows down. You're like, okay, what the fuck is reality? Exactly. What is all this? What's going on? Like, wow, is this real? Are these encounters real? Is this actually happening? What are these things? Where are they from? And then that gets into things like simulation theory, which may be a more interesting topic, honestly, than this. I mean, they're just kind of like bro talking around, I guess. Which is interesting. I mean, this is still kind of, it's one of those things like I probably would just throw it into ChatGPT and summarize the conversation, say, did he say anything interesting about David Grush? But honestly, at the end of the day, too, like, fuck, I don't know. It's a hard thing to do. I'm not razzing him. I do that myself too sometimes. I'll say, and it's filling in the gaps. When you're speaking or you're speaking publicly or you're doing something, like you're forced to speak, you don't even realize that you're filling the void in a sentence with those fillers. Like, um's a bad one. You get somebody up talking in front of people, isn't talking from people. Like every 5 seconds. Holy, and man, it's fucking painful to listen to too. So if you talk at people, whatever you're doing for a living or whatever, you have to learn to get rid of those little filler words out of your vocabulary. And it's something you develop over time as you get used to speaking or public speaking or whatever the fuck you're doing. So anyway, Jesse's a smart guy. I've enjoyed a lot of Jesse's content. I've enjoyed what he brings to it too, because there's people obviously out there that interview these UFO whistleblowers or other content creators. They don't really like what do they kind of bring to the conversation, What do they bring to the conversation? Jesse does bring something to the conversation. I would consider him to be a proper metaphysician. He has a knowledge in physics and a background in physics pertaining to things like simulation theory he's brought up, nature of consciousness arguments, which is kind of philosophy of mind as well, but also metaphysics. So he's kind of a philosopher. I've enjoyed his conversations he's had with people, not just the interviews, and that's really important, I think, for me at least, when I'm listening to somebody, that it's more than just mindless questions, or there's something deeper going on. That's the thing. I mean, like, there's an interview and then there's a conversation, and I love listening to people in conversation, right? And I don't really like interviews as much. I like people in conversation because you get a vibe for who they really are, and you kind of get a broader spectrum of their character, what they believe, all those things. So I just said too. I test myself. I'm like, how long can I speak without actually trying to fill anything? It's fucking difficult. Anyway, we'll kind of move on. I was hoping there'd be an initial part. I hope there'd be kind of something pertaining to maybe some actual company within Silicon Valley that's involved that he's known of. Whether he'd want to speak about that publicly or not, probably not. So that might be why. But yeah, you're gonna shock collar and train yourself. You're always going to do this. The hard part, man. Like, you're never going to get it out of yourself. The only person that I've listened to actually who has trained it out of himself entirely is Jordan Peterson. He speaks so precisely. Maybe some people will pick up on that, but I know because he's brought that up himself, that he had to train himself to get rid of all the filler words, and he's trained himself entirely. He'll just stop talking too in conversation sometimes when he needs to think, which is kind of an awkward pause. But honestly, it is preferential to just keep doing this, like just like stop for a second And that's a technique by somebody who, I forget what his name was, but he has a tutorial online about how to speak publicly, and like you should be stopping. Like if you have to say something, don't fill it all the time. Stop. Anyways, technically I'm going to fill a word, but also because I want to move on from this and go on to something more interesting. So, let's see here. I think maybe I'll just move over to some of the kind of ancient memes, and then maybe we'll get the simulation theory, because I'm sure that'll probably come around to this after a little while. What the fuck was all this about now? I mean, this just might be pure slop. I'm unsure. I haven't vetted this yet. We were just speaking about this recently, though. So I thought I would pull this up because this is pertaining to the Antikythera mechanism. And interestingly, we were asking questions about, well, could it be older? And what was it again? It was some kind of interesting meme that I haven't really heard people talk about, but that, what was it? Fuck, I forget it now. It's still in my ChatGPT history. That it could, I must know this because this will be relevant to this discussion here. I asked it, oh my god, I talked to it a lot. Buyback and counter spells, best armored core games. Roast time. Literally, I'm giving it so much information, it's not good. Ooh, Antikythera, oh shit, maybe it's actually, oh no, it saved everything, so. There it is right there. I found it. There we go. Here's the conversation. Oops, fuck, I hate when I fucking do this, man. Fuck, I hate computers. Oh my fucking god, I just stretched all this apart. Oh god, someone, oh fuck. Okay, here we go. The 354 lunar year, right? That's exactly what it is. So that was one of the inconsistencies with it. But that if you tied it to a lunar year, then that fits a little bit better, which is a 354-day year. In the Critias, the 10 Atlantean kings met every 5th and every 6th year alternately, thus giving equal honor to the odd into the even number. But Plato had mentioned, I believe, right? That the Atlanteans used this lunar year to count. Though it needs a 354-day calendar to make numeric sense. And Atlanteans, according to Plato, happened to be using, or at least in the story of the Critias, I believe, he mentioned they were using a lunar year. So then this item potentially may align more closely, not with Greece, although it may have been retrofitted to work with the 365-day year, which is the Egyptian year. But it fits better with the Atlantean year, or the lunar year mentioned by Plato. So then it may be a relic of actual Atlantean technology. That's something that we discovered here. Although I'm sure people have talked about it before. But, yeah, that's extremely interesting. Extremely fucking interesting. I kind of forgot about this, but I wanted to go over this guy's post on this because I should really make a post on this on Twitter or something. So, anyway. Why would they use a lunar year? Good question. Just another way to count it, yeah. Instead of using a solar year, just another way to count it. So, supposedly, according to Plato, where did he literally say that? Fans argue that both Plato's odd calendar assigned common and mechanism's day ring fossil, the same old Europe 354-day system handed down through forgotten priesthoods. There you go. It's just how they decided to count it. So you could use it. You could use the lunar year or you could use the solar year. It's not off by much, right? But it has 354 holes, which is closer in line with you use the lunar year measurement system, not the solar year. So, and it just by happenstance. So these are the arguments for why this mechanism may end up being something that was not Greek technology at all. Right, this is what we were trying to argue when we were going over the evidences. It doesn't make any sense mechanically with any other technology of the time period, but we know it's at least that old because the Greeks were using it. So, what does that mean? And I asked the GPT, and I believe this is correct, that is there anything that may indicate that this object, I mean, if we wanted a properly argument, we'd probably have to vet this a little bit more. But we asked it, is there anything in this that could possibly indicate that it had nothing, it was not made by the Greeks? Now, they did have an overlay that they put on it, but it didn't work properly was the problem. And it doesn't work properly. But it is 354 slots. instead of the 365 day year. So that might indicate that whoever built this was using that lunar year to count. And Plato had mentioned in the Critias, offhand mentioned that the Atlanteans used essentially this system. That this is the calendar that they were using. So, as opposed to the Egyptian system or the Greeks ended up using too, of the 365-day year. So, this Antikythera mechanism, it just happens to coincide there. So that's very interesting. And we wanted to properly argument. If I was going to write anything, I'd probably vet this much more. I meant to, actually. I'll have to leave this up, so maybe tomorrow morning I can kind of look into this a little bit further. This is legit interesting shit, if that's actually true. But yeah, no Greek, Egyptian, or Babylonian text describing a leap month rule. 5 week lengths rebuttals because it's fair, so that's against this theory. But Critias 5 plus 6 year cycle encodes the 11-year intercalation pattern. 10 kings, 5 pairs of twins. Mirrors a 5-6 alternation and even odd symbolism. Shows a real 5-year lunar block. A missing 6-year plate would complete the 11-year loop. And that Antikythera 354 holes. Physical proof that the Greek engineers still built 354-day dials in the 2nd century BC. Well, but they may not have. So this may be a relic from an older civilization, would be the argument overall. So anyway, I'll read through this guy's post, see what he's talking about here. Maybe he mentions this, I have no idea. The ancient Greek mechanism for tracking the stars, the planets, the sun, and the moon make the 10,000-year clock project even more shocking and connected to the geophysical event. This guy has this whole thing that there's going to be some geophysical event that's going to happen to the planet that's going to kill everybody. Scientists are shocked by how the ancient Greeks had precision gear wheels to create the Antikythera mechanism. Similar devices appeared 1,600 years after the artifact was dated in Greece. But was that mechanism built in ancient Greece, or is it much older antediluvian technology? And that's exactly what we just tried to argue too, right? It's a crazy rabbit hole that'll make you question reality and what's coming next. Well, it'll make us question, again, the argument always against some kind of advanced civilization in the past was, well, there's no evidence. This is a tricky thing that happens when you try and make that argument, though. Have we misinterpreted things to be evidences of more recent civilizations for convenience sake? Right? And this is how slimy some people in these arguments will get, is that they won't consider that, right? So the Antikythera mechanism, technically, when you look at it, is an example of a technology that doesn't make any sense 2,000 plus years ago. It shouldn't exist, but we know it's that old. So then what could that potentially be an indicator for? What could that potentially be? That could potentially be a relic of this civilization. Now, the problem is what happens is these people who don't want anything to do with the Atlantean argument say all the time, oh, well, you show us some evidence. But when you show them the evidence or you argue the evidence, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Where's more evidence, right? It's like you're never going to satisfy them, ultimately, unless we find the mother lode and there's no arguing against it. But there's already anecdotes out there that indicate potentially there was some kind of influential group that was involved with influencing all these different cultures across the globe, cross-culturally. So anyway, potentially an example right here of some evidence. And he's making this point, so we'll go through his argument. The mechanism was found in a shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera, discovered between 1900 and 1901. The shipwreck contained artifacts such as pottery, coins, and statues, which were stylistically dated to around 160 BCE, proving an initial time frame. Based on that and the corrosion, which in my opinion is highly doubtful because they say the corrosion was similar to that of other artifacts, they dated the mechanism to between 200 and 100 BCE, but the problem is that no other known devices from the time period featured such precision. The gear teeth are hand-cut with remarkable accuracy, typically within a fraction of a millimeter. Sub-millimeter precision, e.g. 0.1 to 0.5 millimeter tolerances, allowing the mechanism to perform complex astronomical calculations. They started to appear 1,600 years later, like the famous astronomical clock in Prague, which successfully tracks the planets, the sun, the moon, and the constellations. The tracking of the 26,000-year precession of the 12 constellations is crucial esoteric knowledge tied to all religions and ancient mysteries. That's why the Long Now Foundation is building a 500-foot tall astronomical clock in a remote location, 1,500 meters above sea level, inside a mountain rock in Texas. Mountainous rock. The Long Now Foundation also plans to build one in Nevada, multiple clocks intended to preserve knowledge for the elite after the geophysical event. That to be able to figure out what time it is. In my opinion, the anti-gay theory mechanism might be an ancient relic left behind by an antediluvian civilization before the biblical flood. Okay, what's your argument, though, ultimately for it? Tracking axial precision is crucial for understanding when the Earth changes its orientation towards the sun, which triggers geomagnetic incursions. Okay, we haven't got to the proof of this yet. The 4 beast heads of the Trobene. Okay, this is all gets in fucking slop here. The problem with this guy's posts is he does tend to get into just slop. Elon has openly talked about climate change caused by the geomagnetic exertion. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He watched Randall Carlson on Joe Rogan. Like Elon is like a lot of other people just watch these podcasts. Okay, well, unfortunately, we didn't have a very strong argument there. But our own argument, potentially, if I decide to go through, we decide to push forward with this, is interesting. I have not heard this. You'd have to double, triple, quadruple check all of this. But that will be a very interesting correlation if there's a reference from Plato's Critias pertaining to potentially how these people tracked the year, and it correlates with this device. And then that would be a fairly strong argument that this is a relic from the civilization. Because already it's on shaky ground that it originated with the Greeks. Obviously, we're talking about a civilization here that doesn't necessarily fly around in crystal flying cars and shit, but that was capable of some advanced construction methods and also navigation. They knew things about longitude, latitude, etc. So that would make sense. It would also make sense for some megalithic sites like Giza as well, right? So anyway, unfortunately, a good talking point, but bit of a slop post. But anyway, cool to see it. There's it, remnants of it at least. There's someone talking about it. Yeah, interesting. Well, we'll just put that in the back pocket, and I'll try and remember to dig deeper into that at some point. I must have opened something else up. Oops. What's this about now? More slop, possibly. This is the first recorded creation story from an advanced civilization long before the Bible, the Vedas, or the Quran. It comes from ancient Sumer, etched into cuneiform tablets 6,000 years ago, still preserved in stone. It reads like a record, according to the Atrahasis in the Enuma Elish. The gods, the Anunnaki, descended to Earth to make it habitable and productive, but they didn't want to do the work themselves. So they assigned the hard labor to a class of lesser gods called the Yajiji. After thousands of years, the Yajiji had enough. They rebelled, surrounded Enlil's house, threw down their tools, and everything changed. We were made. In a divine council, the Anunnaki decided a new being must be created to take over the labor. Not another god, but something different. The god Enki and the birth goddess Ninurtsug took clay from the earth and mixed it with the blood of a slain Yajiji specifically, a god of intelligence and rebellion named Geshtui. They molded this hybrid, they gave it life, and they called it Adamu. The texts say this being was created to bear the yoke of the gods, to relieve the divine of toil. Slavery! Slavery, brother. It's always those damn lizards. Darmadon, brother. Well, that's where we're getting to. Where are they actually? That being down here is, I just had it. Fuck. What's his name? It's driving me fucking nuts. Apkallu, no. Well, that's maybe technically, but there's another name for him. Fucking Christ. Anyway, I can't be bothered. Yeah. Did you say Adam? No, it's not Adam. Oh God. Anyway, I forget what his fucking. There's so many different versions of the goddamn name. Okay. So they were set to relieve us. We were to relieve the gods of their toil. We were to be their slaves. This was genetic engineering, described in the language of the time. What we now call humanity began as a worker species made for labor, but containing divine essence, made in their image just as Genesis says, but with a backstory far more complex. The Sumerians called themselves some black-headed people, and they knew they were created. Not by magic, not by accident, but by design. Over time, something happened. Humans gained culture, language, writing, law through the guidance of the Apkallu, ancient sages sent to civilize us. Some say these sages were pre-flood Anunnaki. Others say they were here before the Anunnaki arrived. Older beings, watchers of timelines who helped guide humanity to slavery and into sentience. Either way, the record is clear. Humanity wasn't evolved naturally on this planet. We were created, used, and eventually left behind to rise on our own. You be the judge. But I'll say this, the story's too consistent, too technical, and too eerily familiar to be dismissed. It predates the Bible by thousands of years, yes. Well, the Nephilim is another iteration of this story, another bastardization of it. It describes blood sacrifice, genetic manipulation, labor strikes, and advanced knowledge given to man. Maybe it's just myth, or maybe we've been worshiping the same beings who built us for their own convenience. Either way, it's time people know what the tablets actually say. The first human wasn't born. It was manufactured, and the ones who did it, they weren't gods, they were here. They were people, another group of people. Simply another group of people. So that's the fish man there, but that is one of the bringers of knowledge. I have actually him, Owanis. I got his fucking name, there you go. Dug into the back of my fucking head. All right. We're here, this is him here. There. Interpreted as a fish, I don't know. It is a man with a beard. And the garb may just simply resemble that of a fish. And this has been the stories, obviously, that this is a fish man, but and then it kind of telephone games down to Jesus fish to some degree, although, you know, the whole Jesus whole meme with the fish is a little bit different, but the Pope's hat, even. There's been people who've said something like that they look closely at the hat he's wearing. Kind of looks like a fish's head. But all undoubtedly, literally all influences from these older cultures like the Sumerians and Babylonians, Akkadians, Assyrians that ended up destroying Samaria, taking all their language and culture. But anyway, I think this is a Babylonian or Akkadian seal. There aren't very many cylinder seals that are from Samaria kicking around, I don't think so. Crazy, man, yeah. And here they are right here. There's Anu up on the cloud. Not people have probably seen this enough times, but anyway, yeah, that's one of the seals there. Very interesting one. Very old one. Probably, I think it might be Babylonian, maybe. I can't remember what it said in the description, but yeah. Jason, the God of Genesis created people out of love. No other creation story compares to Genesis. We were not made to serve some lesser gods or aliens. Happy Sunday, amigo. No, brother, it's people don't understand. People kind of get, this is the thing about Christianity, right? Is people get kind of, they get invested in these books, but they don't know enough about history to understand like how complicated it is. Whether they get invested in the New Testament or the Old Testament, or they get invested in the Quran. They get invested with prophets, obviously, in these books that are supposedly messengers from God, although we haven't had a modern day wizard come down and do the things that they did. But many of the stories really to the New Testament there's references to older stories. Actually, it's not true though. The flood myth out of the Old Testament with Noah is Noah's real name was Untapishtim, which was a Sumerian guy who, I forget what the equivalent of God was there, but it was one of these beings came down. I don't know. Was it one of the Apkallu that came to him? I can't remember if it was one of the actual gods. But they came and warned Untapishtim that there was going to be a flood and that he should build a boat. There's going to be a serious cataclysm, actually. There was going to be a global cataclysm. And this god came and warned Untapishtim, because they became fond of him, however, that he should prepare. I can't remember the story exactly that Irving Finkel has told. It's slightly different from Noah's. But the crazy thing about it, we know that definitively. So that story to the Old Testament, that's bastardized. They took it from Samaria. Right. Essentially, somebody decided this books are still important because they wrote it down, but that's not where it originated. It was on a little cuneiform tablet that Irving Finkel found. And they actually gave the exact dimensions of the boat that Noah literally built, or Untapishtim built. I've showed this before for people that don't know. You can see literally the boat that he built, Irving Finkel, right here. Yeah, this is real. So the crazy thing about this, when you really think about this logically for a minute, right? Where's the boat at? Irving Finkel, Ark. I'll show you right here. Where the fuck is it? Let's see. There we go. Here's the boat right here. Right there. That's literally it. That's it. That's literally, so that was in that story that Irving Finkel had translated. I don't know if they show a photo of him here again. There he is right there. Someone put it on his Audacity, translated. That the dimensions were literally given. Very specifically. So then you have to ask the question, did one of these gods come and actually speak with the guy? Did Untapishtim, well, what does that mean? That's the question I'd ask Irving. I'd say, Irving, So the boat's real. He'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, all right. So what about the gods? Because somebody warned him about the flood, right? Why the fuck do you build a boat? He'd probably be like, well, I'll have that conversation outside the museum grounds. So like, yeah, okay. Well, outside the museum grounds, this conversation will be had. But anyway, yeah, crazy shit, huh? And they used tar. They used a tar that was around the waterproof and everything. So, real story. So then guess what? Real flood. That's the other thing. Although I think he tried to explain that it may have just been some localized flood, but then, you know. And now, would that boat have survived the cataclysmic flood? Probably fucking not. Someone survived to tell the story, though, so I guess maybe he did survive. But then, you know, we were looking around earlier at, like, the pictures of Africa and shit on Google Earth, right? Like, and how old is this? Well, it's at least 6,000 years old, and honestly, it predates that. Because it's probably an older story, even from the Sumerians, undoubtedly. And then you go and you look and you say, looks like there's some water. These look like fluvial marks on the ground here. Looks like something washed over here. Was there a giant fucking flood here? I mean, that's on another level. I don't think if there was a wave this big, that boat would have survived. It would have been in a million pieces. Yeah. No, it's not very big. No. But that's supposedly the real size of it. So anyway, I mean, back to this guy's point about the whole meme. I mean, there you go. But back to stories of religion. I mean, that's where you go to, really. You want the wisdom, you go back this far. If only there were books that explained everything and if there was a guide to get into heaven. But unfortunately, there's not. There's not. Unless you go read maybe some woo, like Michael Newton's books. I mean, maybe Michael actually, by manipulating human consciousness, was able to get kind of a breakdown or breakthrough potentially into potential reality. So anyway. What the fuck is this? Jeremy Clarkson says he's worried about what the fuck? Anyway. Moving on to another post that he's made here pertaining to something very similar, not outside of obviously the gods creating man, but in these stories of the Sumerian epics. But then there's also potentially their influence, right? Oh, there's Awanis again. He's done another representation here of the fish man, the bringer of knowledge. Quite strange, the faces. Again, obviously we went over this recently, and there's always an explanation, right, for everything from people that, this is all explained. I mean, there's nothing anomalous here, right? Anything that may indicate that some previous civilization did exist and influence people will be explained away. They will detract from it constantly, right? So it's like, anyway. As frustrating as that is, it's just, I'll read through the story. That looks like a goddamn Moai face, but anyway. If you're unfamiliar with the Dogon of Mali, you're in for a treat. They're the living descendants of a tradition so ancient it busts up everything we think we know about normal history. Way before Western astronomers even suspected Sirius had a companion, the Dogon were telling stories passed down for generations about a tiny, dense, visible star orbiting Sirius A. Every 50 years, they said. They called it Potolo. They said it was the heaviest thing in the universe, that it spiraled through space, and that it was the source of life. This wasn't myth to them. They described real orbital mechanics, and this gets way stranger. They say this knowledge came from the Nomo, amphibious fish-like beings. Here we go again, right? Like Awanis and the Fishman right here at Sumeria, which were they were designated to go in and enlighten humanity, right, from the gods. So, yeah. Who descended from the sky in a spinning arc that landed amid thunder and flame. The Nomo weren't only visitors, they were restorers of order, bringers of language, science, and cosmic law. Sound familiar again? Yeah, it does. That's the same archetype we see in ancient Sumer with the Apkallu, in Babylon the Awanis, which is what I know of them as, yeah. And even in Vedic lore with the Matsaya avatar. Across the planet, these water sky beings. Okay, brother. Oh, my heavens. Thank you, brother. Oh, heavens. I forgot he said he was going to play guitar again. Fuck, we're going to plug it in. The Digi keeps reminding me of this, but we're going to get it there. Someday we're going to get it. Someday I'm going to play guitar again. Fuck. This week I definitely will do it. I got to write this on my hand, yeah. What do you mean Humpty Dumptys and fishermen are real, brother? Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah. God damn. All right. Across the planet, these water sky beings show up right after cataclysms and always bearing forbidden knowledge. The Dogon say the Nomo came from Sirius. Knew of Sirius B and even hinted at a third star, Sirius C, which is still debated in astrophysics today. So how could a tribe in West Africa know about visible white dwarves long before telescopes? I mean, seriously, let the skeptical minds play with their missionary theories, yes. This isn't borrowed astronomy. It's literally embedded into their temples, their masks, their harvest rituals, and their worldview, which is the argument against the idea this was something that had just cropped up more recently, and that it was deeper into we talked about this just recently anyway. This is preserved contact, in my opinion, not a coincidence. Either we're looking at an unbroken thread of pre-Diluvian cosmic knowledge, or the Dogon were taught by beings who actually came to the stars. From the stars. In both cases, the story humanity tells itself about its past is far too small. Yes, bro, we talk about all kinds of slop here, yeah. All kinds. There's no end. There's a bottomless bucket of slop, yeah. There they are there. There's a depiction of them there. God, the Nomo there on the left has, oh my heavens, they weren't fucking around. Good Lord. Right in the middle there. Fish breasts, I guess. Interesting depiction. Very interesting face, but again, man, that face, can't forget it. I don't know. I'd take a bet that these were the same people that influenced the cultures of Easter Island. But that's just a crazy theory according to mainstream archaeology or anthropology. Although, listen, this is definitely, there are lots of people out there, like even Sagan, there's other people involved who kind of were pushing back against these narratives that even noted how strange the Dogon story is. It's fairly well established. Obviously, there are people that there's always going to be ignorance that are always going to try and explain all this away, but yeah. Oh, there you go there, yeah. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about a second ago. Look, you can see here the fish man there at Mesopotamia and the Pope's hat that he wears now. Yeah. All the symbolism. Do they know about it? Fish titties. Fuck yeah. Fish titties. Fish dicks. Fish dicks. Was he a gay fish? That's the question, I guess, right? God, it's a South Park meme for people that don't know. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There he is again. That's out of Babylonia there. Yeah. Fishman with the bag as well around the tree of life. They love that tree. I don't know. You know, one thing I thought about recently, I was like, were those hops? Wouldn't that be fucking funny if that's what it was? Like, holy fuck. Hold on a second now. Has anybody I don't know if anybody's put this one together. Is this, I don't think anybody's actually, okay, look, hold on a second here. That's a hop, right, for beer. Fuck, what's his name again? God fucking damn it. I can't keep all their names. I don't know how people do this professionally, keep all these goddamn names straight. Out of Mesopotamia. The bird guy from Babylon. Bird god, Babylon, bag. What acorn? This guy here. You know what I mean? Like bag people, Mesopotamia bag right here. This guy. Motherfuckers. Listen, there's this big mystery for people that don't know. And the big mystery is what's in the bag that they carry around. Right? Look here. What's this Pinterest? Look, they're here. They're like, what's in this bag? What's in the bag here? I can't fucking zoom in on the photo. But look real close. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Like what people call them acorns. People have looked and they said, oh, this is a pineal gland. It's DMT. Do you know who the first one to make beer was? The first group of people? Sumeria were the first ones to make beer. Harvest hops. Actually, look how they're harvested, actually. Interesting. Straight up. Look. Did they use hops in Sumerian beer? I don't know. That's how they did this. Yeah. Fat ass nugs. Look at this. Look how they look. Look, man. And look at this shit here. Look. These are the tree of life that they pick off of. So in all of these depictions, they have them with the bags picking off of this tree and putting it into a bag. Were these motherfuckers brewing beer? Is that's what they coveted so much? I could see that. Brew of the gods. Bringer of life. Settler of stress. Easer of stress. It is a magic drink. It is. I don't know if I could get through a week without at least a couple. So, my God. That'd be kind of... I don't know if anyone's put that forward. I'll put this on the back burner too with the Antikytherian mechanism theory, right? So we're going to try and tie the Antikytherian mechanism theory to Atlantis, and then we're going to try to argue that what's in the bag is actually hops. I mean, fuck, that looks pretty goddamn similar to me. But again, like, what the fuck do I know? But listen, sometimes you take a shot in the dark, sometimes you hit. Look, does that look like hops? I don't know. Hard to say. This is how they were depicted at one point. They're right there, right? Fuck it, here, look. I don't know. And then they have their little things that brew off of them. Little leaves, look. I don't know. Shit. We just figured this mystery out? I don't think anyone knows, Death. I don't think anyone officially knows. Maybe, I don't recall hearing this as a theory. I think people think there was a particular plant that someone had put forward as an explanation I saw on Twitter not that long ago, but I genuinely don't think anyone knows. There are theories out there, but I don't think anyone actually literally knows what it actually is. Some kind of a... I think typically how it's interpreted, if I recall correctly, is it's some kind of a... it's some kind of mythological scene, and it's just like a plant of the gods or something like that. Yeah. If I recall. But there are people who've tried to put forward these explanations, and probably like me have just kind of shot in the dark. Well, holy fuck. That looks a bit closer to hops. If man, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. The Sumerians were known for beer. Did Sumerians, this is just curious here. A second. Sumerians use hops in their beer. I don't think they did. No, that's yeah. You mean ancient Sumer, yes. Hops weren't used in brewing until around the 9th century in Europe. That's what I thought. Was made from fermented barley bread. Bapir. That's what I thought it. I don't think they were kicking around that long ago. So no IPA for Gilgamesh. The fuck out of here. Anyway. What a meme. Anyway. Yeah, we'll move on to the other slop that I have up here, but I always love this stuff. I don't know what it is about this stuff. There's some, I guess, calling to it. I love it. What else? Before I get into this other video here with Dan from Debunking, what else does Jimmy got here? The amount of missing history from ancient Egyptians cannot be overstated. Many have speculated the Library of Alexandria has info describing how the Great Pyramids of Giza were built. But here's the thing. The Library of Alexandria wasn't built until 2,300 years after the Giza Pyramids. True. And not only that, the library itself wasn't even built until after 3 separate intermediate periods, chapters which include substantial missing historical documentation, which total 744 years. Think about that. But if there was one inescapable fact that screamingly highlights Egypt's missing history, that we do not know how the Egyptians constructed the pyramids. Well, no, we don't. Missing history confirmed. Historians and archaeologists should be humbled and accept that missing history is real, and much that once has been sadly lost to the sands of time. Well, but we should still try and figure it out. I mean, now the way they approach this is they approaching it as, well, they figured it out somehow. And again, it might indicate that there was a group of people that were involved with architecting it that knew more than we thought they knew about that time period, right? It may even be stranger. It may be way stranger. I mean, we have no fucking idea. Maybe they did do strange things with the blocks. We don't know. No one knows. Yeah. Hey, man, sweet dreams. Thanks for coming by, man. Take care. We'll see you later. Oh, God. Is this one they mess with his voice?
Jimmy, just because a lot of the history is missing doesn't mean you can fill it up with your pseudo-narratives. That's my job, and as Zahi said, we know exactly how the pyramids were built. You just have to accept it as a fact. And maybe, just maybe, you should buy his books, okay? Jimmy...
Oh, God. Now they're putting words in his mouth, literally. Flint drivel. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, he's blocked his account on Twitter, so no one can interact with him except people that he allows to interact with him, which of course is Indiana Jarvis. It's like the biggest bitch move you can do, man. It's like he created a safe space for himself. I'm like, brother, you can't go make a mess and then go shutter all the blinds and not go outside anymore. Like, you have to kind of deal with it. I don't know. Indiana, fuck me. He's just such a dingus, man. Hard to say. Half of Egyptology is speculation and conjecture, and there's a lot of people out there trying to sell books that push their own conjecture narratives. Simple fact that much of Egypt is a mystery. It is, yeah. Much of all of ancient history is still kind of a mystery. There are things that we do know. I mean, we do know that the people of Egypt were wonderful craftspeople. They made brilliant art. They were brilliant people, but it's a different matter when you get to the pyramid or the vases too. Is another one, right? The vases is another conversation that is definitely fucked, and we've gone over that here ad nauseum as well. And again, when you're trying to formulate an argument of this stuff, what we really want, we want hard data. So if you were to subject one of these vases to a very rigorous test, like for instance, the testing that Chris Dunn's son and his buddy, who are both engineers for Lockheed Martin, creating aerospace parts, and they find that the values that this vase had were, I'm trying to speak more coherently here. What was the actual technical term that they had said? Fuck. Should probably just let them talk about it, but fuck, wow, my brain, god damn it. Anyway, it was far too precise to have been something that could have been done by hand. Effectively TLDR. I just don't really want to say that. So his hug box, yeah. I just don't really want to. That's effectively it. Not the variances. God damn it. Anyway, I've almost got the word in my brain. I can't quite get it, but yeah. So that obviously is going to be more valuable than, oh, well, we think they did it. So, and you're like, well, you think they did it. It's like, why? Well, but we found it with some other stuff. It's like, okay, like this is the argument, right? So this is the argument that the Egyptians made these vases, right? We found it with some other stuff. It's like, okay, well, like, could this be something that was older that people happened to pull with their stuff? Right? It's like, well, but they made other stuff by hand. It's like, okay, yeah, but like nothing of this level of precision. Like, well, okay, well, show us how they did it. It's like, well, we can't. We don't know how they did it. I'm like, well, but they probably figured it out. It's like, tolerances. Thank you, Spring. Fuck my brain. Tolerances, yes. I was like, that is such a shitty fucking argument. If you look over here, we've got this thing tested, and the tolerances are absolutely ridiculous, and in some instances are more than what you would need or require for aerospace parts. So the chances some guy did that by hand on like a lathe or some shit with sand and sandpaper back in the day, 3,000 years ago, is almost like literally fucking zero. So then what does that indicate again? Potentially this is another piece of evidence from this long lost group of people. But again, they'll constantly try and get away from this because they've been gaslit into thinking this is an impossible narrative. It's groupthink. Anyway, people have already highlighted this ad nauseum. And that wanted to bring this up by Dan because this is extremely, oh, this is awesome. Okay, I didn't really know what it was about. The idea of Hamlet's Mill is an intriguing one. So Hamlet's Mill is, Randall Carlson's talked a lot about Hamlet's Mill. Which is a famous book. I think it's from like the early 60s. 69. Yeah, here. Yeah, Hamlet's Mill. Oh, yeah. I keep meaning to read it. I have not read it. I have gone through a TLDR of it though. This and the Cosmic Serpent I have gone through a bit. Well, I should say a bit. I've kind of gone through it, right? Kind of like Velikovsky's book. I've read through them. Now, if I say I know a book, I would know, I'd be able to give you all the chapters, and I don't know it quite to that degree. I've gone through the book. But this is one I've been meaning to go through. But anyway, this is very interesting. Ancient astronomers encoded secret knowledge into myths. And that is a real meme that I think we should take more seriously. And there's tons of people in archaeology and anthropology that approach this without the hubris. I mean, Thor Conway is an anthropologist that I brought up here a couple times that Graham Hancock introduced me to. He's a brilliant guy. He's worked a lot with the native peoples of Ontario, the Ojibwa. And they literally have a story about this. I gotta mention it all the fucking time, but about this long-tailed heavenly climbing star is what they called it. But this giant comet flew by the planet and its tail lashed the earth and caught everything on fire. And so, like, there's Fred Pine. That's where that story comes from. That's a story from their people, from their oral traditions that go back thousands of years. Yes, that sounds like what was happening. So why would they do it on a vase? Why would a vase have to be so accurate? Maybe it's just a coincidence that it's perfect. Not asking you directly, Spring. Yeah, just asking in general. Yeah, maybe it's just a coincidence it's so perfect. It would be a coincidence if only one vase had those tolerances. But there's multiple that supposedly have them. Not all of them do. Some of them are undoubtedly creations out of like later time periods. But some of them are there's other indicators on them as well. I think it's again, I would defer to these guys and girls who work in these industries that are looking at them that can go through a breakdown. There's a really good video that Ben Van Kerkwijk did with Chris Dunn's son, who was a meteorologist. He's a specialist with materials, an engineer with they engineer materials, that went in depth as to why it probably is almost certainly some kind of construction. So effectively what you would be looking at is there was a bunch of these vases constructed. This would be kind of the meme. So there was probably however many of them, we don't know. There was something like between 30 and 40,000 of them found. And to strap your head around how many that is hard, but that's how many have been found, I think. And they were all found kind of in the same area. And probably what happened was there were a couple of them that maybe survived from an older period, would be like the argument we try and construct here. And then the Egyptians did copy them, and they copied a bunch of shit. And that would be the argument. So there was an older influential culture that they copied stuff from. This happens all the time. The Babylonians, and I believe it was the Assyrians, or it might be the Akkadians, essentially defeated Sumer and then took their language, so their cuneiform. So we know that what happens, these other cultures will copy and take stuff from other older cultures, and they'll kind of rebrand it as their own. And so we know people do this all the time. So the argument would be that this is what happened, and that this is an original of something that's much older. Yeah. The more you remove yourself from the idea of personal gain for proving merit, the easier it comes to you. Yeah, the arrogance that some of these guys let blind them is fucking astounding. Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Because it's a point where you figure someone's an asswipe or not. Just a shame. It wastes so much intelligence. It's a part of the intellectual process too, though, I guess, man, right? Is like tempering out that hubris in you. And I think it's like why philosophy is important when you're going through post-secondary or you're just thinking in general, developing whatever, because you're asking questions not just about the world, but also about yourself. Like it is also like there's an element of, character that you work on, self-development, like know thyself is like the famous Greek philosophical adage. Like, and so these people, like they spend a lot of time locked away inside of their ivory tower in these universities and not really out in reality a whole lot. And they learn the basics of archaeology and they know how to go and they know how to write a paper but then like their character's lacking to some degree, like they aren't really exposed to reality and then they get exposed to reality all of a sudden on the internet and it's too much for them. And they realize that other people can kind of see through their bullshit and then they go hide, right? And like it's a hard thing about the internet. There's tons of people this happens to that find a lot of success. Maybe they're very competent people. Maybe they're very good at coding, right? Maybe they were like a hacker that worked for Blizzard. And then maybe like they didn't work in their character as much and they made some bad decisions and they're kind of an asshole. And over time that ends up sabotaging their entire shtick. So it's character development, working on yourself versus like your thing. Anyway, I don't know, man. I always factored that into it though. It's like it is a self-awareness. But some people that are very intellectual, like they're kind of blinded to that. They kind of lack that self-awareness. They don't work on it a lot. They're too hyper-fixated on whatever hyper-specialized thing they know. It's like, I know everything there is to know about whale bones and goat's teeth in Greece, like Flynn Dibble. And it's like, but I don't know a lot about like behaving like an adult. Like it's like, okay. Or approaching things with less hubris. People who have redone them on a vase is already in our times. The basic lays powered by water wheels. Break. Yeah, no, they haven't. No. Yeah, it's there was somebody, you probably just Googled that, or if you know of it, there's somebody who tried to prove that you can do it on a basic lathe with a water wheel. The problem is that it is not to those dimensions, right? So it looks similar, but the problem when they scan them They had a bunch of them available to them, right? Like Ben and the whole team. There was an investor who originally owned them. So they have other examples that do not have those same kinds of tolerances within them. But I know that might be like the Metabunk thread or some shit. They're trying to say, oh, someone did this already. That vase, I don't know. They did not subject it to the same level of testing. They simply just made one on a lathe and that was it. I do not believe that they had subjected it to that level of tolerance testing. This is still ongoing as well. I mean, they're going through more examples of this, but yeah, you can make a vase on a lathe with the water roll, absolutely. And undoubtedly there are examples that came out of Egypt of that. The anomaly are the ones that had those tolerances they found that they studied. And so that is still a meme that's ongoing. There's no explanation for it other than I don't think it'd be physically possible. Especially because there's more than one example of it too that had those level of tolerances. So like, good luck. It's the same thing with people trying to argue, people just did Pumapunku. Like Pumapunku is another example, right? Where like people will try, they'll be like, oh yeah, they just made these by hand, right? Like see these H blocks? All of these are like literally almost identical. I think some of obviously there's some variance because of how aged they are. But these H blocks, there's tons of them. They're like literally copied and pasted. And the explanation is, they just figured it out. They just did it. Like these people, no offense to them, but they were living with llamas in mud huts. Like there's no sign of like high technology or anything or any kind of advanced stonework aside from other anomalous megalithic sites along the whole, along the Andes, all the South American ridge there. So, like, yeah, they just figured it out. It's like, no. Like, they certainly did not. So, same meme. It's like, okay, they just made these perfectly time and time again. It's like, okay, I mean, is it impossible for someone to do something like that? It gets to be. It gets to be when it's that far in the past. I mean, even people today doing stoneworking, I'd love to see them do that. The another side of competition, I guess, is what that be. They need to get drunk and crush some puss for a couple years. That might be it, man. Maybe that's what it is. He's just a little bit uncomfortable, with himself, potentially. You got to subject yourself to that kind of shit. Maybe go to the gym a little bit. I don't fucking know. Not that that's even necessary, honestly. I mean, just go out into the real world more will probably just be what you need to do. Go do martial arts or whatever the fuck you want to do. Like, expose yourself to reality. The vase making process is perfected over time, years, and became a well sought after commodity for the people, much like people want a well-made watch like Rolex, Ferrari, etc. Is that the argument? Yeah, is that the argument against it? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, interesting, right? I know that's kind of the mainstream argument against the idea that potentially these are relics from some older kind of civilization. It's kind of the similar argument to the Giza Plateau, though, too, right, man? Like, it's a similar argument that, well, it's just something that they figured out. It's just something that they became very proficient in knowing how to do. And the argument becomes, you have to get more hyper-specific. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to speak to that in depth to the degree we need to like pull the argument one way or the other. But I would say that, like, for instance, if you looked at the Giza Plateau, right, you could go speak to an archaeologist, you could speak to an Egyptologist who specializes in Egypt. And the Egyptologist would point to a lot of anecdotes from history. They'd point to stories, they'd point to culture, etc. But they're not as familiar with construction methods, right? And variances and tolerances and when it comes to construction. So if you wanted to really analyze, let's say, the Great Pyramid in depth, and we wanted to really know, well, was this or is this not an anomalous structure? The Egyptologist isn't really who we're going to go talk to. We're going to talk to like an engineer, right? We're going to talk to somebody that knows construction. And this is who we're dealing with now. So when you're formulating an argument for or against this, their history that they were good craftspeople is well documented. But the argument here is that the level of tolerances involved is well beyond anything they would be able to facilitate by hand. And you'd need to speak with somebody that would be able to elaborate a little bit further on that. And like mathematically how unlikely it would be that they would have been able to consecutively create some of these vases with said tolerances. Similar to Giza, actually, this is the argument like Chris Dunn has brought up, who's also an engineer in the past, that this structure was created it was architected with and crafted with a level of precision that was above and beyond anything else you find in Egypt. And it's convenient as well that in Egyptian history, there aren't really a lot of mentions or depictions of the structures, right? The Giza of the pyramids. And there was also really nothing found within them either. And so then Chris started formulating the hypothesis, this looks more like a machine. Like, why would they have created something with such tolerances? It doesn't make a lot of sense for a tomb because we see their other tombs. They're like holes in the ground. So like, what the fuck was this about? And it's older. The oldest structures are the most complex. How does that make sense, right? So that would be the argument, I guess, against that point. Although I wouldn't disagree that they were wonderful craftspeople. But honing in on what do you mean by anomaly? And I would say to Ben and his team and those guys that are looking at this, there's a good video online. You can look it up. You can find Chris Dunn, his last name's Dunn, his son, online, going through how precise this, and there's more than just tolerances encoded within there. There may be some other mathematical memes that a mathematician had looked at it, and he's trying to argue that they've actually encoded some math within this thing as well. Kind of similarly to how potentially they've encoded things within the pyramids construction as well. Although, again, archaeology, Egyptology, anthropology, interesting. I mean, they do employ some of the scientific method. They are a scholarly discipline. When you're getting hyper-specific, you want to go work with the engineers. That's like when I'm looking at something like that, I want to hear what they have to say. The point is evidence of advanced, replicatable manufacturing with difficult materials. Very well said, Bones, yeah. Hands cold, ignore typos. That's very well said, yeah, that's exact. Yeah, that's exact. Even if you argue that they used molds to cast a stone, they would be so huge and so numerous as to be immediately apparent there aren't any, yeah. Color, what are the vases we're talking about? Yeah, well, I can bring them up, I guess, actually. I'll bring up a picture of them. Vase, it's a vase scan project, maybe what it's called. Right here. This is, I believe, one of them. So, yeah, that's it right there. That's the 3D scan that they did of it, actually. Yeah, right there. Laser scan, light scan from Saqqara, Egypt. There was a bunch of them. DAZ content. So that's the 3D modeler right there. These vases right here. Ancient precision confirmed. Yeah. That's Ben's video there he did on it. Yeah. So there's a bunch of them. Not all of them are absolutely undeniably products of some kind of extreme precision. I mean, some of them, yeah, they have lots of variances and they're probably done by hand. But the question we'd be asking would be potentially, not even potentially, be making the argument, did they copy these from something else that they had? Right. So that would be what we'd be looking at. It's kind of like the pyramids. Did they copy? There's a remnants of some of the more recent constructions. Did they copy this from some older example? Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Pumapuku meme with the, yeah, man, there's no fucking way. I mean, the molds, I mean, well, that may be what they are, but then Pumapuku's a really good example of genuine anomaly that no one can fucking explain. Another one you throw out there and it's like, no, people are like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know there'd be anybody that wouldn't look at Pumapuku and say, what the fuck? It's another example of like, doesn't make any sense at all why that's even there, but yeah, Graham talks about this type of stuff all over the world with megalithic pick structures. So it's wild because it's not just in Egypt that this type of stuff is found. A pizza, yeah, no, exactly, man, yeah. You know, it's everywhere. Pumapuku is another example, right? With the you mean the cart rots is another one that you're talking about? Yeah. Or did you mention that? No, I mean I misread that. What am I even talking about? Okay, just in my brain, maybe. Oh yeah, just in my brain. Yeah, there's other anomalous structures as well. Like this is one of my favorite ones. I mean, it's fucked. The whole site is fucked. Like, look, what the fuck? Hold on, will this allow us to open this image up? Like, where was that picture of them all lined up? Like, that's a good example of what the fuck? That is, you know, mobile construction facility here with all these fucking things. I mean, however they did them. Doesn't make any sense. Just randomly. And this one here is off Lake Titicaca. Yeah. Yeah, Sprink, it is. Yeah. I think it's, you don't need to go like full Von Daniken on this and be like, oh, it was aliens. It's like, we don't know who it was. But I would wager that potentially some of the earlier depictions of them may have been accurate or may have been pointing to who they were, like at a Samaria, for instance. Like my bet personally on this, although I'm not like the leading expert on any of this at all, but in some things I know a bit more maybe, but than in other areas. But I would bet that it is something to do with a lost race of humans, probably, is my personal bet. Now, does it possibly get weirder? It could, maybe. Do we originate from this planet? I mean, how weird does this get, right? But I would say just baseline lost race of humans is my bet. Because that's what all the stories point to. There was another group of people that were segregated from us. They were much larger than us. They were physically larger. We have lots of remnants and stories and anecdotes and even evidences of a larger group of people interacting with and interbreeding with other cultures here on the planet, through North America, through the world. So initially they were segregated from us and they traveled around the world possibly. They had the means to travel in the world. However they did that. So like Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha arrived on a boat with a bunch of other people that look like him. And they traveled all throughout South America. And so when you start asking the question, who specifically may have been involved in constructing this? Well, the guy that's mentioned in all the other cultures up the spine of South America. I mean, that's where I would start personally. So yeah. The fact we've been digging shit like this over 300 years without finding proof of manufacturing is the same. Well, and that's where it would get more weird, right? Well, even the vases, right? Wherever I just put the vases at. Like, even the vases, there is something anomalous about them, where the vase itself has an unbelievable amount of precision encoded within it. But then the handles, for some odd reason, don't. Now, was that an attempt from somebody after the fact to recarve something on it? I don't know. They don't know. Depends how schizo you want to get with this. Well, you get full-blown schizo. I mean, what was there a manufacturing facility? Or was there some, like, how high was the technology? Don't know. That's the big meme. Like, what are we looking at here technologically? Are we looking at, like, just above us? Or, like, did they have a multi-tool with them? Like, are we going, like 1,000 years beyond us? Like, how did they do this? And I do point, there is a story. There's a couple stories, because we just went over this, like, last week or 2 weeks ago. But there's stories, actually, out of, I think it's Saksu, Oman, which is the place where the stones look like they're melted together. It's fucking green screen. I'm watching this. Anyway. Looks like the stones are melted together. And the story there, one of the stories, if I recall correctly, I think that was Viracocha, showed up and he had this device that softened the stone to where they could mold it with their hands. Wait, it's like, okay. And then you go through the accounts out of Mesopotamia, and the gods are running around with this little device in their hand, which is like a multi-tool weapon. It can do all kinds of things. And it was known as a, not a Vimana, Jesus Christ. God damn it. Fuck, I just had it in my head. God damn my brain. Oh, God. Fuck. Anyway, it was this little multi-tool. Oh, I could find it. Anyway, Marduk had it in his hand. They're found throughout India. They're found throughout Mesopotamia. And it's this little device. A Vajra. Sorry, that's what it was. Vajra. It's a Vajra. It's this little tool that they had. So again, like Vajra, we'll just pull it up. You can see it here, this thing here. So this was a device of the gods. So if we're going to go back and take some of these stories more literally, then this would obviously be beyond just, oh, they were an advanced civilization. They could navigate using the stars. It's like, no. They had a fucking multi-tool that could turn stone like soft. Like, this is high technology. This is a high technological civilization here at this point. Like, but I mean, listen, like, it depends where you want to go with it. There he is right there with the goddamn Vajra. Want to go to level 10. I see there's a metal band that's adopted that name. That's brilliant of them. Marduk. That's a really good metal name, actually. Anyway, yeah. Don't know. Again, are we holding ourselves back maybe by not taking some of the stuff more literally? Maybe. Supposedly, some people have remnants of these things. I don't know if any of them are real or not. They're just ceremonial representations, but time will tell, I suppose. There's a cross again. Only one way to find out. Yeah. Were they originally vases? I don't know, Bones. That's the other good question. Who knows? I mean, whatever they were. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to find some crazy shit in the ocean sooner or later that is going to peel back the curtain a bit. Well, Pizza, listen, man, like before disclosure, well, the find recently in Egypt with the Khafre scam project, that they scanned the middle pyramid, Khafre's pyramid is Khufu is the big one because that's who they think built it. Khafre is the middle one of the pyramids of Giza, and starts with an M, the other one, the small one, the tiny one. But those scans, I don't know, man. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But I have a feeling that there might be something going on with that. Whether it ends up actually being 2 kilometer long structures, this is how you make formula proper argument, though. Put the paper out, put all the evidence out, peer review, see if others can replicate it. If they subject the area to similar scans using the same technique, they get the same results, then we got to go dig. If they dig and they find something, fuck, there we go. GG. Put a fucking fork in it, we're done. We've got an advanced civilization that constructed that area. And then what do we find down there, right? If you could generate enough amplification of sound energy at the right frequency, you could mold whatever you wanted, just not figured out how to attenuate it for long periods. Well, there's stories out of Tibet. The Tibetans said some kind of a meme that they could do this, right? And I don't know, right? I mean, and supposedly there's that story I brought up from the Soviet spy that was living down in there that was kind of like an asshole. He was essentially ruling the area. And he got brought down into this sacred place by one of the monks, and they had all of these records, and they had remnants. They had remnants from the civilization. They had all this crazy stuff that was like high technology. I think I recall him mentioning that there was some device like with the Vajra or something in there as well. That they had these relics of the gods that they were keeping, and that they've hidden away, stored away in their vaults. And the Tibetan monks, they go back a long way. There could very well be some keepers of this lost knowledge out there still that just have no interest in bringing this stuff forward, because they probably turn on the news and see all these maniacs threatening to blow each other up all the time. This stuff could already exist out there potentially. I don't know. There's a potential that it's out there and it's just being hidden, but there's stories of them doing just that, of using sound to levitate things, and people never took it too seriously. But then again, that's why this stuff is important to me, at least, because it exemplifies potentially. It's an example potentially of this civilization. Like, it's an argument for it. It's evidences of this civilization potentially, or this group of people. And again, it's just hit with a question mark, and it's like, well, no. Like, this would be a part of this hypothesis, right? That you would find remnants of this stuff that doesn't fit, right? And you would have stories of these people around, and you do find it. It checks a bunch of boxes here. The problem is there's just people reluctant to dig into this because we need more from them. But the evidence is already, the argument here is the evidence is already out here for this. It's just, how are we looking at, like, how are we looking at this? And are we asking the right questions about these sites? And we aren't, I don't think, personally. But yeah, the key is internodal frequency distortion bubbles. I think that's what Tuvan throat singing mimics. Interesting. It's also peculiar the physics is headed towards transfer across that as a medium in quantum entanglement into the metaphysics. Is it really? Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. I've seen experiments they've done with sound and using sound to move things. But yeah, the question is, have there already been a civilization in the past, or civilization implies as well, potentially, like, and this is maybe the problem with how this has been looked at, because one of the arguments that, like, Flint brought up, and I've heard this before, is that there will be more evidence of a civilization around than we found, because we think of civilization like our civilization. And the argument some people have made or implied, like Graham, is that we're dealing with something that's not of super high technology, but high enough technology, they're doing stuff like this. And so you would expect to find in archaeology, as you dig deeper, you would expect to find a record of their evolution along the path, to where if they were at our level of development back then, which is what some people implied, okay, well, where's their path along the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, and why don't we find remnants of that? How many people were there? Wouldn't we find evidence of their smelting in the atmosphere and the ice core? And that, for the ice core argument, isn't actually that great, because there's other ways to explain it away that we maybe didn't understand, or maybe they could be there, we didn't test it properly, or anyway. It could also be that they weren't from here. There weren't that many of them, and they were a little bit more advanced than we're comfortable with. And that would also explain the absence of any kind of progression of technology, and that they didn't originate here to begin with. They just ended up being stationed here, and they were already at a high level of progression or higher level progression. And maybe they had a couple places where they ended up creating civilization or starting it, but it would have been like maybe in that island in the Atlantic if it existed. But again, you go back to the stories, like, they weren't from here. I mean, again, it's like, you want to critique people that are trying to attribute these constructions not the native peoples but other groups, but then they don't take the arguments from these native peoples seriously, or their stories literally. Like, some of these native peoples in these areas take these stories, like the Sumerians, fucking literally. But we don't. We just say, oh well, no, they're idiots. It's like, well, no, they may not have been idiots, right? So it's just this crazy rhetoric they employ to try and put people down that are trying to figure this out, when they themselves are putting down the native peoples, constantly describing them literally as idiots. That's literally how they would describe them. They didn't believe they were from here. The Sumerians especially, this is not something they talk about a lot, people that study this stuff. They literally believed these people were real. They did not think that they were like some mythological group of people. They literally believed they were real, that they existed in the past. So that's another thing too. And of course, we have projected that this is all some kind of fantasy or a mythological scene, but no, they thought they were fucking real. From what we know of them, they thought they were real. So then we should maybe take that into consideration slightly when we see shit like this, right? I don't know. That's just, and I'm not the expert in any of this. I'm just asking questions about it, but it does bother me that people who are experts in this just don't ask many questions, right? But then I shouldn't really be surprised. They just get herded into these circles and, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Not too many questions, sir. Just doing what I'm told, sir. The other thing is, do we already have stories long passed down mocked in ignorance because of hubris? Exactly, man. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, muddy waters. It's a mess, dude. It's a fucking mess. Even local history in the U.S. we were talking about here before, and okay, about the mounds and stuff, like in the bodies, but just what the fuck happened with the bodies? I mean, the giant bodies. That is, sorry. Which we're like, well, who were these people you're talking about, Jim? That these giants? It's like, well, yes. As they're described literally by all of these different cultures, even Viracocha and tons of them, as being very large people, depicted as such. Yes, that's what it is. I mean, like, I think too, this is the other thing that people do all the time. We presuppose that the truth is going to be something that isn't going to be uncomfortable, right? And that's a lot of people like to live in denial. They don't like to face difficult truths, right? So we presuppose that when we encounter or unveil truth's protective layers, that it's going to be something that doesn't unsettle us. I was like, oh, we'll be handled. It won't be any ontological shock with it, right? They'd be like, oh yeah, it'll be fine. But it'll fit with our prevailing narrative. They're presuming that it's not going to come in and just absolutely upend and everything that they thought they knew. Because that's obviously going to be really unsettling, and that may make them look real fucking stupid too. Like, you guys didn't see this? God. And then that's their ego, and then you're fighting with the ego of the people, and good luck at that point, right? So, but that's the other thing. I bring that up occasionally around people too, and be like, bring this up, and I'm just to test people occasionally. I'm just curious how they're going to react. And then I'll ask them, what do you know about the Giants? They'll be like, well, I don't know, this all destroyed. I'm like, no. No one enlighten you here about this. Mean. right? It's just, I've been having fun with it the last couple of years because I'm just curious. Because honestly, myself included, I would have thought, oh, that's nonsense. But, you know, as long as you listen to somebody's argument for it, that's really what you should be doing anyway, is listen to somebody's logic on something, you know. Is it completely out there? No, it's not. It's actually encoded within everything. It's like, oh, God, really unsettling. Talk about ontological shock, right? This is like above and beyond. Really, little people coming from different star systems is less shocking than this, because this upends all kinds of shit. It upends all kinds of traditions people participate in. It harkens back like so much of people's basic ontology. Like, talk about ontological shock. I mean, oh, there's aliens. Oh, well, whatever. Well, what you're actually worshiping real people at some point that got telephone gamed into a monotheistic religion. It's like, what? It's like, yeah. It's like, I was like, oh shit. Like, that stuff's like, all the rituals you're doing are telephone gamed back from a group of people that were here in the past who were a little bit more advanced than us, that influenced all these ancient cultures. Like, oh God, like that's the culturally that just like starts to pull at the threads a little bit and unwind it. This is bigger than the little gray people personally. I've been having wild dreams about shootouts with the aliens because of these muscle relaxers. Maybe it's a sign. Oh fuck, brother. Coming back. I don't know, these motherfuckers you might not want to have a shootout with, though. They're 8 feet tall, but I guess, listen, a pistol probably didn't go through them just the same, rifle. Maybe that's why they haven't come back. I'm like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, they're smaller than us, but hand to hand wasn't a problem, but now they got goddamn high powered rifles, and we're still just made of flesh and blood, so this might not work out very well for us. So anyway, yeah, I'll play Dan's video here. I'll see what he's saying and see what it's all about. I love, as probably many people know, many of us as well maybe love this, but ancient astronomers encoded secret knowledge into myths.
You know, when it comes to psychology, there's no better touchstone to the ancients than the stars. I'll argue this till the end of days. You know, languages change, foods change, culture.
The solar system, Dan. So that, I think that may be Sumerian cylinder seal, actually. Maybe it is. That was Sitchin's favorite one.
Cultures change, religions change, morality changes. But that steady pattern of the stars, man, that's been going for millions of years. That don't change. If I go stand in my backyard, I look straight up, I see the same sky somebody 21,000 years ago staying in that same spot saw. Okay, you can't say that about anything else, all right? Now, you can take this even further and say that the ancients used these to navigate. And there's no question the ancients used the stars to navigate. Bugs use the stars to navigate. So I'm going to say if a dung beetle today can figure out how to use the stars to navigate, that a proto-human a few million years ago was probably using the stars to navigate. Again, a solid touchstone.
Fair enough.
That proto-human looking up at the 3 stars in Orion's belt and me looking up at the 3 stars in Orion's belt is a psychological and mental connection through time based on those stars that you're not going to find anywhere else. In addition to this, the stars were the first esoteric knowledge, another hill that I'll die on. If you were a person that sussed, when the stars house the sun and it rises, the sun rises into this group of stars and it's time to go plant, or the sun rises into that group of stars and it's time to go hunt buffalo, pretty quick you didn't have to plant. You didn't have to hunt buffalo. You just sat on your butt and they brought you the food because you were worth 10 people's labor easily because you told them where to go and when to do it. And if you hid that knowledge and kept it to yourself and taught it to your kids, well, you could set up a lineage of people who basically sat on their butts for a living, right? So, first esoteric knowledge, clearly end of story in my mind, there is no arguing it. And we can say for certain that the ancients looked very closely at this. By the time of the ancient Greeks, they started determining what the planets were because everything else spins in a set circle and the planets just kind of do their own thing. So they were the wanderers. They determined that the earth was round, okay? They determined a lot of things a very long time ago. But one of the things that they determined was called precession of the equinoxes. And this is a pretty complicated one, and while it is something that can be determined with ancient technology, it's not something that is considered to have been figured out until relatively recently, about 2,100 years ago. But there are myths. There are legends, there are stories that seem to contain elements of not only the soft data, the symbology, the symbolism of the sky turning and precession of the equinoxes, but The actual like hard data seems to be encoded as well, the numbers. And this becomes a very interesting perspective. Like, did some of the ancients hide this esoteric knowledge in myth to pass down into the future? Some of the more complicated, some of the harder to find stuff, was it encoded into myth and sent into the future? Well, this is something we're going to take a look at in detail here. So strap yourself in and let's talk about the ideas laid out in Hamlet's Mill and expounded on since then. Hi, my name is Dan and welcome to Debunking.
I don't know if I've seen this intro.
Well, this idea first came onto my radar back in 1995 when I read Fingerprints of the Gods by Graham Hancock. He discusses at length Hamlet's Mill and the implications of the book and what he does believe about it. And he talks about precession of the equinoxes. And that's also the first place that I heard of the very real scientific phenomena of precession of the equinoxes. So I just want to point out that makes Graham Hancock a science educator. Suck it. But Graham mentions where he first got the idea from. It's a book called Hamlet's Mill, written in 1969 by MIT History of Science professor Georgios D. Santiala and University of Frankfurt History of Science professor Hertha von Deschamps. Now, the book is a hard read, man. I often compare it to wading through a sewer looking for diamonds. I mean, it feels like they made it hard to suss on purpose. It's just, it feels really deliberately, obtusely hard to read. I don't know how else to put it. It's like most people that I've talked to that are aware of the work haven't read the book.
No.
And there's a reason, man. It's a hard one. However, if you do look through the book, it does lay out in a pretty good degree of detail the idea of mythology carrying forward hard astronomical data. And the idea behind that is a myth that's got some hard data in it, some numbers, for example, is going to be, there's a small chance of that changing. If you give it religious or cultural significance, make it spiritual, make it sacred, the odds of it changing a lot go down considerably is the base hypothesis here. Now, the big information that's said to be encoded by myth in Hamlet's Mill would be precession of the equinoxes. And for those of you who aren't aware, precession of the equinoxes is the slow change in the zodiacal symbols that mark the four main astronomical days of the year: the summer and winter solstices and the spring and autumn equinoxes. The spring equinox is especially noteworthy as the age of the era is determined by which symbol of the zodiac the sun rises into on the spring or vernal equinox. The 12 signs of the zodiac are more or less evenly spaced, and each one occupies about 30 degrees of the horizon. The 4 points on a clock seem to be based on the 4 signs that house the equinoxes and solstices, 4 main points on a circle of 12 points, and these are believed to have been the 4 corners of the heavens or 4 corners of the earth by many.
Did she spray? Goddamn.
Now, at any rate, as time progresses, these symbols slowly change.
That's a dry-ass childhood. Are you serious? Just me. I have not read it. I have not read it. I know of it. I know the arguments in it, but I have not read it. I don't honestly know that I've heard that obviously it's a very technical book, but I don't know if I would necessarily. I have not read through it, so I can't really say.
The Earth doesn't just fly around the sun and spin on its axis. It also wobbles as it spins, like a top. A slow backwards rotation. This changes once every 71.6 years. Imperceptible in a single lifetime, and in ancient times when the world wasn't as kind to humans and modern medicine and antibiotics wasn't a thing, maybe 2 lifetimes passed per degree. About every 2,160 years, the constellations change, and a new age will be named after the constellation that's now housing the sun when it rises in the spring equinox. For example, today we live near the end of the age of Pisces and the beginning of the age of Aquarius. And when this happens, the entire zodiac changes, not just one sign. The entire framework of the clock in the sky shifts. And now those 4 main points are occupied by new constellations.
That'll do it, though.
Now, this was supposedly first discerned in 127 BC by the Greek astronomer Hipparchus. But there are signs that it was known long before that. Now, some of the oldest depictions that we see of the zodiac seem to be in cave paintings and art. For example, in the Lascaux caves, we see what's almost certainly Taurus. These dots above it are almost certainly the Pleiades, and that marks it almost certainly as Taurus. Now, those Lascaux cave paintings were said to have been painted between 15,000 and 17,000 years ago, and during that time frame, Taurus would have been in the autumn equinox. That's a big deal because you're going to have 4 points that have constellations in those days. So if you assume that 17,000 years ago was when people first started naming those constellations the zodiac, which personally I believe it went back much further than that, but we'll just say 17,000 years ago is when it first started, and the Lascaux cave painting shows us the first time that people actually looked up at the sky and said, ah, there's an animal in the sky. It was one of the 4 main points on the clock. This is important to note because you've got 12 points on the clock. So as times change, at least 8,000 years or 6,300 years, 400 years would have to pass for us to have named all the constellations. So it has to go back a long time. And the constellations pretty much show up wholesale, completely done by the time of the Greeks, right? There's a couple of outliers, but basically you've got the 12 pieces of the sky are equally sectioned out by the time of the Greeks. So at least 6,000 years before that. So having established that there's a very good chance that the zodiac is much older than considered.
I don't know if Dan mentions this. It doesn't look like he does, but although he may. Göbekli Tepe may also. There was an archaeoastronomer who's been studying it, and there's a possibility that actually Göbekli Tepe may have these zodiacal animals in it, depicted as well. Which Göbekli Tepe goes back at least 12,000 years. Some of these sites possibly 14,000. So again, though, as Dan had stated, this is one of the memes of the book that potentially we've known about this like in the cycles 25, almost 26,000 years, right? So that we had astronomers back then would be interesting, but then humans have been anatomically correct for possibly going back 200,000 years, Homo sapiens. So then you would have had intelligent people back then. So is it completely out of the question that there could have been intelligent people that figured this out back then? I don't know. Right? 12,600. Now you say, well, yeah, well, what is it's 11? Is that what it was? 12,600. Yeah. The Younger Dryas, 11,600, 11,800. I forget what it was. The actual day between those dates. Yeah. It's one of the ages named Cancer. It is, brother. Yeah. Coming up. I don't know how much longer though. Yeah. Göbekli Tepe is 24,000 years. No, Spring. No. Göbekli Tepe is 12, between 12 and 14,000. Yeah. There's Karahan Tepe, there's Göbekli Tepe, and there's those are the estimates. Yeah. So, but potentially again, it indicates that there've been the people that were there also knew of this, and this was an ancient meme.
Accepted by mainstream historians, let's go ahead and dig into the claims of Hamlet's Mill and other associated people like Graham Hancock. Amlodi's Mill is an old Scandinavian legend that is used as the main idea behind Hamlet's Mill, and is basically a story of a mill that is affixed with 4 supporting bars that eventually breaks free from the supports. The imagery is plain. There's a spinning disc that breaks its 4 corners that are believed to be a metaphor for the cosmic changes in the sky, the supplanting of the 4 corners of the zodiac, the solstices and equinoxes all finding new constellations housing them when the sun rises. A change to the cosmic mill. And this idea is not limited to just a few Nordic myths. It seems to pop up across the ancient world, and quite frequently when it does, it shows up alongside the imagery of a spinning disc with hard data. Now it takes 71.6 years for the sky to shift 1 degree thanks to precession of the equinoxes, as I said earlier, and that's almost imperceptible in a single lifetime. But if you round that up to 72, we find that number quite frequently in ancient myths, and the numbers 108 and 54 often show up alongside the symbolism of the spinning disc. 108 is 72 plus half of 72, and 54 is 108 divided by 2. These numbers seem to permeate ancient myths and artifacts. In fact, for instance, in the Norse myth of Valhalla, there are 540 doors, each with 800 warriors who may emerge to do battle. This kind of begs you to determine what the figure is, what the end result is. And it's 4,320. And if you recall, it takes 2,160 years to change from one sign to the next thanks to precession of the equinoxes. So this number happens to be exactly 2 ages long. and it happens to be associated with the end of the world, where all of creation is said to be destroyed and the gods die, and Yggdrasil, the world tree, is shaken from its roots, and the boats shifting from its moors, and everything goes to shit, basically, and the universe ends. Well, the universe carries on, but like creation never happened. Earth is just kaput, and everything else keeps on trucking. Norse seem to have kind of a nihilistic but accurate worldview on things. But anyway, my point here is that's the way that the Norse looked at it, and the data that's encoded in the imagery of the spinning disc seems to be very procession-y. And the fact that the symbolism of procession that happens to incorporate numbers that would provide hard data to go along with that symbolism is interesting enough. But it gets more intriguing when you consider that the end of time is aligned to the end of the ages numerically. I mean, 2 exact ages and there's the end of time. Oh, look at that. And this is not alone just in Norse mythology, not at all. Hamlet's Mill cites numerous other ancient sources, and more work has been done in the last 70 years since it's been written, giving us even more insight into the understanding that the ancients seem to possess. Now, the number 72 is ubiquitous across the ancient world in legend and myth. Osiris had his body disposed of by 72 disciples of Set. Confucius had 72 followers. The Hebrew god had 72 names, according to myth. Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, Gnosticism, and all kinds of other beliefs had 72 as an important number. And we see this not just in the Middle East, we also see this all the way in Southeast Asia. If we go to Cambodia, we find all kinds of processional mythological connections. Let's take a look. Angkor Wat is one of several temples in the jungles of Cambodia, but the symbolism here is pronounced if you know what to look for. 54 demons, called devas, play tug-of-war with 54 angels, known as asuras, twisting a gigantic serpent around a mountain. This is to emulate the tale of the churning of the ocean of milk, a popular myth in Hindu cosmology. In this myth, the devas and asuras twist the serpent back and forth over that mountain. Eventually, the churning creates the moon and other items of legend, many treasures for humanity. And poison, it's also said to have made the elixir of immortality and the poison of death. Interestingly, the symbolism seems to align with the layout of the temples of the Angkor complex themselves. Now, archaeologist John Grigsby discovered this correlation, and surprisingly, it goes beyond just the layout of the temples. If you were to stand in Cambodia and look straight up at the night sky for tens of thousands of years, you would see Draco do this over and over and over again, just like the symbolism of the churning of the sea of milk, of them holding this serpent and twisting it back and forth around this mountain. It's a very interesting correlation, and it's the kind of thing that seems to imply that they had some idea about precession of the equinoxes way down in Southeast Asia in 1600 AD, I believe it is.
Who built
Now
it?
we see this sort of idea pop up in all manner of mythology all across the world. The cardinal points show up in symbolism and myth all across the ancient world for obvious reasons, but when those 4 points are extrapolated into many more, and the story changes from 4 fixed points to one of changing, spinning, turning, and oftentimes the numbers associated with this concept are incorporated into the myth, giving us hard data alongside the imagery. The concept of world changes is also laid out in myth and legend. Moses and the golden calf is a great example. Moses and the golden calf is a great example. Moses comes down from the mountain, he sees the Israelites cooking up this calf, and he's like, hey, that symbol of Taurus has to go. We live in the time of Aries. Let's discuss the lamb. Let's discuss the sheep, the ram. And a couple thousand years later, what we get to the time of Jesus. And let me ask you guys out there, if you've seen other people's cars, what's the symbol for Jesus? And would that be associated with the astrological symbol that happened to have, we began the age of it about the same time Jesus was born? Oh, look. It seems like this is ground zero for esoteric knowledge. It seems like this is ubiquitous and you can't freaking get away from it. So if you look closely, it's not surprising that the more you dig, the more you find. It's amazing. When you really think about it, it is absolutely amazing to think of what may be encoded in ancient prehistory. Now, there seems to be an ancient method of dividing the sky, one that we still use today, based on 12 points that was understood by initiates in ancient times. Now, this method may have come from one ancient civilization or several of them, and it seems they knew how to see deeply into the past or the future using the steady shift of the Earth and the precession of the equinoxes. Now, we can argue about how or why those numbers ended up next to that symbolism all we like, but the reality of it is, it's there. There's no question. This is a thing. So it does need to be discussed and reconciled, and you'll find that, you know, there's going to be plenty of people out there, oh, there's nothing to see here, just a bunch of blah, blah, blah. But again, spiders use the damn stars to navigate. I'm hard pressed to think. I find it absurd to believe that when humans have the symbolism and the hard data next to each other, the idea that, oh yeah, there's nothing to see here is ridiculous. But, you know, I could be wrong about that. I mean, the fact that these numbers seem to line up with the Egyptian and Sumerian kings list, and even in the Bible, if you start looking through the begats and start like trying to play astronomical numbers, you'll find that shit kind of lines up better than you'd expect. It's almost like this precession of the equinoxes thing was something that the ancients kind of valued highly as esoteric knowledge and passed it down in all kinds of things that we wrote about. But again, what do I know? All right, thank you very much for watching.
I like Dan's videos. It's like old YouTube. It's like he's just on here just fucking hanging out, just riffing. Still has like a basic kind of outline, but not super obnoxiously cut. I think that's what I like about it the most. He didn't go through the video and like cut out every single second of himself like taking a breath, or it's like a conversation. God, some of the YouTube cuts now, like, oh, it just drives me nuts. I've been doing that myself, trying to make clips, but like it's just so toxic. Anyway, extremely interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's what does it mean? What does it indicate? I guess it's a question you'd have to debate. Like, why is it encoded within all these different cultures and names of the gods? Or I mean, like Graham's take would be that, which I would probably also bet, is that there was an older civilization that had influenced all these older cultures, and that this was telephone gamed throughout history. This is the same, and I bet that too personally. That'd be my take. That'd be my bet. I think that makes the most sense, because when you look through all of their, this is what Graham gets into, when you look at their actual stories, their creation myths, that's what they all say. Literally all of them. All of them. Almost all of them are very similar. And they also all speak to a flood myth. And so that it goes back about that far. Probably the Younger Dryas. So that would make most sense, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to see someone who actually talk, click tracks, or even ruining vlogs now. Oh man, I know. There's no, like, it's not conversation anymore. It's very curated. But to grab people's attention, like on platforms like YouTube Shorts and TikTok, you have to do it. Because if you don't grab their attention, they click off. But the problem is that if that's the only content you're consuming, oh my God, like, it's just fucking toxic. I don't watch them. I try not to. I do not watch TikTok. And even YouTube Shorts in the morning, sometimes it would just play while I was making my coffee. And I was like, okay, I get so frustrated with it. I went back to just watching long form content of something that I was actually interested in. Like, yeah. But yeah, very interesting. That's a really good one to dig into. You know what he should do next is he should do The Cosmic Serpent next by Victor Klub and Bill Napier, if he's read it himself. But that's another really interesting one that talks about why were they so obsessed with the stars, right? He started to touch on that. What secret knowledge did they encode in it? Why were they so obsessed about the precession of the equinoxes? What were they waiting for and or anticipating? He started to touch on that. Why were they so obsessed with tracking comets? And then that gets real spicy real quick. But, you know, and it's the serpentine connection to comets and the depictions of serpents in the sky, and that was a common theme cross-culturally too. But there is one great serpent that's spoken of that also happens to be correlated to catastrophe, which is a spicy meme. Which, again, nobody has really gone in depth on properly, but maybe Dan can talk about that on his YouTube channel. I don't know. He's got a good following. I look at 132,000 subscribers. Good for him. And hopefully he's making a bit of cash off that now. Problem with YouTube, man, you need to make a lot of views to make money. Like, you got to, you got to rake in the views. Honestly, Shorts is one way to do that, because, like, they can get a lot of views, and 5-10 million views, you can rake in a decent amount of cash and get that consecutively. But good luck getting that many views, I guess. Especially on this kind of information, this would be a tough sell for kids, you know. There's some meme I saw before I came on. I saw some guy was driving around in a Bugatti, a new Bugatti, whatever, $3.5 million car. And he was going around and lowballing people for stupid things that he found off of like Craigslist or Kijiji. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like that's like, you know, like everybody, all age groups are going to click on that or see that. This stuff's a little bit more niche. So anyway, interesting meme. Yeah. Maybe I should even pull up. I don't think, can you read this? Sorry. I wonder if they renewed if they have a copyright on it still or not, or does it even fucking matter? Yeah. DNA and the Origins of Knowledge. That's not it. This is an older book. Randall Carlson is the one who introduced this to me. I think I had heard it offhand because I was acquainted with Volkovsky before I even heard anything of Randall. The outlines a theory of coherent catastrophism due to cosmic cometary catastrophes. The book suggests that comets have played a significant role in shaping Earth's history, including mass extinctions and the evolution of the biosphere. The authors also explore the connections between comets and ancient mythology, proposing that comets were seen as sky gods in various cultures. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting meme. Recommended read, actually, for people that are interested in it, but there's a fucking splitting the world in half. A catastrophist view of Earth history. Yeah. The symbolism is interesting for me of the serpent, that Typhon. I think maybe they had mentioned that in their book. I don't know. They probably, when did this come out? This is probably like it was in the 60s too, I think, wasn't it? I think it was like in the mid 60s or something like that. Something like that. Velikovsky's back in the 1950, I think Worlds in Collision came out. So he's kind of the OG modern catastrophist that really started to thread all that shit together. But anyway, interesting memes nonetheless. Well, speaking of memes, maybe I'll go over this. This is kind of something different. What's this? This is the other thing here. DMT and aliens and stuff, blah, blah, blah. I was going to play a little bit of this, maybe. Just kind of shifting gears slightly, but video game designer proves we live in a simulation. Rizwan Verk. I've heard his arguments before for simulation theory. I find them to be compelling. I think they're extremely interesting. Very interesting shit. Maybe we'll go through the basic argument of it, and this is very interesting stuff. Free will versus simulation theory. But that's 3 hours of very interesting conversation. Very, very interesting conversation, yeah. I mean, whoever's playing as me must straight up not be having a good time. Brother, that's most people here. Orange Ape Outdoors. Yeah. How much you want to bet that he doesn't prove we live in a simulator? Well, that's not the point. It's an argument. He doesn't know the argument. You may never be able to prove that definitively. You try and create an argument, hypothesis for this, and see what they have to say. See what the lads say here about this.
Rizwan. Is it Rizwan? Is that how you pronounce it?
Rizwan, or Riz for short.
So this is your latest and greatest book. MIT computer scientists shows why AI, quantum physics, and Eastern mystics all agree we are in a video game.
Yeah, so this is sort of the brand new edition of this general topic that I've been working on for many years now. And it's basically updated to include all the latest developments in artificial intelligence and in virtual reality, augmented reality.
So I just watched this movie last night called The 13th Floor.
Yeah, great movie.
Wild movie. Like, it's basically the hypothesis. I mean, the summary of it is they find out they're a simulation that's created a simulation, but they're already in a simulation.
Right.
So it's like this
Spoiler alert,
nesting
right?
doll of simulations they're in.
Yeah.
And it's like when people die, they get shuttled to the higher simulation. So it's kind of like going to heaven.
Well, yeah, you can think of it more like stacked series of realities, if you will. And so that movie I use as the second film that I have my students watch.
Okay.
Because I taught a class on the simulation hypothesis at Arizona State University recently. And the first movie is The Matrix. And turns out they both came out in the same year.
Oh, did they really? 1999?
They both came out in 1999, and in fact, I think the 13th Floor came out a month or two after The Matrix, and it was vastly overshadowed.
I've never seen it, actually.
By The Matrix.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So it's really an underappreciated film, but I think it's one of the better representations of a lot of the issues of being inside a simulation because of what you just mentioned, which is the stacked simulation aspect that's going on. But also because it brings up one of the core issues, I think, when you think about The Matrix or The 13th Floor or any of these other science fiction works that are related to this idea. It's what I call the NPC versus RPG versions or flavors of the simulation hypothesis. Nice. And in the NPC version, everyone is AI. So you're really just running inside a simulation and you're living your life. But you don't exist outside of that reality.
Right.
And then in the RPG version, which is closer to the Matrix version, just as Morpheus and Neo and Trinity, they existed sort of as players of the game.
Right.
Outside the simulation, and they had that brain-computer interface that was plugged into the back of their head.
Yeah.
And then they got immersed into their character inside the simulation. And what's interesting about the 13th Floor is that the simulation they created starts off as kind of an NPC simulation.
Yeah, because they have their own bodies are already existing inside of this lower simulation.
Right.
So they're like jacking in, like as if there's an NPC version of me that exists inside the simulation that's just walking around doing its thing, and then all of a sudden I emerge into its consciousness.
Right. So what you see there is something in between what I think of as an NPC and a PC or a player character, or which is typically called an avatar in a video game, which is your character. And so they're living their lives. And there's this one line where, the main character, Douglas Hall, goes in and he comes out and he says, these people are as real as you or me. But when he goes in, it's like he's taking over the body of that NPC. So it's like he's turning it into more of an avatar that he's controlling from outside. So for me, this is kind of a in between these two versions because it's
for me, this is all one version. Like if you were to look at like a simulation theory hypothesis for reality here, it's a dark, like the NPC meme here is a dark meme. People don't realize how dark it is, but it implies that there are people out in the world that effectively are non-player characters. So they do not have a player behind them. Right. And that's where the herd mentality comes in, where they just either they don't have enough of a player or there's no player whatsoever. And they're just herded like effectively, obviously intelligent animals. But is that a question like, what is the soul? Does everyone have a soul? Right. These questions, it's effectively the same thing. It's a modern analogy for that. But are there soulless people out in the world, literally, that do not have a player behind them and they are just meat machines? And it's kind of one and the same for me, typically. I mean, that might be my own take on it, but I've never seen this guy's theory in depth. I've heard him speak of it, but I've read through different iterations of the theory over the years in philosophy, people to try to put these arguments forward. Like everybody references Matrix is like the Matrix was built upon the foundations of some of these philosophical theories.
Control the avatar and play the avatar, but then it sort of runs on AI, kind of like The Sims. If you've ever played The Sims, The Sims kind of do their own little things, but you're there still able to direct them to a certain extent. And I think that is an interesting model for the idea that we live inside a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, which is, my general contention with this book and with other works that I've had, is that we could be avatars of our players. And we have a character, just like if you played Dungeons and Dragons, for example.
Never played that.
Never played?
No.
I used to play as a kid. And what you'd do is you'd have a character
brother, what?
sheet, and you would choose your race. You'd say elf or dwarf or human, and you choose your profession. Like, what are you going to do? Are you a thief? Are you a warrior? Are you, wizard or
class?
Whatever options they have. And then you have different attributes of that character. Which you'd roll the dice for is how we would do it.
Different ethical orientations. It's like people, right? Chaotic evil, chaotic good, chaotic neutral, right? Lawful good, lawful evil, right? There's these different ethical orientations too.
Back
right?
in the day, but you'd have like different intelligence.
Can you apply that to people in the
charisma,
world?
strength, physical strength, all of these types of things. And then you would take that character on an adventure. You would have like a storyline that you're about to embark on. And I think that's a good way to describe at least the RPG version of the simulation hypothesis.
That's not right.
Which is now in both the Matrix and the 13th Floor, their avatars looked exactly like them. Right. Of course, that made it easy to make the movie because you can use.
We have no idea what our players look like. Aaron, what's up? Everyone is an NPC until they wake up and start to see the simulation, or don't wake up and carry on sleeping, but are blissfully unaware of the nefarity going on around them. Welcome, brother. Yeah. I mean, or do the proper NPCs ever wake up? Is there a way to wake them up? I mean, what's the world of the players like? Really, maybe that's one of the purposes where this is a breeding ground for players. That's part of the meme. You want to try and spark somebody, right? Awaken them. You got to slap them hard enough. Like obviously not physically, but sometimes maybe.
Actors, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. I mean, when our player, if you and I are the characters. Like, our players don't have to physically look like us. They could be aliens, they could be future humans, they could be just more consciousness type beings that are non-physical beings. So there's a lot of options, I think, that we open up when we look at this perspective on the world itself.
So how did you initially get so wrapped up in this stuff and researching this stuff? And what was the spark of all of this for you?
Well, there were several. But I started off as an entrepreneur and a computer scientist. And during the time I was running my first company, during the day, I do all the things that an entrepreneur would do. And I was dealing with investors and employees, and we had Fortune 1000 customers and all those things. But in the evenings and the weekends, I would be exploring different aspects of consciousness. So I might fly off to a place like the Monroe Institute, for example, where they use hemisync things to try to get you.
Yeah, Corsi's into the woo. Yeah, welcome, brother. Yeah, Max, welcome, brother. What's up? He's into the this is my whole argument with it, right? Isn't it very interesting? I didn't know that's where you got into this. Almost universally, people that are asking these kinds of philosophical questions. My whole meme with it always is that I'm looking into the woo, not as just crazy people, having hallucinations, and I think that's childishly naive way to approach the phenomena, because there's quite a literature, there's quite a phenomena there. I look at it for the most part, not as crazy people. There's obviously some crazy people involved, but they're anecdotes of some kind of a system we don't understand. So that goes for things like past lives. It can even be things like channeling. That could be things like out-of-body experiences. It could be things like remote viewing, even extraterrestrial encounters people have. All of this stuff is indicative of something like a simulation theory, right? Where like you're having your bleed over effect here from this other side, essentially. And it just indicates potentially there's a lot more we don't know about reality. So, but some people like to relegate it into the realm of it's not objectively worth anything. I think that's just wrong. It's just they're not looking properly. The lens they're looking at through the world is distorted, if that's their opinion, honestly. I mean, it's also how much can one person know about everything, and it's impossible. But this is something that I had an intuition about early on, and I point specifically to Michael Newton's work, although
into an out-of-body state or shamanic drumming, shamanic journeying using drumming, not so much psychedelics, but using different rhythmic breathing, different yogic techniques, different energy healing techniques. And so I was living this double life for a long time, and then I moved to Silicon Valley. And there I ended up starting a video game company, and I got into the video game industry, and we ended up selling our company to a big Japanese company, and then I became an investor and advisor to a whole bunch of different video game companies. And so that's kind of what I was doing when the spark for this was lit. I was running a program at MIT called Play Labs, which is where I had gone to undergraduate and studied computer science. And we were basically getting startups that were doing the latest virtual reality or augmented reality or video game technologies, and we were guiding them through a process. But around that time, I had visited a startup in Marin County where I had put on a virtual reality headset and I had played a VR ping pong game. And what happened was when I was playing this game, that the responsiveness of the game was so good And if you looked at the actual like picture of this game, it wasn't even photorealistic. It wasn't as good as our AI can generate today. But the physics engine was so good that I felt like I was really hitting a ball with a real paddle. And if I, moved around a little bit, the ball would go different places. And it fooled my body for a moment into thinking that I was playing a real game of table tennis. And so much so that I tried to put the paddle down on the table and I tried to lean against the table. But of course, there was no table. The controller fell to the floor. I had to do a double take and stop myself from falling. And then I began to wonder, how long would it take us to build something like The Matrix, where it was so immersive that we would forget that we were in a virtual reality. Not like I did for a second, but we would forget for much longer periods of time. And so I laid out the stages of technology. That's how I started to explore this idea. But then I went back to my studies in consciousness and looked at what different religions were saying, and I realized, they're all saying the same kinds of things. They just use different language from 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years ago.
Exactly.
They're all saying that reality is some kind of a hoax, which is put forward, and we forget that we're playing the game. And then I looked at quantum physics, and I realized so many things within quantum mechanics are just so strange. They don't make sense if this is a purely physical universe. Like, why would you ever do things in that way? And for me, being a video game developer designer at that point, I looked at how we build video games and how we optimize to build these games, and I realized that a lot of what quantum mechanics was saying and what physics was leading towards was this idea that the world is actually information. It's not physical.
Yes, which we've talked about here many times, actually. And it's something in philosophy that is one of the memes now, that is reality ultimately not boiled down, because later the Greeks, what was his name? It wasn't Democritus. The philosopher that talked about the atom, right? That ultimately he thought at the basis of everything, the world was physical. But that the smallest point you could physically get to is something called the atom. And everything was made up of these atoms. And this is well before we even had a microscope, or, this is a long time ago, right? But he thought there must be, that you can divide things only so much, was his argument. And things can't be just infinitely divisible. At some point, there's this undividable thing. And he called it the atom. And that's why when we discovered this, when we got better good up microscopes, they named this object after him, the atom, and then obviously we were able to break that apart too, like protons and neutrons, and now we're going into quirks and quarks, and we're going even further down, but they're behaving very strangely. And one of the theories is that ultimately the basis of all reality, much like a video game, it's just information. It's just it's a projection. It's running code, effectively, would be one analogy of one way of looking at an analogy. It's running code, like a simulation. And then at that point, we're done. Like, okay, well, what the fuck? Like, well, now where do we go? And then maybe that's when we awaken. All the alien stories, all the tons of abductee accounts, and people that have had supposedly encounters, they effectively tell people this. They're very spiritual and esoteric. They effectively look at the world as some kind of spiritual simulation. That this has been created to develop your character. That's the secret to life that people have been told in some of these encounters. That's life's greatest secret, is that this is a spiritual simulation for you. This is to develop your character. How are you making decisions in the world, right? Ethical decisions. There's an ethical orientation of the player. Right? Like in this, with these monkeys here, it supersedes us, right? Like they speak of these service to other and service to self based groups, where it's where does your allegiance lie, right? Are you just some selfish asshole, or are you willing to work with people, right? And like that's ultimately, and it's really interesting, all of the complexity we give into this, right? And we may even be overcomplicating ultimately what the intentions of ultimate reality are. Right, we're trying to get super, and ultimately understanding it is going to be beyond our comprehension anyway, because we're stuck within the simulation. So, anyway, it's interesting. It'd be interesting if that was how simple it was, and that was the intention behind it. And obviously, people may have individual things they may want to accomplish too, if this is the case. But whether they want to be a pirate or a sailor, but ultimately, maybe that's according to some of the aliens. That's it. If you take those stories seriously at all. And I don't know how seriously I take them, but I've taken all of the anecdotes and thrown them into a bucket of slop. Are the NPCs in my reality the same as the NPCs in your reality? Or are they copies more sentient to differing degrees and different headsets depending upon the player? Are the circle of NPCs that make up your family more interactive with you than me and my reality? It's a good question, brother. Yeah. Do they like the same slop? Do they listen to you talk about all this stuff too? Or they just also tune you out and ignore you? This is a similar phenomena that everyone around your family just tunes you out when you start talking about this stuff. That's why we're all here maybe right now.
Right. And if you're able to take that to its logical conclusion, you say that information has to get presented to us in such a way that this table looks like it's a real table. It feels like it's a real table. It's kind of what we do with video games. We take the information and then we render different objects based upon where you are. So I realized that even quantum mechanics was telling us that the world isn't really real. And that's how I kind of wrapped it together. And I realized that simulation theory in general is a good way to bridge the gap between these different ways of looking at the world. So that's kind of how I got into it.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is that, you know, how you can't really quantify or measure stuff, this kind of like squishy physics type stuff like parapsychology or telepathy or ESP or remote viewing. Like these things reconcile very well with the simulation hypothesis, more so than they do with like the physical universe and these, you know, these dead matter, like, you know, particles and neurons and all these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, I delve into that in the book in terms of different unexplained phenomena, unexplained by our scientific process, mostly because they don't believe them, first of all. But, you know, remote viewing, for example, is, you know, where you're given either a set of coordinates or some other information in an envelope. And Hal Puthoff and those guys pioneered it back at Stanford Research Institute. And I think it was Jacques Vallée that had suggested to him using coordinates as the way, you know, to get people to focus in on a specific area. And so that, from a normal materialistic point of view, it seems like something that's impossible. Right? How could you see that? But in a video game, we have what's called a virtual camera. And so you can place that usually the virtual camera is fixed either first person in your avatar or, you know, set kind of up here where you're looking down on the avatar. That's pretty much very common for a lot of games. Or, you know, top down, kind of a third person point of view. Right. But you can place that virtual camera anywhere in the virtual world. You give it an X, Y, Z set of coordinates and T for time. And you can see what's happening there without your physical avatar having to be there. And so at least we have a framework or a way to think about how these things might actually work.
You could look at it that way. You could look at, if reality is ultimately just all information, then the player potentially could find some way to... This gets into like the non-locality of consciousness, which again, you could look at as just a player hypothesis in simulation theory, which is that the player ultimately is outside of the simulation, just using the avatar, right? Like that's the non-locality of consciousness. And then this is the crazy thing about this hypothesis, if this turns out to be true, right? Which is non-local knowledge or information acquisition, right? So you could look at this in epistemology and philosophy deals with knowledge and how do we acquire knowledge? What's the most effective way to acquire knowledge, right? Like obviously through the senses, right? A modern take on that is like empirical work and you know, the scientific method, but there are limitations to that, obviously. There are also issues with that sometimes. When you're dealing with this kind of phenomena, that doesn't apply, unfortunately. So that's also the problem where you have materialists kind of trying to bring in these arguments that don't really necessarily make sense when you're talking about stuff like this. And remote viewing is one of those examples. Now, you could try and subject them to very rigid studies and get them to like reproduce results. And if there's a high level of reproducibility, then you'd be like, oh, there's something to this phenomena. Sometimes it struggles with that. There's a lot of interpretation of sometimes some of the results, but we do know people have, like Joe McMoneagle and others, had very high success rates time and again, not always, but time and again, at recovering crafts that have gone missing, looking for enemy weaponry across the globe. I mean, they've documented this, and it's not all this is public is the problem. But he's been awarded a couple times for having a high success rate. And there have been people even out in the world that have done this and found, like people that even psychics that police departments have employed have found missing persons, and the success rate isn't necessarily like over like the threshold of like 50%, but they still have, that's just the thing that people will ignore, is they'll look at some of these incidents and they'll say, oh, well, but you know, they were kind of off a little bit by like a couple feet. It's like, you know, like it's not perfect, but the idea here would be within this framework that non-local information or knowledge is possible. You can acquire it non-locally. And effectively, an analogy for that would be like the player is just alt-tabbing out to go to Google, right? To be like, okay, yeah, where is blah, 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 like this happened then, right? Like they're now, this is the other interesting meme about all of this. This turns out to be true. I mean, it gets complicated. There's obviously some people are more knowledgeable. They're physically more gifted. They're intellectually more gifted, right? They're emotionally more gifted. This also complicates reality far more too, if this is true, where there's also some players who may be more advanced, right? And this is just all a facade and a mask. There could be kids who can do this flawlessly. Why? How? How were you able to remote view so well? More knowledgeable player. Knows how to use the search engine. Some players may not be able to use a fucking search engine, right? They have no idea, no psychic ability. So is an out-of-body experience an enhanced version of remote viewing? Effectively, Aaron, yes. Yeah, it that's what Joe was doing mainly, but it effectively allowed him to literally leave his body and go to places. So as opposed to like a traditional CRV session, which is how the military cooked it up with Ingo, where they're just getting like information, and out of body would be you physically leave your body and you go to a place. So when Joe did his remote viewing of Mars, he physically was on Mars. He could see Mars. Well, he didn't know he was on Mars actually, but he was physically at this location and he saw the pyramids and he noticed the sun looked kind of weird. And then he was just going around and he was physically on Mars looking at this stuff. Yeah. Kind of like in a dream state, I think is how they've described it. But I have had one of these experiences when I was a kid, actually, which was an extremely vivid dream where everything in the room was where it should have been and I was just above my body. And a lot of people have that. There's a lot of people who've had that experience in their life. And again, you know, this kind of materialist dogma has just been prevailing for so long as, you know, trying to hand wave that away to some hallucination. Or shut the fuck up. No, it's not. It might not be. If infallibility is a test of validity, then medicine fails as being real. There you go, brother. Yeah. There you go. I mean, anyway, yeah. Sorry, I'll let him continue.
And you also have the rendered world, which in this case would be like, you know, the table, my chair, this microphone, our bodies. But within a video game, you have that, but you also have all these other things around, which they kind of refer to as a HUD or heads-up display, which are all the other things, stats about your character, your health, your level, what quest you're undertaking. But you also have a friends list, and you can like send messages to friends that are not there with you in the scene. Right. And so when you think of telepathy and how does that work? Well, oftentimes, you know, telepathy ends up coming from people that we're close to, like our parents, or, you know, if something happens to your mom, your mom always seems to know what's going on with you often. Right. Yeah. Or if you look at the telepathy tapes recently, which was pretty popular. So Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, who was the researcher, you know, who did the original work on autistic savants, she contacted me a few years ago, like before the telepathy tapes, and she said, "Oh, I'd like you to speak at a conference that we're putting on about autistic savants and the simulation theory." And she said because she was with all her work and finding, for those people who don't know, this is cases where you have these autistic nonverbal kids who generally don't speak, but they don't have fine motor skills, but they have kind of gross motor skills, and so they can point to on an iPad letters, and that becomes a way for them to communicate. But oftentimes there's somebody like their mom or their dad who, according to the telepathy tapes and according to what Diane has found, they're able to communicate and see, for example, what their mom is seeing and whether it's a number or a color or a word that they're pointing at when they aren't able to see it necessarily. And so that becomes a kind of ability to either send messages or, better yet, to receive messages and to look at the other person's character. Now, I think Diane came to the conclusion that a simulated universe where everything is information would make more sense for something like that to work. So if we say, if we take the assumption that actually happens, and there's a lot of people in academia who are like, nah, none of that stuff is real. But if we assume some of that, and many of us have experienced this kind of thing, what's the mechanism that would allow these kinds of things to happen? And an information-based reality where you can like look at the information somewhere else, you can render it, is one way. And I came up with this idea that it's kind of like being in a full body suit, VR suit.
Have you ever read two different headlines from the same story?
Oh, brother Danny, no.
To the show.
Like if you've seen Ready Player One, I don't know if you saw that movie.
I don't think I have.
Steven Spielberg movie based on a book by Ernest Cline, but it's a virtual or
hasn't played D&D, hasn't ever played Danny. What the fuck are you doing, brother?
Virtual reality, and he puts on like this full body suit, and so he can control the character. Very well. He has a little treadmill he can run on. So in that case, you're fully in the suit, and every one of your actions is going to be mirrored in your avatar. So he feels like he's immersed inside the virtual reality. And I think of it that most of us are like that, even though it's not necessarily a physical suit or a physical VR headset, but it's like that because we're fully immersed and we have control fully over our bodies. But if you're half in and half out of the suit, but you can still see the screen as to what's happening. You can see things that are going on around you without having to be in that first person perspective.
You go on autopilot. You guys ever drive somewhere and then just you're there, right? Like you just kind of blank out. Like you just let the body take over, right? You just like realize that you're kind of almost not asleep, but it's just quite dangerous. But you're just kind of like not. And this is something about time too, and perception of time, which is extremely interesting. That depending upon if you're invested in something, and this maybe there's still trying some big natural physiological explanation for this as time passes, but time as a phenomenon is extremely interesting. It doesn't make a lot of sense to us, but you'll notice that time itself can pass more quickly or more slowly. The more you focus in on the moment, the more you're aware of how slowly it's passing. But if you're involved in something you're really enjoying, something you're loving, let's say you've only got like an hour before your partner's ready to go out and you want to finish your game, right? And then they're like, oh my God, you're not ready? It's already been like 50 minutes. What the fuck? Like you're playing this game. You're like, oh my God, like can't believe 50 minutes went by. But then maybe you're actually out like shopping or something. And then it feels like it's only been 30 minutes. You're like, holy fuck, it feels like it's been like 3 hours. Like what the hell? Like, so interesting how that works. And I don't, there's really an explanation for that, honestly, right? It's like, how conscious are you in the moment? Like how much invested are you? But it also, like, if you're more conscious of how slowly time is passing, it's more of a struggle, right? Like you're sitting at work waiting to get off, right? Like keep checking the fucking clock. And then when you get off in the weekend, bang, it's Monday again. You're like, what the fuck? Like I was just at the bar like 5 minutes ago. Like, and now I'm back again 5 days. I'm back in this goddamn slugfest. It happened to me the other day, zoning out at a red light, and I put the car in park. Driving the speed limit kind of feels like autopilot for me. Imagine doing 160 and having that happen, brother. Just bang, you're there, right?
But you can't necessarily control the fingers because you're not fully inside the suit. No. And that's what happens with a lot of these autistic kids is, they don't have the skills to like write and control, but it's like they're frustrated because they can't control their bodies, but they can see what that person is thinking. Again, if you believe that this stuff is real, they can see other things that are going on in other parts of the simulation, if you will. So I think the simulation theory gives us a way and a framework to think about these things.
Why do you think there, specifically with kids, there's more of these cases? Because I mean, there's definitely, it seems to.
But oh my fuck, this guy. Sometimes, listen, Danny, brother, I love you, but sometimes the question is like, because it's a new phenomena that we have kids that are this fucked up. Fortunately, there weren't really kids like this in the past, like there are now, that are this deeply autistic for whatever goddamn reason, whatever's causing it. Anyway. Fucking hell.
Be with children more of this sixth sense, if you will, or ability to experience paranormal phenomena.
Certainly, brother.
There's more correlations with children experiencing UFO phenomena. There's even cases of children experiencing or remembering past lives. Like lots of those cases. I think there was a study done on this. Jeffrey Kripal talked about it when he came in here.
Yeah.
And
I think a University of Virginia study maybe.
Yeah. And one of the weird things about the kids who are remembering their past lives is they were predominantly male past lives. And the reason he thinks that is because he believes that trauma is directly tied to this connection. And he thinks, I mean, in the past, males died more horrific deaths in general than females did. There was more trauma involved. So he thinks there's some sort of connection there with being able to children, you know, if they do have this higher connection to whatever it is, if their antennas are stronger for some reason because they haven't been conditioned by society, that they can, through trauma in a past life, they somehow can see through a window for a brief period of time into that world. What do you think that
Christ,
is?
I haven't heard that
well,
one.
I think it's a very interesting phenomena, and I know in at least that Virginia study, they also had cases where some of the children remembered, you know, specific things they could track down. But they also had a couple instances where the kids remembered being outside before they were born. And they said they were like floating over their parents, like before they were born. So it's almost like they were watching, you know, them inside a video game, if you will. That's my way of thinking of it.
Yeah, well, no, he's not wrong. I mean, yeah. When we watch a film, we get engrossed in it. We are projecting ourselves into the temporary reality. Experience a film via the information presented in our headsets, I think, yeah. Definitely died fighting the British in my past life. Yeah, fucking a lot of hate there still, brother, huh? Typical Irishman, huh? It's weird, but when I picture myself getting shot or stabbed, I feel like I know the feeling of getting stabbed. When it comes to getting shot, I feel like maybe whichever part would feel really numb. Interesting, yeah. Well, listen, I mean, it's hard to corroborate these things, and unfortunately, I was talking with Devin Armis about this, who's also read a lot of Michael Newton's works. Michael Newton, for me, was somebody always that I was really fascinated with because he was a very peculiar, kind of disciplined, intellectual, academic, clinical psychologist who worked with hypnotherapy and reluctantly got involved in the woo. And I think effectively what I figured out is that a lot of the case studies aren't publicly available for confidentiality reasons, because if you release them all in all their detail, if you wanted to do the hard digging with it, you'd have to get the name of the person, and they're not allowed to do that. So, which is really obnoxious. And if I ever had a lot of money, I would do large-scale experiments of his technique. But effectively what had happened with him, for people that don't know his story, is he had a guy who came in, and this must have been in the late 60s or early 70s. And he was complaining about this psychosomatic pain in his side that he couldn't get rid of. He said, it feels like someone's stabbing me all the time. And he went to doctors and specialists, and finally they get fed up with him when they realized they couldn't find anything wrong. And they just threw him at Michael. And they said, well, talk to a psychologist, do hypnotherapy, right? They help people who smoke. They'll try and dig deep into the brain using these. They've essentially manipulate your consciousness. That's what hypnotherapy is. It's a manipulation of your consciousness, whatever that field is, on top of the brain and how it interacts with it. But these traumas, like they think maybe he fell on the fork when he was a kid, and it's ever since then he's had this pain that he's been holding on to. And so Michael got frustrated with him after working with him for a while, and he told the guy to go to the source of his pain. And then the guy was back in the Battle of the Somme, right? Back 200 plus years ago, getting bayoneted in the mud. And, you know, Michael had never run into that before. And he was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and he's like, I'm dying. Like, someone just bayoneted me. Like, I'm dying. And he, in this recollection, he was the guy still. He was like crying, and he got him to like look at his shoulder, like, you know, what's your badge number? Like, you know, what unit are you a part of? And he told him what he could. And then afterwards, he floated above his body. And Michael's like, oh my fucking God. Anyway, supposedly he went and they found the guy in the battle, that there was a guy, the guy's name, supposedly, and the rank and the number that existed. And he said, well, here we go, I guess, right? And interesting. That was the beginning of his journey with it all. And yeah, the two dreams I've had where I died, I was a soldier in another time period. One of the dreams even continued for a bit after death. Really? See, isn't that interesting though? Like, this is the thing you run into. This is why talking with other people about stuff's interesting, because what you find is we're other players in the game here, right? You start to realize, like, oh my God. Same with precognitive events. Me and Drunk Physics talked about that a couple months ago, 6 months ago. where everybody has had probably some instance in their life where they've had a dream that turned out to play into reality. I lived through a dream that I had, and I vividly remember the dream, and then it happened at the moment, and it's like, what does that mean? It's like we're not subjected to time the way we think we are. But similarly to that kind of experience, there are people that have past life regressional, like they have these experiences, whether it's in dream or it's even in visions, or they're for manipulating consciousness. But Michael, I don't know. I still, if I'm placing a bet on what we could use potentially, it might be his technique, but his information was pretty out there. I mean, that we're literally in a simulation, a full-blown simulation, and that there's an intention here, and the simulators and the architects of this particular simulation that we're in are very carefully monitoring how people are waking up to this reality. And at some point it will happen when we'll realize it. And then at that point, how does the game change? Once you realize you're in the simulation and you understand that it's a simulation, obviously it changes at that thus far. And this is when you get into ufology as well, when you're looking at the UFO phenomenon, and there's similar sentiments being communicated to people, also usually subjected under hypnosis to these kinds of memories being recollected. So you start to look at reality differently, where it's like, okay, like you tell your stories about a galactic federation, or that doesn't necessarily mean other aliens. It's like, who's architecting the simulation here? Like, who's in charge? And it's very interesting. Yeah. Even Danny Sheehan talking about Buddy, who supposedly is the guard that was present during the survivor at Roswell, that when they interviewed him, and Danny went to his deathbed and he had talked about what he was saying, and he said, talking to the psychic, he told the military and the psychic that they're on a mission from what you would describe as God, but that you misunderstood what God actually is, and that's who they're working with. And effectively, I take that, and I've heard that before from abductees, that they're just working on the other side. They're consciously aware we're in a simulation, and they're well aware of what's going on, and they're actively trying to curate the simulation, going around looking for life on other planets that have been set in motion, and very interesting shit. Yeah. So yeah, healing past trauma is part of the whole new age meme. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Not gonna lie. What you were about to say kind of reminds me of a manhwa about a reincarnated Olympus Coliseum warrior, where he keeps having memories of the past and wakes up with bruises from his past battles. Yeah, Trizzy, yeah. That's literally it though. I never dreamed a lot. Interesting. Me neither, media, actually. I'm kind of the same, yeah. Yeah. I think there's something in that, yeah. I mean, there could be all kinds of stuff to do with this. I mean, that was one incident that was very compelling because it was a very strong psychosomatic pain. There's tons of people that have these incidents, so they're psychosomatic, and sometimes it is from trauma sustained in their childhood, but then potentially maybe at times it isn't due to that. It's due to something more complicated that we don't understand, right? So, yeah. Anyway, watch 13th Floor, fiction. I could check it out. I haven't seen it, yeah. Yeah, but listen to me, like, as interesting as the fictions are, like, the story from Michael's far more compelling. I would listen to Michael. I'd read through his books. I'd rather listen to an hour and a half of Michael, because that's like a real thing, potentially. Hypothetically, it's a real example, right, of that phenomena. And as we get deeper into unveiling these deeper questions about reality, these metaphysical questions, yeah. What if our past and future selves aligned with the present self? I mean, maybe that's the purpose of it all, Trizzy, learning from those mistakes, right? Understanding that the way forward is the service to other path, to be a better person, right? Virtue ethics, to be better people, right? Be better people, focus on being better, make better decisions, and ultimately make better decisions in service of other people too. Like, that's the way to the kingdom of heaven on earth, is to bring that to fruition, is to through cooperation and kindness and understanding and empathy and all of those, like that. That's the world we want to head. That's heaven on earth, right? I think ultimately. But that's what people keep forgetting. They keep getting caught up in themselves, right? So, and selfishness and self-destruction, and that's how everything collapses and fails. And that's why the aliens keep speaking through psychics, saying like, become vegetarians. Eat a whole food diet. Anyway, it's all such slop sometimes, but yeah. Jumped into the sea attempting to save his dog. So I Googled an Irishman dying from falling the year I was born, jumped into the sea attempting to save his dogs. Sounds like my past life. A bit more complicated than that too, brother. It could be many years. It could be 100 years ago. You have no idea. I mean, time is irrelevant. And there could be timelines. There might be a multiverse There could be people right now jumping into Greek times, for God's sakes, right? I mean, we have no idea how it works. I mean, you got to think like in video games, like that might be what happens, where different timelines influence from these different decisions and these different. Who knows how complicated it is? You could buy Michael's book and check it out. I don't know. I mean, he kind of had a framework that he worked with where there's this in between state that he thought he accessed with talking with people, where you do spend time in this other side. This is like essentially a school that on this other an ultimate reality, according to Michael. People venturing into this is something that you have to do. It's like a necessary thing, and it's effectively a school that's been set up. But the ultimate goal, no one knows. Is the other thing that, according to at least people that Michael talked to, no one had any idea. They said this is just something that we're required to do or encouraged to do, and it's like something that everyone does. So everyone does it, and they come here and they participate in effectively this role playing, this modern, this really D&D. Yeah, if you're feeling something just happened, no clue what. Awakening's beginning. That's what's happening.
Like they're able to tune in to any part, but because they're going to be their parents. Now, I think you're right in that it is first because they're not conditioned to think of the world fully materially as only a material world. Mm-hmm. Like most of the religions of the world tell us that we go through a phase of forgetfulness.
Really?
To get into when we come into the body. We forget
in Eastern religions
who we were, what our soul was, and what plans we might have had while we're here. So, and in Islam, for example, they talk about the veils of forgetfulness. So yeah, there's like 70,000 veils between ultimate reality. And as you incarnate, you're actually putting on these veils. And in Buddhism and Hinduism, they talk about Maya and that the world is an illusion.
Yeah.
But Maya also means sort of there's a subtlety to the meaning. So it means it's like a carefully crafted illusion. Like if you go to a magic show, you know the guy's not really sawing that woman in half. Mm-hmm. But part of the fun is to go there and say, oh my God, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Not to interrupt him again, but that is, it's no coincidence that a lot of Eastern religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, they hone in on this, and they also were regularly engaged with trying to alter their consciousness, whether it was through substances or through meditation. They were much more in tune, I think, with themselves, right? And hence why that those parts of the world, they have their own issues, were usually a little bit more progressive and forward thinking. You look at some like Western religions and how oppressive it is, and they discouraged people using substances or even any kind of meditation, or because meditation is effectively, when you get deep enough into it, some kind of self-induced hypnosis. You get into similar brain states as you would with hypnosis, right? So it's not surprising to me that those religions and those yogis and the monks, they would induce trance, right, with chants and whatnot, and sound bowls and things of that nature, frequencies, and that they would have come to find this themselves, where they're entering into out-of-body states. Like Bob Monroe, I mean, that's where a lot of these fucking stories came from. Were from Eastern practitioners doing this, and that they had experienced this out-of-body experience themselves, and all of the people involved with them too that were doing this stuff and learning it from each other, they themselves ultimately all had these experiences. And collectively, when you're with a group of people that have all experienced the same phenomena, you come to the conclusion that you're probably collectively in some kind of a simulation of sorts, or hallucination, or it's not real, right? And so it makes sense, but it all comes down to manipulation of consciousness. Yeah. You bought Bailey's to just get tuned. Fuck yeah.
And you can think of it in that way. It seems to be that forgetting is a key part of incarnating. And in the Greek legends and Greek mythology, you have Lethe, which is the river of forgetfulness. And the soul, as it incarnates, it goes across Lethe. And so it forgets about stuff, and then it crosses back. And in the Chinese traditions, you have Meng Po, who is the goddess of forgetfulness. And what does she do? She brews the tea of forgetfulness. So I like to say these are all metaphors that are trying to describe some insight about reality that somebody has had. That's how most religions get started. It's by a mystic who saw something, an angel, or they did yoga, or they did fasting in the desert. You know, Jesus went on the desert, and they realized that this is not the real world, and that there's more behind it. And so most of these mystical processes are about trying to burn off the veils of forgetfulness, trying to remember who you are.
It again, and this has always been my argument with this, right? I mean, ultimately using languages like math and physics, we will be able to get closer to like understanding mechanically how things work. But ultimately, even intellectually, we're going to run up against a wall as to how much we're going to be able to actually wrap our heads around it. We're going to have to rely on things like AI and these other systems that we create that ultimately we may be allowing to become more intelligent than us to some degree, which could be dangerous, to really wrap our heads around it. Now, if we really want to figure out what's going on, though, consciousness is still the anomaly. Again, it depends upon who you're talking to and what their perspective on reality is. They may still be these kind of hardline materialists. As we move towards this point where we might start to look at reality, fundamental reality, not being a physical thing, but information-based, then we can start to look at consciousness as the ultimate anomaly. And then what do? We start manipulating it, right? And using drugs is one way to do that. And sometimes it's fun. But ideally, we want to do something, a manipulation of consciousness that doesn't compromise the brain state, right? Because then the results, obviously, we're not going to be trustworthy. So things like deep meditative states or hypnosis, effectively, is possibly a safe way of facilitating that. And if we can create a methodology that everyone can do that maybe isn't as boring as meditation, hypnosis is maybe one of those ways people can start experiencing this and they can start recollecting, and that could be one way to facilitate an awakening to reality, ultimate reality. Now, I mean, how would you do that? Would you just have like a school and people go to school? Would they be hypnotized? There's issues. There is things in hypnosis which are concerning, which you like influencing people and suggestions and whatnot. But I mean, if you did it with good intentions and you were not trying to, obviously there are specialists in hypnosis, like people clinically use hypnosis and understand it and would not do that. So I think you could still do it. I think you could maybe still, that's one way to facilitate some kind of awakening, is that's how you expand people's consciousness. Literally, you open them up to this reality. And then at that point, like, I don't know what we do. I mean, if we run into the reality and we collectively understand we're in a simulation, do the architects of the simulation allow for more consciousness? And then we don't have to play around with our brains all the time. Maybe we can just be more consciously tuned into this. Like, okay, we're actually players here. I mean, is it just a consequence of us being not that evolved either that we can't do this? That could also be it too, right? We're a primitive species objectively, and we're tapped into a primitive species, and we're just locked into it. And I think that's probably the case. That obviously that we have personalities that are genetically based. That probably has a huge influence, right? I mean, if we're a player, it's not like this avatar. It's not like we're in an armored core or something. Like there's a huge interface here, like genetically. There's mannerisms, there's behaviors, there's emotions, there's tics, there's all these things are genetically programmed. So that's a complicated meshing. Yeah. Yeah. You remember nowadays down to neck, eat some fish soon to even discern reality. That's it. What are you trying to say? Trying to neck Leith eat some fish soon. You know how with an NDE you get flashbacks and memories and maybe shit that's kind of behind the brain you wouldn't remember. Is that your soul kind of connecting to Ethernet instead of running a Wi-Fi for it? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we were quantum entangled with the person we are communicating with, so the consciousness combined from the basis of some cause and effect between both parties. Maybe, Aaron, yeah. Maybe. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things too with people as you get to know them and you get to know them. Like you can kind of detect when someone's lying to you sometimes. And obviously, there's so many tells in people biologically, even things we pick up on we're not even consciously aware of. But maybe there's something more to it where there's a deeper connection there. Like you can tell when people aren't being truthful or being deceptive, right? Like there's a connection there. Some people don't have that, but some people do. I mean, you can kind of pick up when there's any consistency. And there's so much more to us. It's like, again, it's why you don't do things like they don't manipulate people. You don't lie to people, like aside from white lies, but like you don't actively manipulate people because you just don't know. You don't understand. It's not a good strategy, honestly. Going forward, I think, because of how complex things are. There's a lot of presumptions there, and I personally think that people probably would know, or at least I assume that they would, or that's why I don't do that kind of stuff yet. Lethe, river makes you forgetting things. Oh, in Lethe, sorry, the Lethe you just talked about, yeah. Oh, so we're in the river, yeah. B12 boost now, straight to the brain, right to the membrane. I kind of am skeptical of too many people because I can't really tell sometimes what's truth or a lie. That's just experience, brother. You just got to subject yourself to it. You'll learn, right? You'll learn. That's what you have to do. There's no choice. You'll have to do it. Yeah. Very interesting conversation now. I'll probably dig into this more tomorrow. God, Jesus, 22 minutes. Tomorrow night later on, I might kind of jump through it a bit more and go over in depth some of the other bits and pieces he picked out of it. I really should pick up his book. I mean, I know many of these arguments. Now, some of this stuff's very interesting. His mention of some of these religious traditions, I was not aware of that. I was aware of the Buddhist and Hindu and Buddhist take on this and this forgetfulness. It was a mantha. What do you call it again? I've heard it before. I did a paper on Buddha once in Buddhism and went through all these kind of Eastern esoteric traditions and what they believe, like their metaphysics and stuff. So. But yeah, the one who asks questions deserves to know, but NPCs won't and can't handle this. Exactly. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. And so, but then it would be nice if, well, this is where the world will get fucked. If we awaken to this reality and then realize that, 6 billion people, 5 billion people don't have players. And then would you want to empower the current elite with that knowledge? Think about the goddamn mess that you'd be into at that point if you realize that there's like that many people who don't have any players. Holy shit. I don't even want to imagine the hellscape that they might create. The justification for, they deserve to be subservient to us. It's like, oh my God, it'd be bad. And I downloaded an ebook about psychology and math or something about that. I really want to be more aware. I feel like 100% certain about my deductions. Yeah, Germany be firing up the gas chambers, brother. Well, we just be careful. But anyway, listen, I'll probably end it there tonight, guys. Anyway, I've been going for almost 6 hours. So I want to cover this in depth again tomorrow night and probably leave this up. It's extremely interesting conversation, relevant to stuff I usually talk and think about myself day to day. I've been involved in looking into this for many years now and in my own theories and pertaining to Newton and others that I brought up here many times. So, I'm gonna stream. I'll be on tomorrow again, man. Yeah. I mean, this fucking green screen. I just looked at myself again. It was up every time I move my arm. Oh, fuck. I hate it's just the green screen, welfare green screen technology here. So it is what it is. But yeah, to be continued. Absolutely. Yeah. I will be on again tomorrow. Same time, same place. More memes, But anyway, as always, everybody, listen, take care, stay safe, and maybe you remember who you really are tonight.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.